Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is everything working? Are we live? We live? He live? Hey, hello guys, hello. Welcome into the stream. Welcome into the stream. Oh. I was checking the VOD for last week's stream and I realized that I had my mic sensitivity turned up too high because there were several times when I was just speaking. Sorry, give me a sec. When I was just speaking and then it would start going all crackly on me. Morning, Evo, morning. Morning, Carlos. It's alright now? Very appropriate pick of the Google Docky, yeah. Once I saw that edit, I just had to include it. I knew I just had to include it for this. BGM is on? Great. So, little bit of possible scuff warning. Throughout this entire week, my laptop has randomly been blue screening. I don't know what exactly is causing it to do that. I've been trying to find it, but I've had no luck so far. And I'm still waiting on a few parts for the PC. So, hopefully, cross fingers, nothing goes wrong. But in any case, I won't be needing to use this, hopefully, going forward past this week. Assuming nothing screws up with the delivery of the parts for the new PC, but... Yeah, I stream from a laptop, Azahara. I swear I've brought this up before on stream. Charlie, thank you for the 5. A Cinder's new... I demand you cease and desist with this slander. Don't worry, I can fix her. Don't we all? Don't we all? Can't we all? Sorry, I should say. Yeah, I've been on laptop this entire time. I am switching over to a PC. Soon. Soon. Very soon. Later than I expected, but still soon. Hopefully. Rima, your viewer's cheating again? Hold on. Okay, there we go. Google Docky and It's Just Business, the now enduring memes. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of that floating around since April 26th. And it's one of those things where... Okay, so... As a little bit of a warning, partially because of how long it's been since all of the information was first released, but also because there are some things that I want to point out in terms of the way that they are constructed. Later on during the stream, in the later portion of the slides or whatever that I have set up, we are going to be going through all of the docs. Not reading them out word for word per se, but we are going to be going through quite a bit of them each. Because there are a few things that are present in the documents that I do think are worth maybe taking a bit of a second look at. Not in the sense of I think they change everything about the conventional narrative. No, not anything along those lines. Not anything that dramatic. But there are certainly questions that are left unanswered and interpretations that aren't that supported by what Shy Lily, Bao, Nanolus have chosen to make public. And I do think that the whole... It's very fun to just go all in on the It's Just Business, you know, all the Cinder memes, etc, etc. But I think to do just that would be a disservice to the situation as a whole. Or a disservice to understanding the situation as a whole and the implications, the broader implications that it might have for VTubing. In the same sense as the whole, Selengate thing, when it was really fun for a few months to just non-stop dunk on Niji, but at the end of the day, fast forward 1 year, there are still lingering effects from that entire situation that have gone on to affect the way that people view corporate VTubing, even indie VTubing as a whole, and how people deal with things like, you know, quote-unquote drama or controversy or communicating things to their audience. Billy, thank you for being a footstool for 10 months. 24 hours stream. Let's go. Let's hope. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. It's long enough as it is. Not in terms of slides, but in terms of topic. Cinder redemption arc. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. I mean, any redemption that Cinder could have received was largely up to, well, it was, the onus was largely on her to make an appropriate statement to address what was currently being said. And I mean, she tried. It was just a pathetic attempt. Bawahana? Yes, Google Docky indeed. Oh, Blaze, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. Is Kirsha's cease and desist relevant to today's stream? Not quite, although I am tossing up the idea of doing a stream dedicated to the entire Kirsha saga. Because there are things that I'm going to be bringing up over the course of this stream that tie in quite neatly to that whole topic as well. Oh, Sparky, welcome to the stream. Oh, before I forget, before I start, I want to give a quick shout out to Sparky and Powder for making chronologically arranged compilations of all of the screenshots that have been released over the course of this entire saga. Because that has helped significantly when it comes to better contextualizing what exactly has gone on, and especially articulating some of the issues that I personally had with the way that things were presented by Shy Lily, Bao, and Nanolus. Again, I want to reiterate, it's nothing as severe as, oh, everything has changed, I view them all as being snakes in the grass or anything like that. Not at all. But again, like I said, there are some unanswered questions and quite a few doubts that haven't been addressed or have been left to sort of sit there. Cinder will need to put out more on Blue Twitch to keep us safe. Cinder really did the "I'm sorry I got caught" apology with the document. Yeah, it did kind of fall into that hole. The tism is strong in the VTuber sphere. Oh, absolutely. Will you be reviewing Doki's Google Docky today? You might have pre-watched the stream, Moomin, but no spoilers, no spoilers. No chair going live at the same time as my Oshi? Who's your Oshi, Xanthopy? Super chats aren't working right now for some reason. Any thoughts on the Dokubird Caliente situation? Sorry, give me a second. So, I'll leave the Dokibird Catliente situation until the end, but safe to say that it was both predictable and disappointing the number of people that instantly jumped on the first wave of accusations with this idea of it's okay, how do I put this? Not VTubing as a whole, but specifically VTuber Twitter. There is a concerning proportion of people on there who react functionally like... And I'm trying to figure out a sensitive way of wording it, but I can't really think of anything else besides just NPCs. In the sense that you input a specific phrase, a specific dialogue option, and it is entirely predictable what they are going to put out in response. And what I've noticed is, on VTuber Twitter specifically, the moment you bring up or you insinuate any possibility of somebody exploiting an artist, people instantly react to that in this kind of knee-jerk fashion, where they assume that, oh, whoever's accused of exploiting the artist must be the embodiment of evil, etc., etc., etc. It's like this script that flows out whenever somebody picks up on that insinuation, which is quite fascinating to watch. But Kendra, welcome to the stream. Rearrange my schedule for this chair. No pressure, no pressure. Mare, welcome to the stream. Catliente's diamonds should be stolen in Minecraft. I agree with that, honestly. I agree with that. It still boggles my mind how some people... Actually, now that I've started... What I was about to say without thinking about it was, it boggles my mind that some people still take her seriously. But upon reflection, in terms of how people reacted to that video that she made on Dokubet initially, I've realized that a good deal of the people who were promoting that video probably didn't give a shit about Catliente, but just wanted to use the video as some sort of attack vector to target Dokubet. Oh, Lydia, welcome to the stream. Damn, everyone's here today. What the hell? Stuff got you as a background while I work. Have you ever considered reading audiobooks? I have not. Well, actually, I've had it brought up to me before, but I never really thought about it. I appreciate the question though. Apparently, see, the problem with okay, I've gotten to the point where I don't really subscribe to the idea of tracking what corporate talents are saying on their PLs or their alt accounts anymore, because a lot of it is just vague posting where we have zero context as to what they mean by that. And I mean, it's common enough of a thing to the point where if you were to pay attention to all of it, you're going to run yourself in circles. You're going to run yourself silly trying to figure out what they mean, because at any given point in time, what they are saying on their alt accounts or their PL accounts could be interpreted as some sort of underhanded jab at either somebody that they're currently affiliated with, something that they're currently affiliated with, or something that seems to be entirely removed. So it just seems like a bit of a futile endeavor. So while I have seen people talk about what Uki was posting on their PL, I don't really... Personally, I didn't really keep track of that as anything serious. Yeah, Blaze, they pounced on the faintest trace of blood without even checking whose blood it was. Again, I'm going to save it for later on in the stream, but safe to say, the artist in quotation marks, who approached Cat with the intention of essentially weaponizing her awful coverage as a tool to extract clout from an ex-employer or ex-contractor, very, very poor decision. For reasons that we'll get into later on. But again, it never ceases to amaze me how some people can make a... Actually, I'll just save it. Also, yeah, no, I saw that Kitsunero got doxxed because she said that she supported men. Not even anything specific about men. I think all she said was just she supports the idea of men being, being given the same amount of support and care as people tend to give to women. Cool ZR, thank you for the 5. Howdy. I got work in the morning, so I'll catch the VOD. Advance payment for the entertainment. Thank you so much. And I hope to see you again in the VOD. Blade, thank you for the 10. Twitter is to a degree either tolerant or slightly... you either tolerate it or you're slightly annoyed by it. Not compared to actual Twitter haters or similar class. Also, I don't know who Kat is, but if she's attacking Doki, she's my enemy. Pretty straightforward. For those who don't know, just a little bit of a bio on Kat. Catliente is a content creator who has taken to covering VTuber drama without ever seeming to understand anything about this industry. It's quite amazing to watch. SMG2 Daisy, thank you for the 5. I don't like how Anti-Corpo became this religion culty trend on Twitter, but I like to see insights on how that came to be. Seminar fee to Chairman, thank you so much. Again, I want to clarify yet again that this is simply my attempt at articulating what I have seen to be some of the root causes behind that becoming a popular sentiment, especially in the EN side of VTubing. Some of you may disagree, that's perfectly fine, but I hope that regardless of if you subscribe to what I'm about to say or you don't, that it at least to some degree helps you to articulate your own thoughts and feelings as to how the current state of the industry, quote unquote, came to be, and maybe any concerns you may have as to where it's headed. John, thank you for the 2. You missed my super chair, man? Oh, you sent a second one? Hold on, let me take a look. Thank you for the 5. Don't worry about Red. Sometimes I even let him watch if I'm... Oh, man. Shondo's Law. Nothing has aged quite so well in this sphere as Shondo's Law. It really is quite insane. Alright. Let's get stuck in. What did Catliente do now? Don't worry. We're going to cover that later on. Potentially in a few hours. Shondo's Law. I like that. I'm not the one who first coined that phrase. I'm pretty sure I saw somebody else use it. I don't remember where though. But yeah, no, for those who are not aware, Shondo's Law is derived from a post that she made on Twitter where she basically said that if you are an indie VTuber and you have a manager, chances are that quote-unquote manager is either your boyfriend or your girlfriend, not an actual employee. And it is quite funny how often that seems to have been proven right. Law, as in LAW. In indies are playing with rocks, I mean Google Docs, in a glass house with the way that they've been handling their BTS work issues. Yeah, I mean, if anything has proven itself to be... If anything, the past month has essentially proven it to be a lie that Corpo is straight up worse than being indie. It has become quite obvious, not to spoil the entire point of this stream, but it has become quite obvious that the two are... None of them are better than the other as a blanket, truthful statement. They just have different drawbacks. It's just about picking your poisons in each case. Did Shauna talk about VTubers being mean girls and business-oriented? I'm sure she has at some point. But, yeah. Sorry, give me a second. Just grab a drink of water before we properly get stuck in. Nene Love, was that ever in question? Not really, but this has really hammered the point home, is what I'm saying. Alright, so, as per usual, before we begin, few disclaimers. Oh, Prog Maestro, thank you for the 2. Remember chat, most VTubers have a boyfriend? Yes. Always a good little bit of information to keep in the back of your mind to avoid getting too parasocially attached. Oh, Hero Urbana, welcome to the stream. Did you hear about Cinder 2.0 in Latam? Yeah, I did. I have. That is an entire other mess in and of itself. Although the fact that people have been referring to that as Cinder 2.0 is something that I find interesting, for reasons that we'll get into later on in the stream. Alright, so, as per usual, when I'm discussing a topic of this nature, a few disclaimers. As always, do not attempt to harass and or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during this stream in any way, shape, or form. All text, videos, and images shown during this stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and are thus protected under fair use. All information/material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform and or remains publicly available/traceable. Dates may be affected by time zones. I've tried my best to adjust for when they actually occurred in their respective time zones, but there will be the occasional date where I'm off by about a day or so. And finally, if there is something on screen that you can't quite read, don't worry. I'll either be reading it out loud during the stream, or in the case that I don't manage to get to it, I'll be uploading all of the slides for this stream onto my personal Patreon, link in description, and if you sign up as a member for free, don't have to pay anything, you can access the slides for both this stream and every stream that I've done prior to this to look over at your own leisure. Alright, so, before we begin, I want to start with a little bit of a history lesson, just to set the tone for some of the ideas and concepts we're going to be talking about. And it starts in January of 2020, when the whole COVID pandemic was really starting to ramp up. See, in January, specifically in Australia, the government started to escalate the public response to the possibility of the disease entering past our borders, right? Australia set to screen flights from China, warns coronavirus difficult to stop. And then, in the same month, you started having cases cropping up in New South Wales and Victoria, various different states, where it wasn't just transmission between people who had arrived in our country from overseas, but community transmission as well. And once this happened, fast forward to February, what ends up happening is the government then escalates the response even further. Once it was realized that the virus was starting to spread among individual members of the community without any sort of new arrivals coming in from overseas, from hotspots like Wuhan or whatever, the government then activated what they referred to as an emergency response. And this was basically the implementation of what they called the Emergency Response Plan for Communicable Disease Incidents of National Significance. Basically, in the case that there was any sort of pandemic or any sort of disease that spread quickly that they would need to get on top of, that they would try to suppress, they had this public health and safety type of action plan waiting in the wings, something that had been published all the way back in September of 2016. And now it was finally seeing use. Demonetization incoming? In all likelihood, yes, since I've said the magic words already. Now, the thing about this plan is that for most people in Australia, most members of the general public, overwhelming proportion of the general public, nobody had any idea what the fuck this was, because we'd never seen this before. And when you actually look at the document, specifically when you go down, I don't know what this is doing here, when you go down to page 43, there is a section that is titled Contact Tracing, Isolation, and Quarantine, where they outline things that governments, or our government or our state governments, might think to do as a way of trying to prevent the spread of COVID, or any disease that is of national significance, in their words. And some of the public health actions that they list as possible policy decisions include, quote, contact tracing, which is basically, it's exactly what it sounds like. You keep track of where people have been going. You get people to install apps on their phones to tell you where they've been, and therefore if they get diagnosed with the disease later on, they can retroactively note down where they were at the time that they tested positive or whatever. So contact tracing was one of the things that they could do. Tracing of contacts of suspected, probable, confirmed cases, and also this: isolation and quarantine of people at home or in other settings. So there was, for the first time in a lot of the lives of the people who had grown up in Australia, lived in Australia over the course of the last few decades, there was a real possibility that the general public might be told to stay indoors as a way of trying to slow the spread of this new disease, this new sickness. Fast forward to March 2020. For the first time in Australia, somebody ended up dying from COVID. A Western Australia man. Elderly, but that wasn't included in the headlines. And naturally, because it was an event of some significance when it comes to tracking the progression of the pandemic or the way that the pandemic had spread to Australia, every single news outlet pretty much ran with the same headline or variations of the same overall idea. Western Australia man first to die of COVID. COVID claiming lives now, etc., etc., etc. And on top of that, news outlets also started publishing information regarding the increased possibility of a quarantine order or a lockdown order, such as in this article by The Guardian titled, "Australia might detain people to prevent virus spread," Attorney General says. Australia's Attorney General, Christian Porter, said the laws used to detain people at airports and other entry points could also be used to stop people elsewhere as the government attempts to keep a lid on the coronavirus spread in Australia. Quote, "It's very likely that these laws will get used on a large scale," end quote. Porter told ABC Radio RN on Tuesday morning. Quote, "It's very likely that Australians will encounter practices and instructions and circumstances that they have not had to encounter before," end quote. So, again, at this point, there was a lot of new information coming out. People were being confronted with an unprecedented health crisis, right? At least the way that it was presented according to the media. And on top of that, when it comes to the kind of policies, the kind of instructions that the government would end up issuing out to the general population as a way of trying to slow the spread, the messaging was, to put it mildly, quite unclear. We had no idea of whether lockdowns were coming, only rumors that they might. We had no idea as to how long those lockdowns might last for in the hypothetical scenario that they were implemented, and we didn't know what was the threshold that needed to be reached before the government deemed that to be an appropriate countermeasure to the spread of COVID. And so, as you can probably imagine, when you combine those circumstances together, what you get is an overarching atmosphere where the general population remains at a constant state of heightened anxiety, especially about the immediate future. Because, again, nobody knew what was going to happen. Nobody knew how the disease was going to progress. Nobody knew how the government was going to react. However, one of the more interesting developments is after this particular point in the very first few days of March, starting from around March 8th, news outlets would start publishing articles documenting a new phenomenon, panic buying, such as these two articles by the ABC titled, respectively, "Coronavirus Panic Shopping Means Some Have to Get Months' Worth of Toilet Paper While Others Can't Get Basic Supplies," and "Coronavirus Toilet Paper Row at Western Sydney Woolworths Leads to 2 Women Charged." Basically, across social media and mainstream media, people had started to notice that there was this spreading phenomenon, this sort of social contagion of people starting to panic buy toilet paper. It got so bad that not only were shelves going empty at record rates, but people were starting to get into fist fights at the shopping centers, at the shops themselves, right next to the shelves, where people, they would actually get charged by the police. And so, this was in hindsight, this was a very interesting form of mental illness. Yeah, it was exactly, Burbo. It was basically mass hysteria, right? But what was interesting is how after these initial articles were released by the ABC, other news outlets started covering the same situation as well. For example, 7 News, 9 News, and all the other ones that we have here in Australia. And the angle that they would go with flip-flopped between this odd focus on how widespread the issue was and how it's unreasonable for people to panic, because surely you would understand that bulk buying toilet paper and getting into fistfights over toilet paper was a stupid thing to do. So at the same time, they fed into the panic by kind of emphasizing and representing just how widespread it was becoming and how, you had to get it in quick, otherwise all the toilet paper would be bought out by freaks, while at the same time making fun of people for falling into the trap of panicking and then bulk buying the toilet paper. And this all reached a fever pitch 10 days later, or roughly 10 days later, when the Prime Minister of Australia, at that point in time, a man by the name of Scott Morrison, would come out, give a public address about the state of the pandemic and Australia's management of it, and at the tail end of that, would end up scolding the general populace of Australia for behaving in such a manner. Quote, "It's un-Australian and it must stop. Scott Morrison tells Australians to cease panic buying." Basically just waggling his finger and saying that everyone was being naughty. Aldi, Coles, IGA and Woolworths are asking customers to be considerate of each other and staff as Scott Morrison calls on Australians to stop panic buying. Stop hoarding. That's the blunt message from the Prime Minister to Australians in the wake of mass panic buying sparked by the spread of the coronavirus. Quote, "It's not sensible, it's not helpful, and it has been one of the most disappointing things I have seen in Australian behaviour in response to this crisis," end quote. Scott Morrison told reporters in Canberra on Wednesday, quote, "It's ridiculous, it's un-Australian, and it must stop." And then, after this acknowledgement of it from the leader of Australia happened, then this particular social phenomenon of panic buying took another turn, because news of people panic buying started to flow in from other regions across the world. Initially, this was almost entirely this was a spurg out that was almost entirely contained within Australia. But for some reason, or probably through social media or something along those lines, this became a trend that spread worldwide. And the interesting thing is, as it spread worldwide, the angle that news organizations, news outlets would start to take when reporting on it started shifting yet again. Because instead of just talking about how common the panic buying was, instead of just talking about, for example, how strange and inexplicable the phenomenon was, news outlets started pivoting to demonizing the panic buyers. For example, 9 News, blind shopper says people steal toilet paper from her trolley. Des Moines Register, Lysol for $66, Iowan accused of pandemic price gouging. Opinion from the New York Times, stop using toilet paper. Why are we hoarding it when experts agree that rinsing with water is more sanitary and environmentally sound? This is such a tangent, by the way, but this is such a stereotypically modern journal response to people panic buying. Just, "Oh, why are you panic buying toilet paper, you absolute savages? Just use water instead." But in any case, what you were essentially seeing here was a slow but steady escalation of how news outlets were covering this ongoing phenomenon, where first they had identified a problem, fed into it, defined it, and now they were attempting to mediate it slash try to bring it to a resolution by shaming the people involved, people who quite reasonably could be assumed to have been influenced by the mainstream media coverage of the phenomenon itself. And in case this whole process looks familiar to you, especially if you've watched my prior content, you may realize that this was a textbook example of a moral panic. For those who haven't heard the term before, a moral panic is a state of widespread fear and or anxiety that emerges around a group, person, or condition that is defined as a threat to societal values and interests. And moral panics usually emerge around a specific portrayal of a group of people who become known as a folk devil, an outcasted person or group that comes to embody a harmful influence on society or is deemed the root of social problems. In this particular case, what the news was doing, what the mainstream media outlets were doing, was they had essentially created three main folk devils around this to define this moral panic around panic buying and the depletion of toilet paper on shelves across the world. And the three folk devils that they tended to focus on were panic buyers / hoarders, scalpers who would, again, according to that previous article, buy up all the toilet paper and then attempt to resell them, often via Amazon and eBay, for a significant markup. And finally, thieves, people who didn't bother buying the toilet paper, didn't bother reselling it, or might have resold it later down the lines, but whose method of acquiring said toilet paper was stealing it from other people, usually the vulnerable or the disabled or something along those lines. And the thing is, once mainstream media managed to define these three folk devils, what they essentially managed to do was create an aggro sponge for the public's resentment about not being able to buy basic necessities at their local stores because of the phenomenon of panic buying. And so everyone basically focused all of their attention, their resentment towards these three archetypes, right? And again, it's not to say it's not deserved. Scalpers, Fed post, insert Fed post here. But at the same time, in doing that, what the news media also did was end up obscuring some of the, some of the underlying circumstances that surrounded the situation that fed into the creation of this phenomenon that continued to go unresolved because nobody acknowledged it. And some of these factors included poor understanding among the general public about how supply chains work. For example, in Australia, the toilet paper panic buying thing was especially silly because 80%, I believe somewhere between 60 to 80% of the toilet paper we stock on our shelves is locally produced, which means that even in the case that you have to completely seal the borders or whatever, there's not going to be a shortage of toilet paper. Now, granted, that wouldn't have completely killed the panic because there was still an element of uncertainty surrounding how long you would be trapped inside your house if there were to be, a declared lockdown or quarantine, especially because we'd never had that before, which then leads us to the third point, which is that throughout this entire debacle, there was a continuous stream of vague messaging from both government officials and mainstream media regarding public policy around the unfolding health crisis. Again, nobody knew how lockdowns would be enforced. Nobody knew what the threshold was before they would be deemed a viable method of containment for the disease. Nobody knew how to prepare for them, etc., etc., etc. And that groundwork of public messaging had not been done by the government ahead of time. And finally, you also had an overall lack of preparedness for bulk buying among retailers and suppliers, especially in times of imminent crisis. Again, you can make fun of all of these people, these individual groups of people who expressed deviant, immoral behavior during this time of crisis, right? By feeding into the panic buying problem. But at the same time, as long as you go without addressing these underlying circumstances, these underlying factors in why people reach that state of panic to begin with, that state of hysteria to begin with, you aren't going to be able to stop this from happening again. And this would be proven true 5 years later, half a decade later, when in March of 2025, this year, in the lead up to Cyclone Alfred, a storm that was, prepped to hit our upper East Coast, people started panic buying all over again. As outlined in this Daily Mail article that states, quote, "The two items Aussies are frantically panic buying as fierce Cyclone Alfred threatens to wreak widespread chaos." And again, I want you to note how the way that the mainstream media covers this, even in the headline itself, has this weird dichotomy between emphasizing how silly panic buying is while also playing up the scale of the incoming disaster, right? Instead of saying as Cyclone Alfred approaches, which is far more neutral language and a far more, I suppose, rational way of portraying the imminent disaster, right? They played it up by saying fierce Cyclone Alfred, wreak widespread chaos. And it reaches a point where you can't really have it both ways, right? You can either tell people to calm down or you can play up how bad things are going to get. If you do both simultaneously, well, you kind of contradict your own message. And despite the fact that that might seem like a very silly thing to do, it is usually, unfortunately, a very common tactic employed by news outlets, because let's be real, the more emotive, the more hyperbolic you make your headlines, the more likely people are to click. And unfortunately, that's all modern journalism tends to boil down to, how many clicks you can get on your articles. Quote, "Queenslanders are stripping grocery stores bare of two items as they prepare for Cyclone Alfred to hit later this week. In scenes reminiscent of the COVID pandemic, supermarket shelves are being cleaned out by people who fear they could be trapped in their homes for up to 3 days. The fruit and vegetable manager at Sam Coco Trading in Brisbane told Daily Mail Australia people are trying to get their hands on two items. They're taking water and toilet paper, Choi said. Since COVID, they just do it and we prepare for it. COVID has made us used to panic buying." So there was one of the underlying factors that ended up getting addressed, which was, the lack of preparedness that suppliers and retailers had for panic buying. However, like I said, the other two, completely not acknowledged, completely unaddressed, and therefore, while you are able to prepare for the event of panic buying, you are never going to be able to eliminate the practice altogether. And that is the thing that I want to make sure that everybody understands going forward into the rest of this stream. Moral panics, the use of folk devils as a way of absorbing wider social community aggro, so to speak, can be emotionally cathartic. It can make for good entertainment. It can get you clicks, but it won't actually solve the problem. Because anytime you resort to creating folk devils as a way of dealing with and or representing a problem, what you end up doing is, at the same time, obscuring the underlying circumstances and factors that feed into the creation of that problem to begin with. And so, when it comes to the main topic of this stream, what we're essentially going to be doing is drawing together stuff that I've talked about, various disparate talking points, spread out across previous videos that I've released, the 2 videos on this channel, and one of the prior streams that I did about a month ago. And you can broadly summarize it as, well, documenting the events that happened when one of the biggest corpos in this industry tried to weaponize moral panics against its talents, and the resulting fallout from all of that. Now, as a little bit of revision as to what happened during this, just to revisit the whole thing that happened with Niji Sanji and the way that they have terminated the only 2 talents that have received a formal termination from that company. Essentially, in both cases, what they attempted to do with the way that they composed their termination notices, right? The reason why they went with the whole shopping list approach of talking about all of these different laundry list of sins for both of the talents that they ended up expelling from the company, is they ended up feeding into and creating this folk devil of the loose cannon worker, right? This stereotype, probably originating out of Japanese work culture, of a worker that is just that just can't fit in to a cooperative professional environment, right? Someone who was uncooperative, disrespectful, unprofessional, selfish, self-important, who had a disregard for authority and who was incapable of listening. And the objective with these termination notices was not so much to give an accurate idea of their conduct while they were in the company, but more so to poison the well so that it would be easier to characterize the talents that they were expelling as just this stereotype. And so, what the company ended up doing, or essentially what the company was aiming to do, was turn the so-called aggro from their fan base, right, Niji-Sanji fans, direct all of the resentment that would potentially crop up from one of their favorite creators being terminated and expelled from the company as a whole, towards these specific talents that were being terminated, towards this folk devil that they had created. And in doing so, what Niji-Sanji, at least the first time that they tried to do this, what they succeeded in doing was obfuscating a bunch of underlying problems that may have fed into why these talents started butting heads with not the other talents, but specifically, not the other talents at the company, but specifically the management at the company. And these underlying factors, as we now know them to be, include things like a lack of managerial support, adversarial perms process that led to project approval congestion, belittling of talents while encouraging over-reliance on company support, both for, a livable wage and also your pursuit of your ambitions as a content creator, lackluster payment splits and absence of secure revenue, which again fed into the whole problem of getting your talents to be over-reliant on the company and the support or lack thereof it provides. And finally, exploitative contracts and non-existent image management on the part of the company as a whole. Niji-Sanji's PR department remains purely hypothetical to this day. And so, with the two videos that I have on this channel, this is about as far as those two videos took the whole theory surrounding the topic of moral panics and folk devils, right? How they're used and the consequences of using them as a way of trying to divert your audience's attention away from underlying problems that currently that led to the current situation. However, I want to take this a little bit further. And to do so, I want to introduce you guys to two little articles, right? A book chapter and a journal article that flesh out a bit further some of the main media theory some of the academic media theory that is currently being developed around the whole topic of folk devils and moral panics. The first, a chapter called Considering the Agency of Folk Devils, taken out of a book called The Ashgate Research Companion to Moral Panics, which basically covers the whole idea of the whole process of how you actually make a folk devil, and also how they can potentially fight back while you're trying to turn them into one. And the second being From Folk Devils to Folk Heroes, Rethinking the Theory of Moral Panics, which is an article that introduces the concept of a counterpart to the folk devil, which is a folk hero. But to start with the first one of the ideas that this chapter introduces that I think is really neat is something called the Threat Capital Folk Devil Matrix. So essentially, when you're assessing folk devils, right, when you're assessing how they are made, it's important to note that not all folk devils are made equal. Some of them are going to be tougher to demonize to the public than others, and how difficult they are to demonize and the specific approach that you would probably use to demonize them is likely going to be defined by looking at two factors. One, the degree of threat that they pose to society, and two, the degree of social capital, or to put it crudely, clout, that they possess. So when you look at these two axes, essentially, the threat level, right, pretty self-explanatory. Degree of perceived deviancy and preferred method of dehumanization, right? So basically you look at their conduct, you look at what they're being accused of, and from there you assess how much of a threat should you present them as, how much of a threat should you build them up to be in the eyes of the public when you're presenting them to your audience. And the second axis, which is, the degree of social capital they possess, the degree of clout that they possess. What that essentially signifies is their potential ability, the individual actors that you're trying to turn into folk devils, their potential ability to fight back against the process of demonizing them and the potential methods they have in order to resist being turned into a folk devil. Now, the way that this usually works is, again, depending on the degree of threat and the amount of clout they possess, you're going to alter slightly how you go about actually turning them into a folk devil. Because if they are a high threat target, if they pose a high degree of threat, if they've done something that you could easily portray as being, destructive or corruptive or just an overall awful influence on a general space or community, the default approach is to just demonize them. Go whole hog, utterly assassinate their character and portray them as the incarnation of evil itself, right? Go all in on making them out to be less than human and completely monstrous. However, if they pose a low threat, then you have a bit of a challenge, because how do you create a devil out of something that doesn't seem to pose a large threat to the environment or the people that you're trying to portray them as a devil to? And the answer is commonly that you end up mystifying them instead. Instead of trying to provide a rational explanation as to how this seemingly harmless individual can be a force of evil on society, what you instead do is you point fingers at how inexplicable first you take for granted that they are a threat to society, and then you start pointing fingers at how inexplicable it is that they would choose to pose this threat, right? This is the whole idea of, it's so inexplicable that they would do this. It's so strange. They're so odd. Why is it that someone who seemingly has no reason to behave in this manner, opts to behave in a way that threatens our society, etc., etc., etc. So not even bothering to come up with a justification, but just doubling down on emphasizing how strange and odd and weird and totally incomprehensible their actions and behavior are. When it comes to targets with low social capital, with low amounts of clout, what you want to do, if you want to demonize them, is you have to feign concern. Now, if the problem is, if you have a target that has a low amount of clout, right, and you want to demonize them to an audience, the obvious problem that you face is that an audience who has no stakes in the situation might look at what you're doing and conclude that you are simply punching down. So the way that you get around that, the way that you nullify that inherent desire to root for the underdog that is common among the general population, is you have to make it out as if you are doing this because you're worried about something or someone, right? Because you're worried about the integrity of a space, the safety of the community, or even in cases where the actor themselves are a low-threat target in conjunction with being someone who possesses low social capital or low amounts of clout. You want to feign it as if you are covering this story and presenting them in this way because you are concerned for them, for the folk devil themselves, right? Again, this is the most pretentious way that you can do it, but you would be surprised at how often this approach is adopted in mainstream media, especially. However, if they are someone who is both a high threat and also someone who possesses high social capital, in the sense that they are both popular, they have supporters, even vocal supporters, they are an articulate person, they can defend themselves verbally, publicly, what you then want to do is try to turn it into a one-on-one scenario where it is just you, the people trying to demonize them, versus them on their own. So essentially, your objective is to silence their supporters, to remove the support structure that they have built around themselves. Essentially nullify their high amount of social capital. And the way that you do that is by slinging around guilt by association, right? Step 1, portray them to be the incarnation of evil. Step 2, imply that if you associate with them, you, by proxy, also become the incarnation of evil, etc., etc., etc. And you cross your fingers and hope that that's enough to stop people from speaking out in support of them. This is something that I think we are all very well acquainted with. Anyone who's ever used Twitter would instantly recognize when this is a tactic that is being used. However, that being said, now that we have like this basic understanding of how folk devils are created and how the approach towards creating them is decided on, the factors that inform that, you can pretty easily see how, in the case of the 2 terminations that Niji-Sanji had, what they essentially did with Zion is they were quite successfully able to exploit the fact that she was someone who possessed, at the time, a low amount of social capital. She hadn't had time to establish a fan base that overlapped significantly with Niji-Sanji's. She didn't have as large of a fan base as she does now, even though the fan base she did have was incredibly outspoken at the time. So, at the time that they tried to pull this off, they managed to succeed because they presented her as a high threat, and they successfully managed to feign concern that she posed a danger to the overall integrity of the company and its existence, its work environment, right? That's why they pulled out all the stops by having all of the other talents, all of her gen mates, well, not all of her gen mates, but 3 of her gen mates come forward and make statements about how disappointed they are in her actions, etc., etc., etc. However, with Selene, what ended up happening was that they ended up trying to go for the exact same playbook, but they made a crucial mistake, because in their assessment of Selene's threat level, they assumed that she landed in this quadrant, right? That she was a high threat to the company, or that she could be presented as a high threat to the company, but that she didn't have a high amount of social capital. Now, this is understandable for Niji-Sanji to make. From all accounts that we've gotten from talents who have left the company, it seems like it's almost a routine procedure for them to downplay the value and significance of their talents, at least some of their talents, of which Selene was probably one. But the problem was, in contrast to Zion, Selene was not somebody who had been denied the chance to properly lay down roots. Quite the opposite. Over the course of the time that she had been at Niji-Sanji, she had managed to build up a significantly loyal audience, a sizable audience, and overall generate a lot of goodwill both inside and outside of the Niji-Sanji sphere. So what ended up happening was they employed a tactic that would work against someone who is located here, against someone who in actuality was probably more located here. When you were assessing the situation from an outside perspective. And so what ended up happening was they completely missed the mark when it comes to all of the social messaging that they used surrounding their termination of Selene. All of the justifications that they presented to the public, all of their attempts at character assassination, all of it ended up falling flat because they had made a fundamental mistake in misjudging what tactic to use. What they needed to do if they wanted to pull this off, assuming, again, let's put aside all ethics and morals, right? Putting aside all ethics and morality, if they actually wanted to succeed in making Selene out to be the threat that they seemed to want to make her out as, the proper approach would have been to try to mystify her. Especially because they had been so successful in suppressing her ability to talk to her audience for multiple months prior to that termination. They could have done that, but instead what they chose to do was pull out all stops, try to character assassinate her, and smear her across the entirety of, the VTubing space, which was never going to work. Charlie, thank you for the 2. Think Red went to the sauna during the incident. Who knows? Who knows? And so, I want to bring up another quote from this chapter by the author, Mary DeYoung, where she emphasizes that, quote, in mapping out the trajectories of moral panics, it is rarely taken into account that the very act of doing so imposes a temporal and logical order that most moral panics never really have. Moral panics ricochet about, lose and gain emotive steam and moral outrage, mutate in response to varying social reactions, and achieve some social control ends while failing to achieve others. And what that quote basically means is, when we look at attempts to create moral panics and folk devils in hindsight, it is very easy to fall into the trap of turning them into a logical narrative, a story, where things happen in sequence for a reason. Whereas in actuality, most moral panics, in terms of the way that they develop, is more akin to somebody having a seizure and going, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck the entire time, not quite knowing what they are doing and not planning ahead for any of the steps. And the reason why I bring up this quote is because when we look at the way that Selene was terminated, it rather conveniently falls into a three-step story, where you have the initial termination notice, Niji Sanji being caught disavowing the value she brought to their brand, and then finally a climax, which was the message from Niji Sanji Ien. The final nail in the coffin, and the thing that ended up completely blowing up Niji Sanji's reputation, especially comparing it to where it was before as one of the biggest players in the Ien VTubing space. And in hindsight, when we look at these three things, this almost poetic escalation of their messaging surrounding Selene and her termination, it became very tempting to view this as this kind of narrative, right? That with each attempt, Niji Sanji was purposefully going one step further in denying that she had any value, she brought any value to the brand, etc., etc. That she was anything but a threat and a liability to the company as a whole. Whereas, in the words of Mary DeYoung, in actuality, it is far more likely that each of these reactions to unfolding events was not intended as some sort of failsafe, but simply the spasms of a panicking company that had no clue how to handle the fallout that was rapidly emerging around the entire thing. But on top of that, in each one of these distinct stages of development for the situation's progression, you also had an accompanying and almost karmic accompanying event or counter-statement that ended up completely nullifying or acting as a perfect counterbalance, I suppose, to what Niji was trying to do. When they released the termination notice, for the first time, you had this massive rallying around a talent that had just decided to put her foot down and speak up in retaliation and in defiance of the company that she had been expelled from and which was now attempting to smear her. When it came to almost right afterwards, in the wake of Niji Sanji releasing that statement saying that she is negligible, not only did you have brands like, for example, Height and iBuy Power coming out to disavow the company and sever their partnerships with it, but you also had an ongoing trend of people watching the stock price steadily drop. And when Illyra, Vox, and Ike went live with a message from Niji Sanji Ien, it overlapped with Dokibird's Neopet stream, which was, I think, as clear a signal as possible that she was really just trying to move on. At the same time as Niji Sanji was trying to dig up those grievances again you could very much contrast that, poetically almost, with Dokibird trying her best to put her head down and just continue making content. In the same time that Niji Sanji was trying to assert that she had no value, you had companies coming out of the woodwork to stand with her and sever their ties and enforce a cost on her departure. At the same time as they were trying to smear her, you had her speaking up in defiance and the entirety of the EN VTubing space basically rallying around her as well. And again, when you are confronted with this almost perfect counterbalance in every single stage of the situation's development, it is very, very difficult to look at this in hindsight and not turn it into a narrative. And that's something that I'm not even going to say that I'm exempt from myself. In fact, the way that I constructed the videos very much was built on the idea that this made for a very compelling story to tell. But in actuality, when we're reviewing this not as a legend or a myth or the creation of one, but as a situation that unfolded in real time, or a disaster that actually happened at the time, I think that in hindsight, narrativizing it might have been a bit of a mistake. And part of the reason why has to do with what ends up happening when attempts to create a folk devil go wrong spectacularly. Because this is where the second paper that I referenced, From Folk Devils to Folk Heroes, Rethinking the Theory of Moral Panics, comes in. In certain cases where you have a massive outpouring, not of public condemnation, but of public sympathy and goodwill, you can end up creating a cocktail of circumstances that lead to the creation of something that is basically the polar opposite, a complete inversion of a folk devil. And that thing, according to this paper, is what's referred to as a folk hero. And it basically lines up as an exact contrast to the whole theory of moral panics, right? Instead of a moral panic where you have this, intense, disproportionate, dramatic manifestation of shock, fear, anxiety, and hatred, you have what is called moral euphoria. Momentary, intense, disproportionate, dramatic manifestation of joy, relief, hope within a society or community regarding the presumed morally righteous behavior of a folk hero. Instead of a folk devil being created at the end of that entire thing, you have a folk hero, an agent of social concern that is loved and held in awe by the society due to the presumed moral fortitude of their behavior. And finally, instead of demonization, where you turn them out to be the incarnation of all evil that affects that society, the root of all problems, you have the counterpart, which is deification, the process of symbolization, framing, and discursive commentary through which certain agents become associated with almost godlike qualities. And deification is the perfect word to describe what ended up happening to Dokibird in the wake of Selengate. Because, like I said before, it almost too perfectly ended up creating this narrative of karmic justice, this legend of the girl who stood up to an entire corporation and won. And this became something that was celebrated by audiences, talents, etc. across the entirety of EN VTubing. At the time, it seemed to be a purely positive thing. Nene Love, Selengate ruined the EN side of things, everyone became more cynical and polarized than ever. Yes, but we wouldn't realize that for a while, right? Because again, in the short term, this became a very highly marketable, very emotionally compelling story of how things unfolded. However, to touch on something that I brought up in that stream that I did about a month ago, essentially what ended up happening is, instead of viewing this as a situation where it was a series of poorly thought out disasters and blunders one after another, what people ended up doing was narrativizing it, and I say people including myself. What people ended up doing was narrativizing it into a social drama instead. And again, to explain the term to people who didn't end up watching that stream,
A social drama is basically a 4-step process where a conflict is brought up and then handled by a community, right? In step 1 of the social drama, you have a breach. Essentially, a rule is broken. The status quo is disrupted in a community, right? Something happens that creates a problem that you can't ignore. Then you have a crisis. A conflict emerges and people begin to take sides. This is when the problem becomes properly defined in a way that demands people to act. And then when people start to act, this is when we move on to the 3rd stage, which is redress. An attempt to move towards resolution is made. People start to attempt some form of repair, compensation, reconciliation, etc., etc., etc. Basically, the sides have been decided, and now they are going about either fighting or negotiating with one another to hopefully bring about some sort of conclusion to the crisis. And then in the 4th step, one of 2 things happen. In the case that the redress is successful, in the case that you do have a conflict that resolves itself, right, people are able to make up with one another, you get continuity. A sense of normalcy is restored and the community remains intact. However, the second possibility, when the redress completely fails, there is no going back and all attempts at resolution fall through. What you instead get is a schism, where the community essentially tears itself in two and a new status quo has to be created. And essentially what ended up happening is you could track Selengate exactly according to this outline of a social drama. The breach, last cup of coffee cover, the crisis, the termination itself, redress, that entire back and forth between Niji, Sanji, and Doki Bird that culminated in a message to Niji, Sanji, Ien. And finally, because of how badly a message from Niji, Sanji, Ien fucked up the optics of the entire situation, what you ended up getting was a schism, where what essentially ended up happening was an event. Well, it became defined as an event that defied conventional belief and expected conduct so hard that it essentially changed the EN VTubing landscape, because it killed a previously dominant taboo, which was the past life taboo, mentioning past lives, bringing it up, etc., etc. But on top of that, it also introduced a new norm when it comes to the way that people perceive the place of corporations in VTubing. Where prior to this schism, corporations were pretty much at the top of the food chain, right? They were presented and commonly believed to be, commonly seen as, the ultimate pinnacle of what you could achieve as a VTuber. But after the schism, what ended up happening was now corpos weren't thoroughly in the bin, but now people were warming to an alternative perspective on things. The idea that being an independent creator could allow you to not only rival, but surpass the metrics of success that corpos previously offered. In other words, what this schism did was upset the conventional order, the pecking order of the EN VTubing space. Corporations were no longer at the top, and now you had a reasonable precedent to start considering if being an indie was not only more viable, but more conducive to success than going corpo. Hold on, let me catch up on these super chats. Scarling, thank you for the 2. 1 hour late, not like this. All good, all good. There's no shame in watching the VOD and catching up that way. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, by the way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the 5 new footstools. Hope you enjoy those emotes. Blade, thank you for the 10. Here's the funny thing. I got out from the Niji drama once again and brought back in because of Folger and Ike. Felt like I'm being dragged into this BS once again. Yeah, it does tend to be a recurring thing in this space. Charlotte, thank you for the 2. Oh wait, I already read that out. Let me see. and I'll catch up on the rest after the planned yapping portion of the stream is over. However, the thing is, when you have this change, this shift occurring in the industry, one of the problems that weren't immediately obvious but became obvious in the months following this incident was to do with the fact that so much of it had emerged from and coalesced around one person, Dokibird. And one of the interesting ideas that the article that I just brought up explores is the idea that being a folk hero, in much the same way as being a folk devil has a negative effect on the person who's being turned into one, being a folk hero is also a position that, in spite of looking like a positive thing, also has potentially negative side effects. To quote what the authors say here, to be defined as a folk hero is not simply to be recognized for past achievements, but also for future promise, as the salvation or cure to certain social ills. The folk hero may therefore emerge on the basis of their capacity, by design or mistake, to inflate the public's expectations about their ability to address certain issues. And this article brings up another interesting concept called wish mania, which can be defined as the rapid, spontaneous spread of idealized beliefs about and or perceptions of an event, person, or group throughout a community. Quote, wish manias can oversimplify specific skills into generic and superhuman competencies. The challenge for the emerging folk hero, the focus of the wish mania, can be to manage the politics of public expectations in a way that ensures their future performance is not inevitably destined to disappoint. In other words, exactly like what you said, Mia. What this article is describing is the problem of excessive hype. People building up someone into being a symbol of something that they never consented to becoming a symbol of. And you could very much see this happening with Dokibird in the immediate aftermath of the Niji Sanji thing. Because when you look at Doki the same way that Dragoons view her, and I say this as somebody who does not, I don't think I qualify as a Dragoon. I don't watch enough of Doki's content to qualify. But from what I could see of the way that the Dragoons present her, clip her, talk about her, etc., she is just a dorky goober who wants to game and get good at games. She just wants to have fun, put her head down, make content, etc., etc., etc. When you look at the way that her fan base views her, right, the people in the community that she has built up around herself, this is how they see her, right? As this creator who maybe has gone through a huge amount of trauma and hardship, but the way she is just a gamer, right? Just another dork. A freaky dork, perhaps, but a dork nonetheless. However, when you expand that out to the rest of the ENV tubing space, especially in the aftermath of Selangate, right? This is people outside of her community. How they tend to view her, regardless of whether they love her or say they love her or hate her, tends to be this instead, where they view her as some sort of symbol of this kind of hammer against corporate dominance in the space. And I both mean dominance in the sense of their ability to cover up the negative things that they do, to dominate others with a negative connotation, and also dominance in the sense of being the primary actors in a space or the top of the pecking order in a space. And so what you ended up getting is that everyone who was basically outside of Dokibird's community, everyone who wasn't a Dragoon, kept trying to build her up without her approval or without her playing along with it as some sort of Anti-Corpo symbol. Some sort of symbol of the supposed new age dominance of indie creators as a whole, or the whole concept of going indie. And to Doki's credit, and this is something I do want to emphasize, just as how the article stated that, one of the challenges that folk heroes face when they get turned into one is that they have to manage expectations, right? So they have to make sure that they don't allow themselves to feed into being built up as this thing, this messiah that they can't possibly live up to being, or would even be harmful to try to live up to being. Dokibird has at no point ever fed into this. There have definitely been cases where people have tried to weaponize her as a sort of attack vector against corporations or Niji Sanji as a whole. But she has never fed into that. If anything, she has gone out of her way to, on occasion, very rare occasions where there's no choice but to address it, to disavow that kind of behavior, to clarify that that kind of behavior does not come from within her community. It's not the Dragoons doing this. It's, some variation of tourists, antis, or whatever. Or simply antis borrowing her brand as a kind of, axe as an axe to try and wield against another corporation that they hate. So, again, Doki has not fed into this at all, but this is something that, especially in the aftermath of February, March of last year, people in the EN VTubing space started to do to her image and to her brand. They started to co-opt it into this. Mercurius, thank you for the 10. To quote Frank Herbert from Dune Messiah, here lies a toppled god, his fall was not a small one. We did but build his pedestal, a narrow and a tall one. Exactly. The only winning play is to not get on that pedestal at all. And so, again, like I said, the interesting thing about this is that both Niji sisters, the Niji Defense Force, so to speak, and people who claim to be against Niji Sanji were doing the exact same thing, building up Doki into being something that she never claimed nor seemed to want to be, right? This symbol of anti-corpoism. And so, in the immediate aftermath to this whole event, right, you have the emergence of this new folk hero, right, Dokibird. You have this instance of moral euphoria among the EN VTubing space, especially among the indie space. This idea that, holy shit, maybe an indie can stand up to a corporation after all, can stand as a symbol and a fighter against bad corporate practice. Maybe there is hope to force companies into line, to erase bad practice by speaking out against them and gaining success for yourself at the same time. Right? People were in a state where they were hopeful about the industry. Hope that is probably based, that in hindsight was quite obviously based on an illusion, because let's be honest, yes, what happened to Doki was glorious and a miracle, but expecting that to be the norm is a bit of a stretch. So they had this situation, the broader EN VTubing space had a situation where they were in this state of euphoria throughout that beginning. Everyone was having fun, dunking on Niji Sanji, right? Point and laugh at the black company, yada, yada, yada. And then came the entire rest of 2024. A slow, steady stream of small corpo after small corpo being exposed for running like shit, employing garbage practices, and collapsing in on themselves one after another. And here's where we start getting into what I assume to be the origins of the current state of the industry and the current popularity of anti-corpo sentiment. Because what this ended up doing was it took that sense of moral euphoria and it put it through a blender. Remember what Mary DeYoung said in the first chapter that I talked about, the first chapter that I brought up, where she said that moral panics have a tendency to mutate based on social reactions. The initial moral panic that had been initiated by Niji Sanji mutated once when people started pushing back against their demonization of Dokibird. But Over the course of 2024, something else ended up happening where it mutated again. It went from a state of moral euphoria and it flipped back into the state of a moral panic. And the reason why, and again, this is my personal speculation, but what I assume happened is that people got off the high of the anti-Niji Sanji hate, the Doki Bird glory, the deification of Doki Bird in February to March, around mid-2024. And as collapse after collapse beat itself into the collective consciousness of people in the VTubing space, they started to realize that a lot of the problems that Niji Sanji faced, bad corporate practice, unethical conduct, lackluster management, were a lot larger, more prevalent, and thus more difficult to solve than they were initially willing to believe. And when you take away a drug, the immediate response is going to be withdrawal. And what I assume happened is that the pendulum swung in the entire opposite direction, where people realized just how large the scale, how prevalent the problems were, and they started dooming about it. And as a coping mechanism, what do you do when you're confronted with a bunch of problems that you can't solve? A bunch of systemic, social problems that you cannot solve? Well, the answer is simple. You use a moral panic, and you start making folk devils. Over the course of 2024, what ended up happening is you had this ball of anti-corpo sentiment that seemed to start at around, February, March, that era. And then it started gaining momentum as more and more companies started to collapse. To the point where with every expose, with every account of every horror story that emerged out of one of these corporations, that snowball, grew larger and larger and larger. At the same time, every single one of these companies that collapsed released a whole bunch of refugees out onto the wider VTubing space. People who now, with varying degrees of clarity or vagueness, started talking about their experiences while they were still at that dying company. And a lot of these horror stories started to emerge about, for example, managers feeding sensitive information about a talent to their audiences because of some sort of warped kind of resentment. Management trying to encourage this sort of this interpersonal competition among the talents, turning talents against each other, talents being shut out of their IPs arbitrarily because of certain because of selective pricing or whatever. General abuse, manipulation, people essentially starting VTuber companies just in the hopes they could build their own anime girl harem. All of these horror stories emerged one after another, and as more and more of these talents entered and started telling their stories to the wider VTubing space, what people were starting to realize is that although a lot of companies started to look like Niji Sanji, and again, we'll get to why that phrase in and of itself is symptomatic of a developing problem in the space, not every talent is Doki Bird. In fact, no other talent is Doki Bird. No other talent was or could be Doki Bird before or since. And so what you have is the amplification of that kind of despair, that slowly dawning pessimistic understanding of the reality of this industry, or the more cynical realities of this industry, combined with the removal of that same addictive almost euphoria that people got with supporting Doki Bird. This realization that there are too many people to save. You can't do it. And on top of that, that's not even getting into the whole question of whether each individual refugee is worth saving to the same degree, right? And so, when you combine anti-corpo sentiment as it snowballed over the course of 2024 with this deification of the talent that was, let's be honest, unsustainable past, Doki Bird, but people kept trying to do it with every one of these company collapses. Instead of just deifying Doki Bird herself, I think Nene Love, I think you brought it up in the chat earlier, people started expanding that deification outwards to include all ex-corpo refugees, and to some degree even all indies, They didn't even have to be ex-corpo. But they started to deify the very idea of being independent. And so, when you combine these two things together, what you ended up getting was a new, ironically enough, a new iteration of a folk devil. The trademark Black Company. And at the same time, now you had a group of people who had been disillusioned with the state of the industry, or you had a growing sentiment that people were being disillusioned with the corpo side of the industry. And as a coping mechanism, what ended up happening was that's a pretty good way of putting it, right? Like this oversimplification of indie's good, corpo's bad, right? And so at the same time as they deified indies like Doki, or ex-corpos like Doki, they also demonized the Black Company. Not in the sense of, and I'm not saying this out of some sort of weird kind of, don't touch the company or whatever. Very much so, these companies are worth criticizing. But what I'm trying to point out is that the way that people were portraying these companies was a gross oversimplification of the problems that existed within them. And by turning those companies, the Black Company TM, into its own kind of folk devil, ironically, one of which was Niji Sanji, what people ended up obscuring over time were the bad practices that led to those companies becoming quote-unquote black companies to begin with, and the incentives that facilitate said practices in the first place. Instead of acknowledging all of the underlying factors that led to this kind of schism in the first place, people contented themselves. A very common sentiment that I've observed is that people will content themselves with simply bashing on a company by calling it, a black company, etc., and not really delving any further. So, to expand that out more broadly, right, there are two kind of phenomenons that I've observed in this space since 2024. And yeah, Azahara, this is what I noticed when Tectone and Asmongold talked about Gura. That's exactly what I mean. That's a great example of what I mean. So the two, to be more specific, right, the two phenomenons that I've observed when it comes to the way that people deal with criticizing corporations nowadays, and more precisely how it's deteriorated since 2024, is first what I call the Niji Doki threshold, where Niji Sanji and Doki Bird have been elevated into benchmarks for corporate malpractice and appropriate conduct when exposing it, respectively. In other words, a company isn't truly bad until it's exactly like Niji Sanji, or a talent is not truly worthy of support or being believed when leveling accusations unless they are similar to Doki. And the second is idealization of indies and independent VTubing, which, as we'll get into in a second, creates its own set of problems. To start off with the first one, the Niji Doki threshold, I couldn't have asked for a more perfect example of this than as what happened earlier this year with the whole Globy terminations, with the whole debacle that was the Globy terminations. See, when it came to to just sum up what happened, give a really quick recap of how this went down, how this transpired. Essentially, Globy released a termination notice for two of its talents, Lilo and Squirmimi, and this was a termination notice that was worded abysmally, incredibly vague, didn't even specify if it was a graduation or a termination, basically just said, we have made the decision to part ways with them. Didn't give a reason as to why they were terminated, didn't say anything about merch or memberships, and didn't mention not to pester the other talents about this situation. The last part is kind of common sense, but it's just, at this point, it's become a bit of a tradition in this space. And in the wake of that, these two talents ended up taking to their own social media. They went onto their own Twitch accounts, their indie identities, and they started spilling the beans about how Globy was allegedly an exploitative corporation and how they had been wrongfully terminated. And one of the things that they said, and one of the things that people ended up latching onto in the immediate aftermath of this, was the comparison between Brave Group / Globy and Niji Sanji. I believe Hobo Barbie or Squirmimi, formerly Squirmimi, actually made that comparison explicitly. I don't remember if Lilo made that, or Sealy made that comparison explicitly as well, but that was definitely something that was explicitly outlined and something that people ended up perking up their ears at. Because, now you had this, now you had the idea that Globy passes the Niji Sanji benchmark, right? And people kind of fixated on that rather than the specific practices that they were being accused of, which included, but were not limited to, viewbotting, embezzlement, the distribution of unenforceable NDAs or parodies of NDAs or silencing contracts of some sort, management that was out of touch with the state of the industry and talents in general, as well as general lack of support from management. So you had all of these practices, but people weren't really focusing on that because they were too busy going, next Niji Sanji, ? And on the flip side, equally as obvious, was how people ended up responding to False's video documenting these supposed exposés. A video that, for the most part, focused on the erratic behavior and conduct of Hobo Barbie, formerly Squirmimi, during her stream. Now, I'm not going to lie, Hobo Barbie made a bit of a fool out of herself when she, went live immediately afterwards and started spilling her guts. Safe to say, I very much doubt that there is going to be another corporation that wants to work with her in this space that currently exists. However, at the same time, what ended up happening was, when faced with that presentation of how erratic Hobo Barbie's account of events was, how erratic her behavior was, if you look at the comments of that specific video, what you end up seeing is people doing what seems like a complete 180 pivot in terms of opinion towards Globy, purely on the basis of the conduct of the ex-talents. It should be added that Globy's previous reputation could also be added. Yeah. Olame. Yeah. So, essentially, instead of... And again, it was almost surreal watching people in the comments completely overlook some of these specific practices. One specifically, the handing out of silencing contracts that weren't enforceable, that actually had evidence that was provided during the streams, and instead completely tunnel vision in on the erratic conduct of one of the talents in the aftermath of her termination. So what ended up happening was, essentially, in this one controversy, you started to see how, instead of asking how or why is X practice bad, people tend to default to how is X company comparable to Niji Sanji instead. And on the flip side, instead of evaluating the claims made by the talents on the basis of any evidence, or in terms of their logical consistency with what is already public knowledge versus what they have said prior to that point, people instead started focusing on, okay, what is the nature of the talent's conduct? And the validity of what they were saying was accepted or dismissed purely, or apparent on the surface of it, it seemed almost purely on the basis of their conduct. If their conduct was professional and, well, I suppose, reserved almost in the same way as Stokey's, then it was largely dismissed as, it's okay, it's fine, it's believable. But if their conduct was erratic, then people seem to have this tendency of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, or even some of the more credible allegations, even some of the allegations that had some sort of evidence being presented alongside them, didn't seem to register anymore. And what was kind of evident with this whole situation as it unfolded, at least from my perspective, was that in between February of 2024 and, well, I think this happened in like February of 2025, this year, in between this year and last year, the way that people criticize corporate practice has deteriorated significantly. Or actually, that is a judgment that I myself am not so sure of, because deteriorated significantly implies that it was good to begin with. And when you look past all of the euphoria that accompanied Doki Bird's initial rise, I don't know if the criticisms were any more nuanced than they are today. And as an example, again, in addition to this, as an example of the kinds of, well, the way that people, the popular method of, I suppose, expressing audience resentment towards these company collapses, I think that there is nothing you can use that is as perfect as an example of how this past year has changed the way that people react to apparent or suspected corporate malpractice than comparing the way that people reacted to the whole Sell-In Gate thing in February of 2024 with the way that people reacted to the Pixel Link closure in February of this year instead. Now, to give you guys a little bit of a brief refresher on what happened with the Pixel Link closure. Essentially, in February of 2025, after months of weird things going on internally where talents were cancelling streams, starting to doom post on their old accounts or their past life accounts, etc., 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 Pixel Link announced that they were closing because something had happened, a health scare or something had happened to their CEO, and as a result, the company had pretty much run out of its funding because, from all accounts, the CEO seemed to be keeping it afloat using his own personal funds. And when the company collapsed, in the aftermath of that, they announced that 3 of their talents had been given the chance, had taken up, the chance to buy their IPs, but on the condition that, well, for some of them, on the condition that they crowdfunded. Because while all talents had been offered the opportunity to buy their IPs, not all talents had the money on hand to purchase it outright. If I remember correctly, Kana had the funds on hand left over from a previous subathon. I think there was one other talent that also had the funds on hand, but I don't remember which. But one of the talents who had expressed a desire to buy her IP, but didn't have the money to do so immediately, was Rocky Kazuki. And what she did instead was announce publicly on Twitter that she was going to host a donathon to try to crowdfund that IP. And when you look at the initial public reactions to the closure notice, and you compare that to the reactions to Rocky Kazuki's announcement that she was crowdfunding, what you saw was a drastic shift in public sentiment. Nanny Love, was this the drama that made you realize how twisted the in-response to drama has become? Yes, this was. Well, this was one of them, but this was the biggest one that stuck in my head. Because people absolutely hated this. You had people from all across different parts of the industry, people who are varying different degrees of significance in the EN side of the industry as well, all coming together to unilaterally condemn Pixeling for doing this. And if you just went off of the negative sentiment and you took note of the variety of the voices and the degree of intensity in the dislike of this decision that they expressed, it was kind of comparable to Niji Sanji and the kind of negative reaction that they received as well. Obviously smaller in scale, but the degree of intensity was there as well. When in actuality, with Pixelink, we have had no concrete evidence of any sort of malpractice that approaches what was alleged to have happened in Niji Sanji. You had, for example, Zoe. I can't be writing a whole thread every time this happens at this rate, but VTuber Corpo's bad basically covers it. Please stop joining them. If you're good enough to get picked up by one, you're good enough to make it on your own. Nova. Man, after today, it kind of just confirmed my belief that traditional VTuber Corpos are scams, lol. My biggest advice to anyone who's considered going Corpo is just don't. It's better to grind as an indie. Don't dump everything only to have it lose everything again when the Corpo dies. Caitlin. Really disappointed that when the company goes under, founder. You and others are going to be made to pay that much for an IP. They'll be trashing otherwise. I'm wishing you much luck and hope you're able to make the funds. And Miori wishing more companies would be open to giving their talents their IP when they completely close down operations. So in addition to all of these criticisms, you also had people outright stating, oh yeah, this means that all corpos are bad, don't join any corpos, etc., etc., etc. From, like I said, all different parts of the industry. You had someone who was working as a talent manager. You had an ex-talent of a corpo who was now joining another corpo, albeit one that has a non-traditional operation business structure. You had, talents who are still currently existing as indie/ex-corpos who are quite significant in the scene. And you also had another talent who was currently working as a large corpo talent in the scene as well. And all of them came together to dogpile on this decision. Now, initially, I was also criticizing the decision to sell as well. I think you pointed that out in the chat as well, Nady Love. Yeah. So initially, I was also one of the people who commented on this situation by saying it is a bad look to sell your IP in the aftermath of your company closing, because public perception is going to inherently be negative, since you can't really use that IP after your company closes for any sort of monetary gain, other than writing it as a tax write-off. However, the thing that I took issue more so with was the crowdfunding aspect of it. Because if you crowdfund an IP in the aftermath of your closure, you are essentially creating a weird moral dilemma for your audience, where they either have to support a practice that they find to be morally reprehensible, which is selling an IP to a talent, even if your company's closing and can't derive further value out of it, or they either have to support it while supporting their Oshi, or they can remain morally consistent, refuse to reward the practice, but in doing so also screw over their Oshi by refusing to support them. And when you announce to the public that you are crowdfunding things in that manner, that moral dilemma is something that now has set a precedent for every other company that closes. Every other company can now try limit testing exactly how generous their audience is willing to be in the interests of saving their Oshi from losing the IP that they've dedicated their time and effort towards. And initially, I thought that was the criticism that other people were going with as well, something that could stick. If you were able to develop a stigma around the practice of crowdfunding IPs in the wake of a company closure, then hopefully, maybe, you could set a strong precedent to disincentivize this from happening with future closures. But then I started seeing the way that some of the people who were being outspoken about this decision started shifting their messaging as the deadline for the donathon, for Rocky's donathon, drew closer and closer. When it comes to encapsulating the tropes that criticism of corporate practices in this space have evolved, or to be honest, devolved over the last year or so, there is no encapsulation that I think is more emblematic of that entire issue than this tweet thread by Zoe, quote tweeting the Pixel Link announcement. And I don't mean this as a slight against Zoe, because as we'll get into later on in a few minutes, this is an understandable thing to do, but as far as messaging goes, it is self-defeating for a number of reasons that we'll get into. So she starts off the quote tweet by saying, "I can't believe we live in a world where a VTuber agency can close and, despite being unable to profit any further off the IP of its talents, force their talents to pay large sums of money if they wish to continue as indies under those IPs." And then the thread continues. "If you're unable to run a company, don't punish the people who are responsible for your ability to exist in the first place. Don't charge them 5-figure amounts for their IP when you definitely aren't losing that much by them continuing to use their IP. Maybe I'm just too anti-Corpo for this landscape, but I'm tired of watching corpos continually screw over the people who worked so hard for them. Nothing makes me angrier than seeing this happening year after year from small corpo after small corpo." And then finally finishing with, "If you want to help one of the talents who is having to raise $10,000 to purchase their IP via Donathon, check them out here. And that is the root of the problem. This is when I gave up on the idea of stigmatizing this practice. And this is coincidentally the reason why we live in a world where a VTuber agency can close and, despite being unable to profit any further off the IP of its talents, get them to pay large sums of money so that they can continue as themselves. This is why. When you actually start to dissect this as a critique of that specific corporate practice, you start to notice a few things about the way that it is composed. First, the thing that it focuses on, the thing that it blames for this practice being a thing in the first place, is that it revolves primarily around the actors who are involved. It specifically revolves around calling out what is perceived as a bad actor, right? A VTuber agency, if you're unable to run a company, your ability, when you definitely aren't losing that much, watching corpos continually screw over the people, small corpo after small corpo, it is a very identity-based critique, right? The actors, unsustainable VTuber agencies, small corpos, and the people who run them. That is the centerpiece of Zoe's critique of the space, of this specific business practice that, for some reason, seems to be prevalent in this space. But then, when you start looking at it a bit deeper, right, you realize that in the opening quote tweet, right, her very first quote tweet, she does succeed in moving past just identifying and calling out the actors who are involved to identifying a specific practice that she has issue with, right? That she takes issue with. The practice of selling off corporate IPs to the talents upon company closure. Because, again, once your company closes, it has no value to anybody. Whereas, if you're selling it off, even if at a reduced rate, you still make some money off of that IP going into the future. So she identifies what the practice she takes issue with is, but she stops short of identifying the incentive that allows that practice to exist in the first place, right? The incentive that the reason why companies are able to do this, the reason why Pixelink was able to do this, and the precedent that they've now set for every other company in this space, fans are willing to financially support their Oshi, and talent attachment to their corporate IPs means that they are always going to be willing to ask. And so, the problem is when you identify a practice that you disagree with, but you don't identify the incentive that allows it to exist, and if anything, you end up rewarding that incentive, your complaints amount to nothing. Because you can say what you like, but that practice is going to continue to exist because you are going to end up rewarding it. Now, Blaze, you bring up a good point, right? It's another case of nobody wants to be the sacrificial lamb. Because the problem is, and the thing that I suspect the reason why nobody talks about the incentives that drive the practices is because if you actually want to attack the incentives and eliminate the practice, no one likes to discuss or think about what the cost of that is going to be. Because, in contrast to simply denouncing a practice, what would it look like to try and eliminate the practice of corporations selling off the IPs to the talents in the aftermath of their closure? What does that actually consist of? I'll tell you guys what it consists of. Failed donathons. Talents crying on stream or off stream because they weren't able to purchase an IP that they've been putting their heart and soul into for years. Fans needing to go back to trying to scour social media in a desperate attempt to find the PLs and alt accounts of the talents that they formerly followed. A content shift that creates a bit of a jarring experience for a returning audience because, in spite of what everyone likes to say, simply a change in model does constitute a pretty major shift in how a lot of people might perceive the content. That is what it looks like to attack the incentive behind this practice. And nobody, understandably, nobody wants to be the egg that gets cracked so that the industry can enjoy its omelette. And again, I understand that, but at the same time, if you go about popularizing this kind of messaging, it ends up creating a trope that you can now observe in the EN side of the VTubing industry, where time after time, companies have essentially created, like I said before, a moral dilemma that fans have to confront over and over again. Either you remain morally consistent, but withhold support from the talents that you care about in doing so, right? You have a business practice that you refuse to support in any way, shape, or form, but in doing so, you also deprive the talents you like of that same support. Or, equally as bad, you choose to provide support to the talents. You say, fuck it, they're my Oshi, I'm going to support them regardless. But in doing so, you end up rewarding a practice that you find morally reprehensible. And those are the two options that people choose. Do you call out a practice and actually work on trying to remove it from the industry? Or do you end up rewarding it just so you can support your Oshis and or friends and or associates? And more often than not, when people are confronted with that choice, they will, and again, I want to stress this, understandably default towards the latter option, providing support to their Oshis, friends, and associates, even at the cost of rewarding a bad practice. And for the record, the tendency to do this, I'm not even entirely convinced that that's a bad thing. Because if the end result is that you have talents who are able to continue with their IPs that they've put so much time and effort into, if the end result is that you have a community that remains intact because they don't have any there's no period of uncertainty where they need to find their Oshi out again, I think that that's a net positive. However, at the same time, if you're going to call out these practices but do nothing about it, that's where we start having problems. Because the thing is, in light of this being a moral dilemma that is posed to audiences again and again and again, and in light of this being the most common response to that moral dilemma, what you end up with is this trope that has emerged where in every single instance that a bad practice is exposed, what ends up happening is that the general public starts aggroing towards the corporate actors. They start permitting the practices, and they always ignore the incentives. Because so long as you end up rewarding those practices, so long as you end up ignoring the incentives, rewarding the practices, that is always going to continue. So even if the people identify that the practices are there, right? Even if the general public identifies that the practices exist, bad practices exist, so long as there are no consequences for it, that acknowledgement means nothing. You are still permitting it to exist. And so what ends up happening is this recurring theme when it comes to how the EN VTubing space seems to deal with bad corporate practice that I have termed condemn, reward, ignore, right? Condemn, publicly call out problematic actors in the space, reward a practice if doing so grants immediate support for your friends and or associates, and finally, ignore underlying incentives that would allow said practices to persist in spite of challenge. Condemn, reward, ignore. Or, for short, cry. However, the reason why I take issue with this approach specifically is because of that last part. The thing that really makes it, and I hate using this word, but problematic in the sense that it creates problems for how people deal with things, right? That's just how internet deals with issues. That's true. But I wanted to make it a bit more specific to VTubing. So, the thing is, when you ignore incentives, you have essentially neutered your ability to change anything. Because if you don't acknowledge the incentives, you can't even give other people a fair shot at avoiding the same situation, avoiding the possibility of getting into the same situation themselves. People should know, in my opinion at least, what the incentives are. Open and honest conversations about the incentives that drive certain practices in the space are good for creators in general, because that allows them to preempt when there is a trap laid open for them, when there is a practice that more than likely will come to affect them in either the near future or the long-term future, depending on whether they choose to join a corporation or not. And if you insist on ignoring the incentives because it's an uncomfortable conversation, what ends up happening is you lull people into a false sense of security by acting as if you're doing anything by just publicly condemning the problematic, quote-unquote, problematic actors in a space. Because, yeah, you can identify that, said actor is problematic, that said practice is bad, but if you don't acknowledge the incentives that allow both of those things to exist, then you've accomplished nothing. It sounds cruel, but that's the facts of the matter. You don't get rid of bad practices by refusing to acknowledge the incentives that create them. And the other problem that arises as a result of this is how this approach towards acknowledging problems it forms a very... I'm trying to look for a better word than toxic, because I despise using that word for things like this. It forms a very interesting cocktail when you combine that with the emerging tendency to deify independent content creators. Because here's the thing about ignoring incentives, right? See, when it comes to incentives, seeing what the incentives that a company has is really, really easy. It needs to make money. That's it. Everything comes back to making money. So when it comes to understanding, preempting, identifying the incentives that shape practices adopted by a corporation, that shape corporate behavior, that is very simple. We all know what their incentives are. We all know what that leads to. However, the problem then arises when you try to apply the exact same amount of scrutiny to independent content creators, because now that is nowhere near as clear. Because yes, some content creators are driven by money. Yes, some creators are driven by clout. But identifying what the incentives are beyond those two things, which only some creators share, if not most, that's impossible, because the incentives that each individual creator is going to have are going to vary wildly based off of their own personality traits, motivations, traumas, childhood, psychology, etc., etc., etc. And that is impossible to preempt. Even a psychologist would probably not be able to do that because they're not seeing them as a patient, let alone the average member of the public. So you run into an obvious problem. When you have bad practices that are common among corporations, it is relatively easy to identify what the incentives are and therefore to identify attack vectors to try and eliminate the practice. But what happens when you have bad practices that are prevalent among independent content creators? Now you have a whole bunch of things that are obscuring your ability to get at the heart of it. Because how do you tackle a practice without tackling its incentive? And how do you tackle an incentive if you don't even know what the fuck those are? Yeah, these aren't a monolith. It's a catch-all term. Exactly. Right? The problem with independence is that they are not a monolith, and therefore their incentives will their incentives will vary wildly depending on each individual from person to person. And so you have this initial problem that makes it much harder to tackle the same issues of bad practice, etc., unethical conduct in the indie sphere compared to the corpo sphere for that reason. But on top of that, there are also some other latent underlying features of the indie VTubing landscape that are important to acknowledge if we are going to be able to identify some of the shortcomings that have emerged, have become very, very obvious in the aftermath of what has been happening over the past few months. For starters, well, two things. First, indies create they essentially become their own product, right? They create the thing that they sell to their audience, their personal brand. That is something that they create out of themselves, their identity, their personality, who they are as a person. And branded personalities are the norm. Now, I mean branded personalities, not personal brands. And the distinction between the two is that a personal brand is just a brand that you have affiliated with yourself. Whereas a branded personality is a personality that you essentially mold with the purpose of turning it into something that can be sold as a brand to an audience or a demographic of some sort. Now, what this means, though, is that in the indie sphere, authenticity gets glorified while cynicism is demonized. Now, on the surface, you might not think that's a problem, because no shit, Sherlock, if your entire brand revolves around you as a person, obviously people are going to be more drawn towards the idea of authenticity. People are going to gravitate towards creators that are able to project a sense of authenticity more so than creators who don't. And cynicism is very much something that tends to run contrary to most people's conceptions of authenticity. However, the problem is, if you demonize cynicism in a business environment, you leave yourself open to being exploited by others who don't share that same hang-up as you do. Because, as we'll get into later on in the stream, VTubing is a dream job, but it is still a job. Which means that if you are not prepared to encounter and interact with other people who view it as a job, and all the accompanying baggage and connotations that come along with that, you are not going to be in a position where you are fully prepared for the worst possible scenarios. Second thing, communication in the indie VTubing sphere is extensively mediated via Twitter specifically. Now, this is especially prevalent when it comes to the Twitch VTubing indie sphere. The reason is, well, across a bunch of things, but one of the most obvious reasons is in my opinion, is the fact that in contrast to YouTube, that has a community post feature that allows you to use the same platform that you stream on to communicate with your audience off stream or outside of stream, you don't have any such function on Twitch, to my knowledge. It's either you communicate with your audience when you're on stream and online, or you don't communicate with them at all using that platform. And so Twitch indies tend to form a higher degree of dependence on using Twitter as a means of communicating with their audience when they're not streaming. So I would assume that degree of reliance on Twitter is at least in part because of the constraints of the platform that is Twitch. So, as a result of that, though, the problem is a lot of the public communication and messaging that happens, I suppose, a lot of the communication that happens between a creator, especially a Twitch creator, and their audience, is very much forced into the mold that is the platform of Twitter. The social conventions, the messaging conventions, the way that they present information. All of it falls in line with the forms and features of Twitter. Now, I don't think I need to explain why that can be a problem. But what that also means is that social media platforms being open arenas shapes how conflicts are fought and resolved. Now, actually, Freakman, you bring up a pretty good point regarding the previous argument that I made about cynicism being demonized. Cynicism is, if anything, a prime expression of authenticity. It's not a pretty one, but still. While I agree with you on that, the problem is with VTubing specifically is that it is an entertainment medium, right? It is an entertainment medium that revolves around social media. And the problem is when you combine those two traits in conjunction with the idea of glorifying authenticity and, cynicism being the way that it is, right? VTubing is a very optics-based industry, and the problem is with cynicism is that it is usually not very optics friendly, which as a result is why it tends to be demonized in spite of, as you said, being an expression of authenticity. It is very much a stigmatized and less conventionally desirable expression of authenticity. And in an optics-based space, it is always going to it's always going to end up playing second fiddle to other things that are more conventionally attractive, like kindness or compassion or empathy. Oh, Prince, welcome to the stream. I hate Twitter. Yeah. So when I talk about social media platforms being open arenas, what I essentially mean is that platforms like Twitter and any other social media platform for that matter are built to accommodate an infinite number of users, which also means that they will end up accommodating users that have vastly differing opinions, worldviews, and standards of conduct to one another. And everyone is essentially forced, while they use that app or platform, to coexist with one another in that same shared space. It is not a closed space where you can easily eject somebody from it if you have a disagreement with them. Now, first thing, before we get into any of these things more specifically, right, on the topic of social media platforms and how they shape the way that people communicate. Obviously, if you're an indie, the most defining feature, or one of the most defining features of being an indie, is the fact that you have absolute freedom. However, as I've talked about in previous streams, right, absolute freedom does not mean freedom from rules, because in the absence of enforceable rules, people make up their own rules in groups. What ends up happening is when you don't have enforceable rules, right, rules that can be enforced by a higher authority, what ends up happening is people get together and they start replacing enforceable rules with social taboos, right? And so what ends up happening is, because these spaces that are, where people enjoy that kind of absolute freedom of expression, or whatever you want to call it, because they become governed by social taboos, a few things start to take shape. For starters, friendship becomes a selling point and friendliness becomes an obligation. Second, social dynamics start to dictate professional dynamics. Third, because all of this is being fed through Twitter as the dominant platform that creators use to communicate with their audience offline, all interactions, especially positive ones, start to gain a veneer of performativity, not even because it's intended by the creator, or not even because the creator is inherently a fake kind of person, but simply by virtue of the medium being used to communicate, right? The medium is the message. And finally, social interactions and dynamics start to be shaped by platform design. And the reason why this point in particular is important to understand is this ties into how people actually go about moral regulation in a shared space. Now, what I mean by that is, when you enforce taboos, there is a very specific approach that well, essentially it's the same way that you enforce like any other kind of rule or law, right? There has to be a punishment for breaking it. And the question then becomes, okay, how do you punish breakers of a rule? Now, in a closed space, like a community, a closed community, or let's say a corporation, it is very easy to implement taboo-based rule enforcement, because you can very simply eject the rule breaker from the space, right? You can gatekeep it, you can kick them out, and once they are out, they're not your problem anymore, right? Spaces being closed gives a very easy approach, a very easy and obvious solution towards the problem of people breaking taboos, right? But what happens when you try to enforce rules, taboos, in an open space where you don't have the option of simply kicking them out of a shared zone and not having to worry about them anymore because they can't get back in? The answer is that in an open space, when exclusion is not an option, instead what people tend to go for is destruction. Because let's say that you both share the same platform. You have no way of gatekeeping someone else who's broken a shared rule or conduct, assuming you've even agreed on that prior. You have no way of separating yourself from them indefinitely. You can try to dissociate from them. You can mute them, block them, refuse to engage with them, but that's no guarantee that they won't keep trying to engage with you. So when you are in an open space that you both share, what ends up happening is since you don't have the option of simply shutting them out, what people opt for instead tends to be complete annihilation. And you can see this happening with the way that, with what has now become, unfortunately, a very common method of quote-unquote conflict resolution on VTuber Twitter, where instead of simply blocking, disengaging, whatever, people now go scorched earth. The objective is to destroy the other person, because that's the only way you can ensure that they will never interact with you again, is to take them off, deplatform them. By the way, this combined with this is the reason why there are so many people on VTuber Twitter who are obsessed with the idea of there being some sort of monolithic VTuber community, right? Because in the absence of a closed space where that happens, this becomes the norm. If you can't exclude the logical alternative is to annihilate. And I get that when I phrase it like that might sound extreme and illogical, but functionally, this is what has proven itself to be common practice time and time again in the indie VTubing space. And we would get an example of that, an almost perfect, archetypical example of that, come April 26th of this year, when VTuber and VTuber artist Nanoless would make the following Twitter post. Hello, I'm here to share something that has affected me personally and hurt others. This was very hard for me, but I feel it is necessary. Please do not send hate to anyone on my behalf. This is all I want to say. And it was a Google Docie titled Terminating My Work with Cinder. Now, on its own, this is a little bit of a cataclysmic kind of thing, right? For a lot of people who are invested in the Twitch indie space, because Nanoless is a pretty big artist in the space, Cinder is a massive creator in the space, and, well, on top of that, both of them have a joint venture in the form of VCard, I would assume. So this was quite a scandal. And that would have been the case if it was just one document. But it wasn't. Because on the same day, only minutes apart, Bao the Whale would also end up making a quote tweet that said, quote, I was very hurt by someone I thought was a friend, linking to yet another Google Doc. A few minutes later, Sacramore TV, editor for Bao, made his quote tweet of her quote tweet saying, feel free to read if you want, go, show love and support to both Nano and Bao though, linking to a Google Doc basically affirming some of the talking points, allegations that were outlined in Bao's document. And not so long after that, only a few hours later, Cinder herself would end up making a tweet saying, effective immediately. Redacted, for those who don't know, Redacted is the name of her ex-manager / boyfriend, will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. He no longer represents me as a creator, my brand, or my intentions. I'm sorry, everyone. I will make a larger response when I'm able. Now, as to what that larger response is, we'll get to that in a second. But immediately after this tweet was not very well received. It got community noted pretty much immediately. And in addition to that, in the replies, you had a VTuber by the name of Van Peaches stating the following, quote, I remember playing Phasmophobia with you and hearing Red chat away next to you before you first debuted like 4 years ago. You told me he was your boyfriend. Then, before we met for TwitchCon, you switched up and said, just so you know, my manager is coming with me on this trip, as if I didn't know who he was. It's even ickier to read this tweet knowing he is your significant other and that you're probably going to try to avoid taking responsibility for hurting people who trusted you as friends by nuking the red side of this duo. Basically preempting and preemptively pointing out that what Cinder is going to attempt to do is dodge all accusations of wrongdoing and conveniently deflect it to her boyfriend / manager instead. Now, Over the course of the next day, more people will be dropping Google Docs, but there are two specifically that I want to bring up. One, by spite, Cerberus VTuber, my experience with Cinder, published on April 27th, in which she outlines how she had been accused of stealing Cinder's design, despite the fact that her model was promoted first on social media. And the second document released on the same day, a document by Silverveil, titled My Statement on Cinder and Redacted. Now, in response to all of this, one day later, Cinder herself would finally release the longer version of her address to the situation. What is frankly, and again we will read through it, but just to foreshadow, frankly, quite a pathetic attempt at refuting the accusations and allegations that have been leveled against her, and unfortunately it did play exactly into what people predicted by pretty much attempting to heap all, if not, the overwhelming majority of, if not all, of the responsibility for what had transpired on Redacted, her boyfriend slash ex-manager. Now, I don't think I need to tell you guys that this was not, much like her earlier response, not very well received. But this was where Shy Lily kind of dropped a Google Doc of her own in the replies. Quote, actually, sorry, before we get into this, allow me to take a sip of water. If you have something to hydrate with, I recommend you hydrate as well. But give me a second. Is Charlie thus posting about Cinder using super chats again? Armchair is where Red sits. Okay. Okay, Charlie. Yeah, Blaze, it's funny how her first tweet says that Red no longer represents her when the Google Doc tries its hardest to paint him as acting independently from her. That is but one of many problems with her attempt to address the situation. But yes. So, to quote Shy Lily in the replies to Cinder's attempt at refuting the allegations, quote, "The absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolute insanity. Witness Voidvox, thank you for being a Footstool for 2 months. I still think Bao and Lily should have DM'd Cinder. Oh, don't worry, we're going to get to that in a second. But to get through the rest of the statement, the pain and mental torment you've caused to the ones closest and most supportive of you has been devastating, and I have never been so heartbroken and hurt so badly for my friends. You are the fakest person I've ever had the displeasure of supporting. Reading and hearing of how you've really viewed me behind my back, not just through screenshots of your man, but also your very own messages. Nice little pun there between manager and man as in boyfriend. Sit here and read through these bullshit lies you spin makes me want to vomit. To claim that you didn't know a single thing and had zero awareness of what your man was up to when everyone who's shared even a single moment with you knows that you basically operate as the same person, sharing every waking moment while loving to jump at the slightest opportunity to turn to your most slanderous self as soon as the opportunity was given, even when talking about your friends, is sickening. I've experienced your own actions without Red in a situation where, in your own screenshotted words, you express, quote, a pressure to live up to what Lily is, end quote, and proceeded to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends under a bus after months of continuous planning just because you consistently chose business over friends and never feeling bad for failing them. Yeah, people are whipping out the popcorn. But curious thing for the two, I stand with Cinder. It's not a very popular position, but as we'll get into in a second, I think that it is not as completely illogical as some people would like to, as some people have been painting it. over the course of the last few weeks. Just to earn the bag and compete with me over a VCard collab that you rescheduled to be on the exact date your friend needed you to keep an important promise. You actively lied about it to them and said blaming me for a collab you rescheduled, adding me to the pool of excuses to save your ass when you realized you were being a bad friend. Why blame me for choosing to miss an obligation you agreed to on one of the most important days in that friend's career? Everything you do is out of competition through your constant need to one-up the people who are the sole reason you even have these opportunities and platforms to earn from to begin with. You're welcome, by the way. You claim that, quote, it's just business, end quote. Well, in the business world, there has to be accountability, and all you've done is try to shove it away and admit to nothing. In true, narcissistic fashion, you're only feeling sorry about yourself and your own consequences and your career and try to salvage it. I'm sorry for everyone who looked up to you as an inspiration, and I'm especially sorry for your fans. Pyro Pups deserve better. Scarling McLaurin, I think of the two. That day in Orcat Spitfire. True. A pretty fiery response, no pun intended, to Cinder's attempt at an apology document. However, now comes the time to actually review, reread, and dissect what was said in the documents themselves. And to do that, to actually review what people have been reacting so viscerally to for the past few weeks, I'm going to focus on 3 documents in particular. The initial document by Nanolus, the follow-up document by Bao, and the document published by Cinder. The reason why I've chosen these 3 is because they contain the bulk of the screenshots that have been provided to provide evidence for Cinder's alleged behavior, as well as dealing with the most severe accusations as for Cinder's conduct, not just things like potentially stealing somebody else's character design or model art, but outright harassment, tortious interference, and sabotage of your competitors/friends. Sparky's Tech, thanks for the raid. Welcome, Sparky's Tech Raiders. We're just about to launch into looking at 3 of the main documents that kicked off the entire Cinder scandal. So, before we get into each of these documents specifically, overall, all three of them share 3 main and major accusations directed at Cinder over her conduct. The first accusation is that Cinder and Redacted speak for one another. Now, some people have argued against this, but personally I don't really buy into that argument. I think it is more than reasonable to expect that Cinder and Red were basically aligned with one another, spoke for one another, not just because he was her manager, but also because he was her boyfriend. And anyone who's been in a long-term relationship will probably understand that, the chances, if we're talking probability, chances of them sharing that information with one another, probably higher than the chances of them not sharing information with one another. But on top of that, I'm also very much okay with this new standard, expectation, and stigma surrounding the idea of managers not representing the creators who they are employed by. In other words, I am more than okay with this whole scandal now setting a precedent that if your manager as a VTuber, it doesn't matter if you're independent or corpo, if your manager says something on your behalf, it is interpreted as if it is said by you yourself. And I think that that's a pretty healthy precedent to set, because hopefully that'll start getting a few of the that'll hopefully convince a few VTubers to start taking the role of hiring a manager more seriously, and also it will hopefully convince a few VTubers to drop the quote-unquote managers from this space so that real managers can come in and take over. The second thing that these documents accuse Cinder of is that she has been attempting to sabotage other VTubers, including her friends, over the course of multiple years. Now, what exactly do they mean by sabotage? We'll get into that in a second. And then the final accusation that they level is that, or the final major accusation that they level, is that Cinder has displayed a pattern of behavior when it comes to not respecting the boundaries of others. at times bordering on stalking or harassment. Nitro, thank you for the 5. How many are willing to bet that Shai's tweet was pre-typed and uploaded almost immediately after Cinder's apology doc? It wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. However, now we get into actually looking at the docs themselves. And when we're looking at the documents, something that I don't think I've seen a lot of people point out, or something that hasn't been very popular to point out, I have seen some people point this out, but not a lot, is that when you're reading through the documents, there is a very important thing that you need to have in the back of your mind when you're interpreting it as a piece of media that is framed deliberately with the intention of being read by a general public audience. And that is the fact that the documents are not written with the primary goal of providing a chronological timeline of events. Instead, the documents were written with the primary goal of contextualizing the writer's response to Cinder. It might sound reductive for me to say this, but to put it plainly, to put it bluntly, the documents are composed in a way that is designed to, primarily, justify their own existence in the public eye. They are meant to present how the writers have been betrayed by Cinder, why they're pursuing this avenue of retaliation against Cinder, and justify it retroactively. That is the way that they have been constructed. That is implicit in the way that they've been constructed. And so, if you walk into these documents with the expectation that you are going to get a chronological, logical, rational, understandable timeline of how exactly things happened, with context thoroughly assorted in a reasonable way, you are not going to find that. And if you consume it assuming that it is that, you are going to miss quite a few, shall we say, inconsistencies in the information that is being presented. Now, thankfully, there have been people who have been running around over the past few weeks trying to assemble a chronological timeline of the events and evidence as been presented by the respective creators involved. And in particular, one of them has been Powder. And Powder's document, or I should refer to it as a master document of the entire situation, the allegations, etc. that are being presented. Sorry, give me a second. All right. This is what we're going to be using to review all of the documents in their totality, because rather conveniently, hold on, let me just open it as well. Can you guys read that? Oh, perfect. It's aligned perfectly. Okay. So, rather conveniently, Blaze, oh God, please not her. You may disagree with Powder as a creator. You may disagree with her as a person. However, I make it a point to not toss away useful information simply because of the person who has made it or made it accessible. So, rather conveniently, in addition to having a organized timeline where all of the screenshots have been compiled across all of the documents and then arranged in chronological order in terms of their date, what she has also done is included all of the documents in their original composition to be accessed as well from this one place. So this is what we're going to be using. So, we are going to go through all of the screenshots, all of the evidence that has been presented here in chronological order after going through the documents, but we will start by reading through Nanoless's document. So, don't really know them, but interesting. Yeah. Flashbang. Did you click the blue box's X? I think so. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. It still works. It's so bright. Apologies. That blue box, please. Hold on, where? What are you talking about? What blue box? When your other two monitors are in dark mode and suddenly Armchair does the first. Apologies for the flashbang. Alright, so. Yes, it's gone? Alright, excellent. Okay, so starting off, reading through Nanoless's introduction and notes. I wanted to share my experience with Cinder and Red manipulating me, using me, dragging me into drama while sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about people I thought were her closest friends. Not so Not only do I no longer wish to work with Cinder, but I want to share what I've endured over the years and shed light on what she has been doing behind people's backs to protect artists and friends that may be experiencing something similar. Now, I want you to take note of that justification for sharing things in this public manner. The justification that Nanolus uses and the justification that is being set in stone with the very first document that the public gets to see. The intention, the objective, the purpose behind this entire cancellation, for want of a better way of describing it, is to protect artists and friends that may be experiencing something similar. In other words, to eliminate this same thing, or to eliminate the possibility of this thing happening again. To go on, I struggled a lot with what to write in this document, and I wasn't sure if what I felt and experienced working was real or just burnout, but I think this proves that I was lied to and manipulated over the course of years while working with Cinder. Note, based on working with Redacted, Red, Cinder's manager, and Cinder over the years, I'm sure that they speak for each other, and there is no reason to believe Red was acting without Cinder's consent and knowledge. Whenever I use they or them, it refers to both of them acting as a team. English not being my first language and the language barrier, I discussed the situation, my feelings and thoughts with native English speakers who helped me put them into words so everything is clear without any misunderstandings due to lack of English skills. Note, any names that are censored here were censored because the creator in question did not provide consent to have their name revealed by the time of me posting this document. Now, what that basically means is just that certain names are going to be redacted in Nanolus's version of the screenshots, but in those same screenshots, when published by other creators down the line, those names may be revealed because they are the ones who were mentioned in those screenshots. My doubts from the years are not justified because, considering what Spite realized from it, it's a pretty fair justification. I'm curious behind the thoughts of Nano. What was the goal here? Did she get caught with the other VTuber and just decide to come up with this on her own? Did a VTuber manage to push Nano to reveal? See, that's what I'm wondering about as well, and that's a question that only grows more and more prominent the further on we go. Lumi, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Lumi Raiders. We are just about to get started on a rereading of Nanolus's document on Cinder. Now, I want you to take note of how this document is structured, right? Without even reading through the contents, we will get back to that in a second. But if you look at the structure of it, first you have an introduction, right? This is pretty normal. You have that in every single Google Doc. But from here on outwards, what you get is the same standard, the same pattern of she frames how an interaction with Cinder occurred, then she provides a screenshot to evidence it. Then she ends it by reiterating that interpretation. Same thing happens again and again, right? Iterating an interpretation of an interaction between her and Cinder and /redacted, then providing evidence of it afterwards. Same thing, then stating an experience, then providing a screenshot that will evidence that, etc., etc., etc. Now, the reason why I point out that structure is because what that is designed to do is evidence a claim that she is making. What it is not designed to do is contextualize her claims, right? Because I've been seeing people who've been interpreting it as if those two are the same thing. They're not. The difference between contextualizing your claims versus evidencing your claims, even though they might sound like the same thing on the surface, is that one primes the audience with a pre-prescribed interpretation of how they should read the evidence, versus the other one, which simply provides the evidence and then later gives them a possible way of interpreting it. You might not think that makes much of a difference, but when it comes to actually understanding the evidence in terms of what it actually says independent of the framing, that's when it starts to sort of shift things a little bit. Did Nano talk about this with Lily? Yeah, she did. And again, we'll get to that in a second. Yeah, Elagraza. It's a framing tool. What are the chances that Nanolus dropped the Google Docky as an impulsive decision? Not zero. This was not an impulsive decision in the slightest. And we'll get to why in a second. So, first section, slandering other creators. I will start with screenshots showing them speaking ill of other creators and spreading rumors while manipulating me. That is that it's all in our best interest. In addition to spreading ill rumors, they also complained and accused Bao of giving, quote-unquote, their editor too much work, resulting in the editor not having any time for new clients, which will be important later on. The screenshot below shows them showing their affection and appreciation immediately following by spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic to manipulate any future decisions regarding commissions. First screenshot, Nanoless, on the 15th of January 2025, saying, "Of course, I wanted to understand it better, especially if I cancel her for the second time, lol." Now, immediately something that you will notice about these screenshots is that they look like they've been taken in the middle of a conversation. There are gaps in between them, and as a result, there is very likely going to be missing context surrounding these interactions. To which Redacted replies, well, with blank, she's given a lot of bias and priority at gamer subs, sometimes over Cinder, and we can't really confront them about it. Plus, she's gone 3D lately. Bao has been getting on our nerves for a while. She hijacked our YouTube editor a while ago and is constantly picking up artists that we work with. We've gotten to know her better being friends with her, but she really rubs us the wrong way with the things she does. We really wanted to try and safeguard our most important artist from her, since she's already taken our editor. And I don't mean taken like he doesn't work with us anymore, he does, but he just has to dedicate more time for her now, and sometimes that gets in the way of our projects. Also, one of Bao's music video editors is the one that did the Boss Rush music video, and we're 99% sure she told him not to do any more with us. But like the model art is the most important thing, that's a VTuber's entire image. Sparky's Tech, thank you for becoming a Footstool. Welcome to the club. Lumi, thank you for being a Footstool for 6 months. 6 months, woo indeed. It's good to be critical until we see Cinder come back with something. We already know she's returning. Do we? Well, I mean, it's inevitable that she's going to return, but is she going to make a statement? Her first one was pretty awful, all things considered. So, that is part of the reason, by the way, part of the reason why I am as harsh on Cinder's response and as willing to give these documents the benefit of the doubt, flaws and all, is because of how awful Cinder's initial response was. Because there were a variety of things she could have done to set a strong stance and refute what was being said, but she didn't actually do any of that. So, essentially, when we're looking at this particular exchange between the two, right, the way that Nano frames it as, speaking ill of other creators, accusing Bao of giving their editor too much work, all of that, yeah, that's a fair enough characterization of what was happening. Yeah, Blaze, the exclusivity was never the problem. It was that Cinder and Red tried to force it onto Nano in spite of her refusal through manipulation and betrayal. See, I agree that Cinder and Red pushed for it, but where I start to diverge from the way a lot of people have been interpreting this is when people characterize it as forcing Nano and using manipulation and betrayal in order to do it. Yes, there was betrayal. Yes, there were mischaracterizations of content creators who Cinder was friends with, but it wasn't directed at Nano, at least not in my opinion. So, to go on. Here, you can very obviously see that there is quite a bit of backchatting going on between, directed at Bao. Basically characterizing what she is, what she's doing in the most uncharitable way possible. Trying to make it out as if she's deliberately going out of her way to sabotage Cinder by snatching up an editor and keeping him bogged down with work so that he can't also work effectively for Cinder at the same time. Whereas in actuality, as we will see from Bao's document and the document from the editor in question, Sacramento TV, that was not the case at all. So there does seem to be quite a bit of, projection going on here, where perhaps as a result of how competitively oriented Cinder and Redacted were, they looked at what was happening with Bao and her editor, and they automatically assumed that must have been a deliberate attempt to, in some way, sabotage or in some way compete with quote-unquote Cinder. However, to go on, well, we love working with you. Cinder wouldn't be Cinder without Nano. Okay, but let me tell you the tea about the music video thing. Bao had original songs last year that had music videos by her editor, and the songs flopped. Her editor met us at TwitchCon and was saying that he'd love and to work with us, practically jumping through hoops to get something planned. We managed to have him squeeze in the Bosch Ross music video between his work with Bao. He says he loved working on it and is super excited to work on the next music video project. Boss Rush's song blows up and he's credited as the editor. I ask him when he's free to do the next project. All of a sudden, he changes his mind and is only working with Bao going forward. No explanation. Now, the no explanation part is not quite accurate because Sacramento would say that he was exclusively working for Bao and working uncredited. He would end up providing an explanation via his own social media as to why. However, again, you see the same pattern of interpreting what was going on between Bao and her editor in the most uncharitable way possible. Blaze, I mean, they literally gaslit Nano about making the exclusivity thing as her idea somehow. See, that's where I don't agree, because I don't think that it was ever made into Nano's idea. I don't think she ever accepted that as her idea. Yes, she did play along with it, but I don't think she ever said that it was her idea or anything along those lines. I don't think she ever agreed to it being her idea along those lines. And then to which Nano reacts with the, Papega emote. There's some context missing, says Redacted. There's some context missing. Yeah, no, Red said that. That doesn't qualify as gaslighting if he's just saying that, right? Well, actually, is he saying that in the DMs? Because if so, yes, I can see that. But I don't think that was, I don't think she ever agreed to that, which is an important distinction that I think... Oh, that's Monka? Okay. Sorry, my bad. I'm not as literate in Twitch emote. All right, so yeah. In that case, yeah, I think that's fair enough assessment to say that that was gaslighting. There's some context missing since we know Bao is... There's some context missing since we know how Bao is behind the scenes, but basically we don't have a music video editor now for our next Boss Rush project. We think Bao got pissed that her editor did an original song MV for her friends without her, knowing and it did 100 times better than her original songs last year that she locked him up so no one else could work with him. And then had him make it public on Twitter that he was only working with her for a literal announcement tweet. Now it's at this point where, reasonably speaking, as a professional, you would probably want to interject if you don't also have a personal relationship with the person who you're working with your client, so to speak, to say, I'm starting to think that this is going into the territory of simply bad-mouthing of the creator. I'm not interested in doing this, and I would appreciate it if you took this out of here. Armchair, really lucky how you're structuring it. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. Thank you, Sparky, for the 5. And to which Redacted then goes on to say, and now she's been barking up the tree of one of our Live 2D animators, so like, and you, and a nano model, and then Nanoless says, yeah, looking for me sounds sus for sure. Redacted says, it's so annoying, I don't know, man, and then Nanoless says, oh, and Redacted says, she has a way of guilt-tripping people to get her way. Yeah, Vivian Raj, how could an editor be locked up like a storage room? I would assume that the implication is that he has some sort of exclusivity clause with her now. But again, this is going off of trust me, bro, and nothing else. And then after this, Nano says, in her document, Red asked me to cancel one of their closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress, manipulating me into thinking it's okay, since quote-unquote she has many connections and she'll be fine anyway, so I wouldn't feel guilty about it or worry too much. It was and is upsetting to me that Red contacted me specifically to check on me cancelling the model I had planned with Bao. And to which, the screenshot that has been included in order to evidence this claim is the following. On the 5th of August, 2024, Redacted says, did you cancel models? ? To which Nanoless replies, I did not. Redacted then says, Nano, arc delayed to 2026. Nanoless says, I'm scared to cancel with Bao. Cryge. Redacted then says, you shouldn't be. She has so many connections. She'll find someone super fast. Did you already design her outfit? ? I remember her showing it to us at WeebCon. And then Nanoless says, yeah, I can give her the design for free as an apology gift. And here's where we start to run into a little bit of problem when you start comparing the claims to the evidence that has been provided, the supposed evidence that has been provided. See, the claim here is that Red asked her to cancel the model, right? But here, this screenshot does not evidence that. This screenshot simply evidences Red asking if she cancelled a model in general. It didn't even specify Bao right off the bat. Right? It just said, did you cancel models? Question mark. The other thing, a lot of people default assume that, oh, okay, it doesn't matter though, because Red is the one that has been proven to already have asked her. Sorry, give me a second. Red has been proven to have already asked her to try and cancel models before, right? Red has been the one pressuring her before, shown in the doc prior to have pressured her into some sort of exclusivity clause, right? Except, no, that screenshot, these screenshots, right, where he's bad-mouthing Bao as a sort of justification for Nanoless to hesitate before working with her, these screenshots are dated 2025. This screenshot is dated 2024. So that doesn't really line up. Using this as evidence that Red at this point was asking her to stop working with Bao, to cancel projects that were currently ongoing with Bao, doesn't really hold. And so to continue, the next section titled Exclusivity and Blacklisting Other Creators. In the messages below, they mentioned wanting an exclusivity contract, but they didn't want to pay for exclusivity, but rather, when a creator from their blacklisting, when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for a commission, they would guarantee me model work for Cinder only, and if anyone asked me for commissions, they'd commission me instead to compensate for not working with other creators. This felt very strange, given that one of the accusations they made was overworking their editor, yet their quote-unquote solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me from working with other projects. Now, I do agree that this is a very, very odd way to go about exclusivity, where every single time you're still taking offers from other people, right? But every time you receive that offer, you simply say no, bring that offer over to, another client, and then the other client compensates you according to the offer that was previously made to you that you just declined. That is a very strange way of doing things. I agree. It would be far more realistic if they just paid like a retainer of some sort to guarantee the exclusivity as a way of making up for lost income due to having to refuse offers from other people, other clients. That being said though, what I don't agree with is the characterization of this as overworking. Because if you are accepting commissions from other creators and refusing those commissions so that you can instead do work for Cinder and Redacted, yes, that is a very strange and roundabout way of going about the exclusivity thing, but that isn't overworking because you would have taken on that work anyways, regardless of which client is offering it to you. So I think that this characterization is a little inaccurate of the way that the arrangement would have been set up. To continue, yes, the exclusivity situation was too non-committal and disingenuous. Yeah, no, that part I agree with. Phantom Lord, thank you for the 10. Cinder was near universally loved as being someone with a heart of gold. Reading her manager badmouth Bao was legit shocking. It prepped you to be willing to believe anything that came next. Exactly. So, again, this is why I made it a point to emphasize before reading through these documents that the primary objective, is not to give you a chronological retelling of events. Because they didn't start with the earliest screenshot that is contained throughout these documents. They started with the 2025 one. Coincidentally, also the most shocking one. Because how can somebody who is so closely affiliated with Cinder talk so demeaningly about Bao? And that pretty much set the tone for everything that came afterwards. To continue though, the messages below show that their primary concern is that the more non-Cinder models I make, the less quote-unquote valuable my existing models become. It's hard to say how much this messed with my head as an artist, that by working with other people, I'm somehow making my existing models less special. Following screenshot is of them setting up the blacklist, saying I'm not allowed to work with any new clients or create any new VTubers for VTuber 1, specifically, and justifying these things by saying that with each model, my art becomes less unique and special, and therefore Cinder somehow will become less special. Screenshot below. The idea that my work as an artist and designer is devalued by working with other people is insane and hurtful. After realizing what taking a deal with them would really mean for both my workload and my mental health, I backed out. Now, there are two things about these two paragraphs, the way that they characterize the messages we're about to see. One is the idea that they are basically dictating to Nano what the terms are going to be. And second is the idea that what Redacted was saying about, the concern about Cinder's model becoming less valuable the more clients Nano works with is inherently insane and unreasonable and designed to attack her ego, attack her self-image as an artist. Now, I can't speak to the intention behind it, whether it was to attack her sense of self-worth as an artist or not. However, I think it is important to acknowledge the fact that in this particular case, what Redacted was saying... Actually, I'm curious. Let me set up a poll in chat, because I want to get your thoughts on this as well. Was Redacted's concern logical? And then yes or no. I'll leave that going for about a minute or so, because I'm curious to see what you guys think before I share my thoughts on this particular thing. To me, it attacked the worth of the entire artist industry as a whole. Interesting read on things. Also gear, yes. I kind of understand what he's saying. I don't think so. No, because another client's business is none of his. No, because art's value is inherent within each individual viewer of art. Mine is kinda. Nah. Have you seen the image of all of Nanolis's Twitch VTubers? Like 20 of them? Yes. More models, more chances to become more famous artists. Quality of all models goes up. Technically, yes. That'd be like saying, hey, you did a great piece of Mona Lisa. Better not release any more artwork. Praise be the gear. See, Music Lover, you're saying that as if it is, as if it's an example that makes that position look silly. However, again, okay, so overwhelming number of people are saying no, right? No. Only around like 30% of people are saying yes thus far. Red is beyond logically lacking. None of Red's business. Define special. This is like the Incredibles phrase, if everyone is super, no one is. I think it has a basis in reality. See, the thing is, right, I agree with the sentiment that this is probably not something you want to say to an artist, for obvious reasons. However, there is a logical foundation, in my opinion, for Red's position. It's not as insane as Nano seems to be trying to make it out. And the dissonance between what Red is saying about Nano's models and what Nano thinks about her own models, especially how she's approaching it from the perspective of an artist, is a dissonance that exists between the perspectives of a buyer of a model and the artist of a model. Because, fundamentally, Nano and Redacted view Nano's models as a different thing. See, for Redacted, Cinder's model, and broadly speaking, Nanolis's models in general, are a product. And because he's thinking of it as a product, it follows the laws of supply and demand. The lower the supply, higher the demand, the more valuable the product is. However, with Nano, she's thinking about it according to an entirely different idea. She's thinking about it according to her personal brand, not just as an artist, but as a content creator in and of herself. Her models are the entire basis behind why people know her, how people know her. So from her perspective, it makes the most sense to do the polar opposite of what Red is saying, right? Whereas Red wants the supply to be as limited as possible because that makes the product more valuable and unique. On the opposite end of the spectrum, Nano wants the models, her art, in other words, her brand, to be as widespread as possible. Because in contrast to products, brands derive their value from being as commonplace as possible. So you have these two people who have very different perspectives on the exact same thing. And while I do think that in this particular case, Red's way of trying to, use that as an argument by saying it betrays a kind of lack, how do I say, it betrays a lack of understanding of how art works in this industry. Probably not the most tactful or smart or considerate thing to say in conversation with an artist. But at the same time, I don't think that it is reasonable to portray it as completely insane and out of nowhere, right? Because that's where I sort of draw the line, where this is a position that is insensitive, sure, that is ill-advised to vocalize to the artist who you are trying to solicit a model from, that does not justify you trying to interfere with the production of models for other creators. But at the same time, it does not come out of nowhere. And that's, again, the thing that I want to really emphasize. Unfortunately, it's become a commonplace trend for people to both demonize and mystify. It's kind of funny, where the way that people have been portraying Redacted and Cinder is that Cinder has been demonized and Redacted has been mystified, where Cinder is presented as if all of her motivations are clear-cut, really easy to comprehend, and she is evil incarnate for doing this to her friends. Whereas Red has been presented as this enigma that can't possibly be understood, whose positions and words have come from a place of insanity and complete lack of reason. And I find that distinction between the two to be very, very interesting in how their public images have shifted and warped over the past few weeks to fit that kind of mold. Again, there are reasons for that, but the reasons still call for acknowledgement and observation that, this is what's happening. The buyer mindset is only if you're a private collector, but Nana's model isn't going into a private collection. It's being... that is a reasonable counter argument. And again, I want to emphasize this, right? I'm not saying that Red's argument for that being used as a justification for exclusivity is a good one. But what I am saying is that it doesn't come out of nowhere. And that if you want to prevent things like this from happening again, it is in everyone's best interest to understand why people did this. It has its logic, just not an objective one. I would say not a sound one. Yeah, not a sound one. I mean, can you imagine leading into learning that your GF fired you from a tweet? That would be pretty funny, to be honest. Assuming that wasn't coordinated and agreed upon beforehand as well. Alan, thank you for being a Footstool for 10 months. 10 months, woohoo. Also, sorry I'm late, Shaman. No problem at all. No problem at all. No shame. No shame in being late. All right. So, to go on. I think that it is completely reasonable for Nano to be hurt as a result of Redacted saying this. But I think that it is a step too far to conclude that the intention was to hurt her. Was it inconsiderate? Yes. Was it ignorant? Yes. Was it stupid? Yes. But I'm not quite certain that it was malicious, especially not malicious towards Nano. Because as we will end up seeing as we go through more and more of these screenshots between Nano and Redacted, they seem to be on quite friendly terms with one another. Or they were, I should say. So, Redacted starts this conversation on the 15th of January 2025 saying, if we wanted to have some kind of model exclusivity, what would you need to make that sustainable for you? So, immediately, this is not the same thing as Redacted trying to pressure her into that, right? I think that's a step too far in characterizing this. This is him posing a question. If you were to go exclusive with us, what would you need to make it worth your while? To which Nanolist responds by saying, maybe you can share one of your ideas and I can check what I think, ? Okay, so I got some ideas for this, I guess. And then Redacted responds by saying, I was driving, what are you thinking? And then Nanolist responds saying, quote, okay, so, asked help from my friends, they don't know it's you, don't worry. So a monthly fee calculating my monthly earnings. Also, how long would this be? And if it counts, and if this counts for models I already worked on. So basically what she's saying is, okay, this is, this is what I would probably be asking for based off of the advice of my friend, and also how long would this exclusivity clause last for, and whether does it include the models that I'm currently working on, right? To which Redacted says, well, I think the main things we're looking for are that you would not be taking on any brand new model clients, and to not make any new models or outfits with blank again. You'd still be able to work on models/outfits with all your other existing babies, and your artwork comms wouldn't be affected. Now, here is where the accusation that Redacted and Cinder have some sort of vendetta against specific other creators becomes more credible. Because while the exclusivity clause revolving around not taking on any brand new model clients makes perfect sense, that fits in entirely with how a exclusivity clause usually works, right? You don't take in any new clients that you haven't already been working with or you haven't worked with in the past, right? It does seem kind of weird if you make that clause where you're still able to work with all of your other current, model babies, just not this one creator in particular. Now that sounds like a fuck you specifically directed at one of the creators who Nano currently has made a model for. And that's the part that that lends credibility to the whole Cinder has a secret vendetta against the other creators who are also affiliated with Nano. That's what makes that particular claim more credible. Billy, thank you for the 5. I think Nano was only a little hurt. Maybe mini hurt, maybe micro hurt, maybe nano hurt. Also, Pete Reveal when. Thank you for keeping up the tradition, Billy. And then Redacted goes on to say, one of our concerns is that more nano babies means nano models don't have the same value anymore. And again, same argument as was shown to us earlier on. This is admittedly a very touristy kind of approach towards VTubing and VTuber models and VTubing art. But in any case, the reason why I brought this up, the second is that there's a few people that we would just rather not be able to have a model from you. And again, this is the part that lends credence to the whole idea that Cinder is nursing a secret vendetta against specific other creators. Maybe not any new babies at all. The reason why I brought this up at all is that there is a lot of bias with another one of our partners with certain creators, and we'd rather these creators not have what makes Cinder unique, which is your artwork. And then Redacted says, just drama, and then, whatever that emote is called, Sad Pepe or whatever. Oh! Legal, welcome to the stream. Cheers to all of you, those exclusively chatting here with Armchair X. Welcome in. And so here, when you read through the document, you go from here to the next screenshot, right? And at this particular point, Redacted has now started. He's now progressed to making an offer, like a formal offer of payment compensation to justify this exclusivity clause, this hypothetical, as of this point, still hypothetical exclusivity clause. Back from vacation in the Somali mines, I'm seeing that you're really getting the most out of the trial, which, to be fair, based. I hope Somali rots in jail, to be honest. We need someone to make an example out of the likes of him. Lots of work to do in VTuber City. Absolutely. So at this particular point, right, at 9 p.m. on the same day, right, Redacted starts making an offer to Nanoless. What about we can pay blank for you and you don't have to discount it from the next payment. And we'll continue giving you lots of model work, I think up to 4 this year right now, but you don't work with blank, blank, or blank at all again, models or art. I don't think you've ever done anything with blank or blank before. We also have another Gamer Subs label for you too, the AFK. To which Nanoless responds, is there any way to add a little bit more, since blank still asks for art every now and then? Redacted then says, we could do it like when blank asks for art, you tell her no, and then you tell us to buy another art piece, like so you still get a job from it. And then whatever Nano replies is cut off at the bottom. This is where I start to disagree with Nano saying that she was manipulated, or that she was pressured. This is a negotiation. She is signaling that she is open to the idea but wants a better offer. That is what this message signals. And the thing is, yes, you can acknowledge that what Red and what Cinder did was unethical. But at this particular point, I think you're going to have to try very hard and start indulging in a little bit of mental gymnastics in order to conclude that Nano has zero agency in this exchange whatsoever. Because this was a choice to test the waters and ask for a better offer. She is playing ball. She's not completely tossing out the idea. And so, the other thing I want to point out as well, these two screenshots are presented as if they, give sufficient context to one another, right? They occur on the same day, they are about the same topic. However, if you take note of when these messages were sent by Redacted, this little pop-up blocks off the exact time. However, we can assume, based off of the way that Discord works, that this message that Redacted sent, Just Drama, Sad Pepe, was sent at some point after 8:05 p.m. Based off of Discord, it creates a new sort of separate pile to the messages if you wait around like more than 5 minutes in between one of your when you double message, right? If you wait 5 minutes, around more than 5 minutes in between messages, it will start a new section, right? If your messages are sent separately. So here was a message, Just Drama, that was sent somewhere 5 minutes after, so sometime after 8:10 p.m. This message by Redacted is sent at 9 p.m. In between this message and this, there are, roughly speaking, at max, 50 minutes worth of messages that we don't get to see in this exchange. And the reason why, personally, I am now more inclined to view that as being a little suspicious is because if she's willing to show herself playing ball here, right? What is going on between Redacted at 8:10, somewhere thereabouts, and Redacted at 9 p.m. to the point where he has now progressed to making a definite offer for the exclusivity? Because something must have transpired in their conversation for Redacted to go from Just Drama, Smoge, to what about we can pay specific person for you, etc, etc, etc. Yeah, Redacted Cinder should have just been honest from the start that they wanted Nano as a blanket exclusive artist, which isn't illegal and necessarily immoral. Yeah, exactly. Also, Nano certainly had agency. Exactly. That is the view that I came around to once I started reading through the documents. So again, when you are making a document like this, if you want to present yourself as some sort of victim, right? The problem is, if you want to believe in this particular case that Nano is a victim, that runs counter to the fact that she has agency in this discussion, right? That she is not some helpless little artist that just can't help but to be swept along in the seductive offers made by Cinder and Redacted. That's not what this is at all. She is, like we said earlier, playing ball. Something happened between 8:05 and 9 p.m. to move the conversation to the point where Redacted now feels comfortable enough making explicit offers and suggestions as to how this exclusivity deal can go forward, and made Nanoless comfortable enough to feel like she can now start making a specific counteroffer by asking for more on top of what Red is suggesting. To go on. Another example of speaking ill of other creators. Right after they saw I was working with Shy Lily. Trying to once again make the idea of working with other clients seem like I am setting myself up with problematic people who will do me no good in the long run to get me to reconsider working with them. They also continuously kept asking about my other clients' plans, which for them made the quote-unquote made the antenna go up, and immediately went into slandering Lily. They consistently try to reassure me that despite their best efforts, they just happen to keep trying to bring drama in as reasons for me to go exclusive, and that working only with Cinder is them trying to look out for me. Now, in this particular case, I do think that Nano could have taken a more hardline stance to assert the relationship between contractor and client, where she could have made the assertion that, look, I like being friendly with you. I appreciate that you're trying to be friendly with me, but I don't want to hear about drama you have with other content creators. It's not relevant to our work. It shouldn't be relevant to our work, and I would like you to stop. That is possible to say, right? And she could have said it, but that's not the case. And again, that's what informs my understanding of the relationship between Redacted and Analyst to be one that goes slightly beyond just being contractor and client to being, friendly, if not friends, with one another. Now, this conversation that happened on the 12th of April, Redacted starts by saying, "Hey Nano, do you have more plans with Lily besides just the model, like outfits or merch or anything?" To which Nano responds by saying, "Been just the model so far." Redacted then replies saying, "Okay, her asking you for a model recently just made the antenna go up. She's been acting weird towards Cinder lately, and we don't know if something's going on." Now, again, one of the things that gets pointed out by the Bao, Shy Lily, etc., other Silvervale, other people who have been talking about the situation since the first document dropped, is that it appears that Cinder she seems to be very susceptible to brainworming about other content creators and being really insecure about other content creators who have a similar degree of success as she does. And I'll be honest, I think this is definitely evidence that supports that being the case, right? This idea of, Shy Lily asking for a model, therefore, something must be afoot, right? There are, it's time to start finding, there is an imposter among us, that kind of thing. And again, this very much does speak to a kind of insecurity, tendency towards brainworms, a very cutthroat competitive manifestation of all of those tendencies. But again, this is not the same thing as directly opting to sabotage another creator, right? And that is the accusation being leveled. And this is not something that counts as some sort of manipulative force that is coercing Nanoless into abiding by it. Yeah, good lesson why doing business with friends and family is dangerous and other considerations come in. Oh, absolutely, right? And Nano says, "Oh, that's weird." Redacted then says, ever since after V card launched. And then Nanoless says, "But what do you consider weird?" To which Redacted responds, "Lately dipping out of collabs they were both a part of last minute, and now ghosting her messages. Cinder raided her a couple of times in the past, and Lily won't acknowledge Cinder by name." And again, this all sounds like brainworms stuff. And to which Nanoless then says, Monka. Redacted then replies saying, "Just like weird petty stuff, I don't know." In which case, I will say, this was really, really fucking stupid by Redacted and Cinder. If it's really petty stuff, why bring it into this discussion about an exclusivity clause, or bring it into discussion about your model artist making more work for either you guys as a client or other clients that are friends with or affiliated with you? Like, it's not relevant at all. Why bring it into this conversation? And also, on the flip side, at this point, surely, if you are a professional artist, you are contracted out to a client and your client is spilling their guts in this way, surely at some point, if they themselves recognize out loud that it is petty and stupid, surely you can come in and say, "Yeah, it is petty, it is weird, it is stupid, I have no horse in this race, probably don't bring your little petty weird drama here," right? Again, Nano definitely had the opportunity to do that, to say that, to lay out that boundary, but it doesn't seem like she did. And that's the thing. What weird petty stuff I'm not comprehending? The idea of Cinder being basically Cinder brainworming about Shy Lily possibly having some sort of hidden dislike for her because of the fact that she'd dropped out of a few collabs that they were sharing with other content creators. Mind you, that she had a few times when accepting her raid not referred to her by name, that she was ghosting her messages for whatever reason, etc, etc, etc. But yeah, you can think about other creator and choose to learn, for example. Or you can think about them and be jealous of success and try to undercut. Yeah. And evidently, it seems like Cinder and Red chose undercutting, right? And then Redacted responds, instead of saying, yeah, that is weird and petty, I don't want any of this in this chat, why'd you bring it up here? Nanala says, that's super weird since they both share the same store, lol. And then Redacted says, around V-Card's launch, yeah, Kendra, don't worry. We're going to get to that later on. Don't you worry. We're not. I haven't forgotten about that. I hadn't forgotten about that. So then, to which Redacted responds by saying, around V-Card's launch, they were talking and collabing, and I don't know what happened, but her asking you for a model after that was just weird, even though she said she doesn't plan on getting a new model anytime soon. And then the next screenshot, again, from at 10:24 p.m., so 2 minutes later, Redacted responds by saying, I don't know, hate that we keep bringing you into drama, and then, cry. And then Nanala says, yeah, I thought it was quite early to go for a new model. Blank looked a bit menacing, so I don't talk to her. And then Redacted says, feels like we're going to have to compete with Lily if she's ghosting Cinder and wants the same model, mama. So, again, at this point, pretty much what you have here is a demonstration of the fact that, yeah, I think there is credibility to the idea that Cinder and Red have a rather unsavory habit of mixing work with play, in the sense that whenever somebody ticks them off due to a personal gripe, their instinct is to try to essentially cut them off from sharing the same resources professionally as well. Now, some people have been debating whether that counts as actual sabotage or not. However, if I'm going to be blunt, if you're going to argue over whether this class is a sabotage or not, I think at this point that's purely a semantic argument, right? If you're going out of your way and trying to cut off certain resources, cut off access to certain resources or people or workers that you use without an exclusivity contract being in place beforehand, prior to all of your disagreements going down, I'd say that while that might not be sabotage in the technical sense of the word, that's functionally indistinguishable, because you're still making it harder for them to do something, making it harder for them to do their job, because by proactively going out of your way to inhibit their ability to access the same resources as they might have been able to access without your interference. So, again, whether this class is technical sabotage or not, pretty much besides the point, in my opinion. This is just, they are making it quite clear that they are trying to interfere, even if it doesn't class as it doesn't formally class as tortious interference or whatever. White Rabbit, thank you for the 10. It bothered me afterwards in the Fallout where some people said, if this happens everywhere all the time, if that's truly the cause, then why is the Fallout so ugly every single time? Well, I don't think those two things are mutually exclusive, right? I don't think the idea that this is something that happens often versus this is so ugly whenever it gets exposed, I don't think those two are mutually exclusive. In fact, I think the opposite. I think the reason why it's so ugly each and every time is because every time it happens, people don't take away any sort of constructive lessons that would go towards helping to prevent it from happening again. Instead, people just have their fun, throw their tomatoes, and then everyone forgets promptly afterwards, which, again, as we'll get to, seems to be the case here as well. Kierna, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 5 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Crimson, ID4, thank you for the 2. Charlie stated that she did go Cinder, didn't she? Yes, she did. And again, we will get to her statement later on. Engaging the competition and staying informed aren't by themselves an issue. Every successful business does that, and if you are a profitable creator, you look at what others do as well. Yeah. Again, there's nothing wrong with... Again, we'll get to this later on in the document itself, but there's nothing inherently wrong with Redacted or Cinder asking about other people who are using Nano as a model artist, right? Inquiring. Because that's just what you do when you're a professional. Especially if you don't then go full hog into trying to sabotage them. There's nothing wrong with simply keeping track of people who are admittedly also your competitors, in addition to being your friends, or in spite of being your friends. Now, whether Nano gives that information in response to them asking is a whole separate matter. Because it is very much within Nano's right to, upon being asked, then say, that is none of your business, those are other clients, if you are friends with them, ask them yourself, right? But that doesn't seem to ever happen based off of the screenshots that we've been provided by Nano herself. Well, it depends on the market. Nano is someone who charges super high prices and is obviously valued. So by trying to black that out, it's not easy to find another Nano. Yeah, again, like I said, there are exceptions to that general rule, right? So I think it does. That's why I said, in my opinion, this and sabotage are basically indistinguishable from one another. So, quote, the idea that they need to, quote-unquote, stay informed and, quote-unquote, gauge the competition is extremely upsetting and toxic to me. The, quote-unquote, competition they are referring to are people I thought they considered friends, who always helped, supported, and platformed Cinder. When I pushed back, the immediate response was blaming other creators and implying that they initiated it by trying to work with me and somehow justify their actions. They imply Lily ignored Cinder when she spent over a minute thanking the raid, which you can see in this clip. And the clip that they link is basically a clip of Twitch clip of Cinder raiding into Shy Lily, and yeah, the claim that Lily ignored Cinder is bogus, because in the clip that Nano links to, she still acknowledges the Pyro Pups by name, which is basically the same thing, to be honest. Like, if you draw a distinction between that and like for example, right? If actually, hold on, Lumi, what do you call your community again? If you're still here, Lumi. Essentially, well, in any case, functionally, right? That's the equivalent of Pippa receiving a raid from Leah, her only saying hello, welcome in, LeahCons, and then Leah taking issue with it by saying, oh, she's not referring to me by name. Like, that sounds stupid, right? Because it is. If you're acknowledging the fan base by name, that's basically tantamount to the same thing. So yeah, this is complete like bogus. However, that claim that the need to stay informed and gauge the competition is extremely upsetting and toxic, this is where I start to disagree with what Nano is saying. Because this, unfortunately, regardless of whether you agree with it or not, this is a very normal practice in any entertainment industry. You are always going to be trying to stay informed about other people who share your content niche, if you actually want to do this as a job. And stigmatizing this as being inherently toxic and inherently evil, that does two things. One, it's not going to stop the people who actually have this mindset from doing it. They're just going to start hiding it better. And two, the people who are naive enough to fall for this way of advertising it as inherently toxic or whatever, they're just going to become more vulnerable to being exploited by their counterparts. So, again, this comes off incredibly pretentious and counterproductive when Nano states this. Because, yes, say what you like, maybe you don't like viewing VTubing as, as a cynical thing, but it's still a business. People make money off of this. And if you stigmatize acknowledging that it is a business and people do this, even among friends, then, and I say friends in quotation marks because, everyone knows offline friends are different from online friends. But if you stigmatize acknowledging that, you don't actually it's not constructive for anybody involved. However, to go on with the next screenshot that Nano provides. Redacted then says, real, is it just Cinder? And blank you've been doing continuous model outfits for. We'll have the demon update list plus final arcade reference for you soon as it is finished. Now, do you guys notice something about this message compared to the last message that accompanied the cutoff of the previous screenshot? Holy shit! Allegraza, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. You are... Thank you for oiling here, of all places. Welcome to the 50 new Footstools. I hope you all enjoy those emotes. Be sure to thank Allegraza for them. Holy shit. But in any case... Damn, what the fuck? At the end of the previous screenshot, Redacted, at 10:25 p.m. says, feels like we're gonna have to compete with Lily if she's ghosting Cinder and wants the same model mama. And then, at the beginning of the next screenshot, which happens on the same day at 10:29 p.m., Redacted says, real, Cinder or Mega Lol, I assume that emote is. Is it just Cinder and blank you've been doing continuous model outfits for? I don't think I need to point out the obvious, but that message and that message, the previous one, at the end of the previous screenshot, do not make sense when put together as if one came after the other. Something happens. Nano said something in this conversation over the course of these 4 minutes between 10:25 and 10:29 that caused Redacted to express some kind of visceral agreement with what she was saying, or the sentiment of what she was saying. And since the previous screenshot ended with Redacted saying something along the lines of, we're going to have to compete, and the next screenshot begins with him saying real in response to something Nanolith said, I can only assume that the part of the conversation that was cut out by these screenshots was Nano, albeit maybe jokingly, playing along with the idea of them needing to be competitive or needing to keep an eye on the quote-unquote competitors, which is what allows her to take this indignant stance towards the overall idea of staying informed or gauging the competition. Because again, it might seem like a pretty minor omission between these two screenshots, but again, it's these little omissions that add up to an overall suspicion that I have, a little doubt that I can't get rid of at the back of my mind reading through this document, that we are not being given a complete display of how the conversations went. Now, in response to Redacted saying, we'll have the demon update list plus final arcade reference for you soon as it is finished, Nanolist responds by saying, I think it is. I have an outfit for blank planned too. As for blank, got nothing for now, but she always comes up with something. And then Redacted says, Cinder noting it down or whatever it is, whatever that emote is. And then Redacted then says, do you know who's rigging Lily's model? And then Nanolist replies by saying, gonna be blank, in which case she confirms the identity of the rigger. Yet again, I want to clarify. She was perfectly within her rights to say, no thank you, I'm not comfortable sharing that information. If you wish to know, why don't you try asking Shy Lily herself, right? She could have said that, because as someone who is contracted to, another content creator, since their rigger doesn't really, I would assume, again, I don't rig models, I don't make models, so I don't know if this is the case, but I would assume that if you are a model artist, whoever is the rigger is not really your business, and certainly not your business to share with other people who ask if they're not your client. So here, she didn't really need to say, but the fact that she did tells me, again, that she is at bare minimum friendly with Redacted at this point in time, if not friends with Redacted, and or Cinder by extension. Highly likely not confirmed. Agree that it would be nice if Cinder shared. Oh wait, she hasn't said anything. Yeah. And again, the thing that makes it so that I only have a suspicion that Nano is not sharing the full context and giving a completely accurate representation of her dynamic with Redacted and her interactions with Cinder. The reason why it's just a suspicion, and I'm not going so far as to say it is dishonest, is because Cinder hasn't really given us anything better, right? All we can do is look at the inconsistencies between what has been shown in this Google Doc and make conclusions from that point onwards. Because, like I said, Cinder hasn't done anything that changes the way that gives evidence for, that gives reason for people to change the way that these documents present her, to be completely fair. And so, in situations like this, where you are essentially, if you are locked in a game of cancel chicken, right? The side that is able to provide the most context will usually end up winning. If you are willing to show more receipts than your opponent, if you are willing to provide more context, and that context does indeed disprove what your opponent is saying about you, the way that you win is by disrupting their attempted use of framing, by divulging more material, and thus allowing your audience to rethink the context surrounding what is going on. Worldviews and perspectives are built based on data. If you want to change someone's perspective on something, you can't do it without providing new data. And the problem is here, data comes in the form of screenshots, receipts, proof of what you're saying that contextualizes your interactions with said person. And Cinder didn't give any new data. Hence why the overwhelming majority of people haven't adopted a different view on how things went down. Sparky's Tech, thank you for the 5. That last message from Red is cut super close, like the message itself was cut out. Yeah, exactly. And again, it's little things like this that you can't help but notice once you start to see it, right? Again, I want to reiterate, it doesn't disprove everything, right? It doesn't prove that Cinder was an angel, that Nano was a demon, or Shy Lily was some sort of malicious mastermind or whatever, right? But it does call into question a few quite reasonable doubts to have about how authentically is this interaction between Nano and Redacted being presented. Legal, got to run to breakfast, just woke up, but cheers to you, chat. I hope you enjoy your breakfast, Legal. I hope you enjoy your breakfast. But to go on. After receiving that information from Nano, Redacted then says, "Thanks, Nano. Sorry for all the questions. Just got to stay informed, especially when it comes to our top artist. Never a break." And then, 5 minutes later, Nano responds by saying, "Don't worry, just don't stress too much with the side things. It's bad for bolding. Redacted, Sag. I'm going to go bold now. I'll keep you in the loop about anything going on with that." And then Nano does the, hands up crying emoji, the bolding. And then Redacted says, "No, you fool. Just stupid drama. Gotta stay competitive, even when we shouldn't have to. Also, your PFP looks like a guy with a mustache." To which Nanoless responds with, "Bonk. Don't go too far on the competitiveness. It can get bad. Gotta chill sometimes." And then Redacted says, "Hey, it's not us." Caught emoji. Sorry, give me a second. Oh, Gladge. Okay, sorry, my bad. They all look the same. All the Pepes look the same. Lopus Maximus. They seem a lot more friendly with each other than expected. That is my point exactly. That is why the more I read of this document, the less I believed the whole angle of Nano is just a victim in all of this. And the more strange I found that the other people who were involved in this situation were running with that angle so hard. Because this conversation does not scream to me manipulated contractor and abusive client. This very much reeks of just, well, it doesn't reek necessarily, but it sounds like just two friends bantering with one another. And the previous messages where Nano would play along with how competitive Red was being on Cinder's behalf, that doesn't scream, oh, I'm only doing this out of nervousness because I don't want to alienate a client. That sounds like one friend enabling another, right? And again, these are the things that make me doubt whether Nano is as much of a victim as both she and the others seem to want to present her as. All right. And then at the end of this conversation, Nanoless responds to "Hey, not us" by saying, suspicious or suschi. And then Redacted then clarifies to say, "We aren't the ones getting a model from the artist of the other Gamer Subs owner out of the blue and ghosting them and refusing to acknowledge them. Caught emoji." Then Nanoless goes on in the document to say, "Below, I wanted to push back and make clear I was uncomfortable and being dragged into drama, and they responded by bringing up more drama and baseless claims, all while trying to guilt-trip me. It is ironic and crazy to me that I mentioned not wanting to be dragged into personal issues, only for them to, on multiple occasions, mention other people's alleged drama." Now, the way that this is presented, little interesting, because she says, "Below, I wanted to push back and make it clear I was uncomfortable and being dragged into drama. They responded by bringing up more drama," right? And again, the implication is that this was a violation, the previous screenshots was a violation of what her expressed wishes when it comes to wanting Redacted to stop talking about drama that Cinder has with other creators in their conversations, right? However, this is dated April 12th. This is dated 11th of February, right? So, again, within those 2 months of time, somehow Redacted still feels comfortable airing out this drama in conversations with Nanoless. And at the same time, 2 months later, Nanoless is not only permitting him to do that, right? But she is playing along, right? Don't stress too much with the side things. It's bad for bolding, Don't go too far in the competitiveness. It can get bad. Emoji. Gotta chill sometimes, right? Susja. Again, this doesn't scream to me like you're taking a hardline stance against something that somebody else keeps sharing with you. It sounds like you are putting up a token resistance at best. However, to go through this conversation that occurred on the 11th of February 2025, Nanoless opens by saying, "Cinder, just wanted to say sorry for stepping back on the quote-unquote exclusivity deal. Wanted to apologize personally to you since I've only talked about that with Red. But I just don't want to be dragged on any personal issues like that. After all, blank still a client and makes me anxious and kind of destroys my mental to do this kind of deal." Again, I want you to understand and note how these are screenshots that have been presented out of order, right? Because chronologically speaking, this exchange should probably go right after her conversation with Redacted, where he made an offer as to what an exclusivity deal would look like, and then she'd started making counter offers as to what a better, more realistic exclusivity deal would look like. Presumably, they reached some sort of superficial agreement, or their negotiations fell through with her resolving that it couldn't be done, or that she just got cold feet and didn't want to do it, and then she would have had this conversation with Cinder talking about how she wanted to back out of that exclusivity deal. However, like I said just then, that's not the order in which we've been shown these screenshots. Instead, these screenshots have been shown to us in an order that is designed to back up specific claims that have been made by Nanoless that don't follow any sort of chronological logic. That don't follow any sort of chronology, right? In regards to the situation with Cinder, could have been avoided had she set a clear boundary the second this problem occurred, because to me she lacks professionalism. Yes, she does. You're not imagining that. There very much is a lack of professionalism being exhibited by both Redacted and Nano here. Redacted because it's not a good idea to shit talk it's not a good idea to shit talk other creators, let alone, creators who are supposedly friends with the creator you represent as a manager in a conversation with somebody that you've contracted to do work for the person you represent, right? I don't give a shit if they're your boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, father, daughter, whatever. It doesn't matter. If you're somebody's manager, you're their representative, you're shit-talking other clients while representing your client, right? That is an abysmal lapse in professionalism. However, at the same time, if you are an artist and you are tolerating this kind of backchatting in your spaces with your client, instead of dropping a hard line and telling them to stop, what are you doing? That turns you into a liability, because should, in the hypothetical scenario, those conversations go out into the public, all of a sudden, now everybody will look at that and think that you are not only tolerant of it, but that you endorse it. And it really does it does bother me looking at how people have responded to this situation. How many people have bought into the idea that Nanoless is some sort of perfect victim in all of this, on par with Shy Lily, or Bow the Whale, or Silverveil? Because, let's be honest here, there was a lot of unprofessional conduct exhibited by Nanoless, even in these screenshots provided in her call-out document, that people seem to be glossing over. And again, that ties into a broader issue that we'll get to after we review all of the documents. But like I said, Nanoless has had plenty of time to build up rapport with Red, build up rapport with Cinder. They've been working together for years, right? Because the earliest screenshot that we've been shown of them talking to one another dates all the way back to 2023. Over the course of 2 years, surely you've built up enough rapport with your client to start setting boundaries as to what is acceptable conduct and what is not acceptable conduct. When it comes to stuff like this, I have a very... and again, this is something I've said on stream before, but to reiterate, because I do think that this is a mindset that I wish was more common, right? This was an adage that I first heard being said by Homath, funnily enough. And he has a saying that goes, "You deserve whatever you tolerate." And as I've gotten older, that has become a philosophy that I have become more and more convinced is true. I have fallen into that mindset more and more the older I get. Because when it comes to setting boundaries, it's not really up to anybody but you to set your own. And if you don't set those boundaries, if you not only tolerate, but you play along with what other people are doing, it's a tough ask when later on you turn around and you ask people to believe you when you say you never wanted it to begin with, right? Because, like I said, you deserve whatever you tolerate. If you're going to tolerate it, don't blame people for assuming that you are okay with it. And for that reason, I think that the value of intolerance is grossly understated in the modern age. Because intolerance is, at least to some degree, simply a manifestation of having standards that you're willing to enforce. Not everyone is going to live up to those standards, so it is okay to be intolerant of them. But in any case, to get back to what was said in these screenshots. So Nanoless apologizes to Cinder for stepping out of the exclusivity deal, and then Cinder responds by saying, "I get it, Nano, and it was unfair to push this on you, but it's just really confusing going back and forth about it. I just get compared to her a lot even still today, and it's like I'm always living in someone's shadow, which is one reason why Red asked about not making any more models for her. And when you said, quote, 'I understand if things don't work out,' end quote, it makes me feel like you're okay with not working with me anymore, which hurts so much after all this time. I really appreciate you, Nano, and it's your decision who you ultimately work with, but this is how I've been feeling." Now, I don't know about you, but this screenshot does not scream manipulation to me. This screenshot does not scream coercion to me. In fact, it shows the opposite. This is Cinder explicitly saying, look, it's unfair for us to push an exclusivity deal onto you, but it's just really confusing going back and forth. And here is why I'm suspicious of what has been omitted from Nano's screenshots about her conversations with both Red and Cinder. Because when Cinder says confusing going back and forth about it, I'm not willing to just hand wave that away as the quote-unquote back and forth just being the conversations we have been shown, which date all the way from, roughly speaking, January of 2025 to now 11th of February 2025. In my guesses, it is far more likely that in between when she is having this conversation with Cinder and when she first raised the idea with Redacted, that there has been some form of negotiation or discussion that Nanoless has now concluded doesn't lead to somewhere she'd like to go. And in that scenario, I can very much see why it would be confusing to have that kind of back and forth. And again, the only reason why I'm not going all in on the assumption that, Nano is for sure being deceptive or whatever is, like I said before, Cinder has not given any more context that would justify that assumption. But I think that a little bit of skepticism, when you're reading through these things, is warranted. The next thing she says, I get compared to her a lot still today. It's like I'm always living in someone's shadow. That is a skill issue, right? To put it completely bluntly, if Cinder feels like she's constantly getting compared to another creator, as we will find out later on, Silvervale, that is a skill issue on Cinder's part. And according to Silvervale and some of the information she will share in her statement later on about the situation, that is also a skill issue and something that Cinder has, at least to some degree, invited upon herself. However, to go on, when Cinder says, when you said, I understand things won't work out, I understand if things don't work out, it makes me feel like you're okay with not working with me anymore, which hurts so much after all this time. The reason why this doesn't, again, the reason why I'm hesitant to interpret this as any sort of manipulation or guilt tripping is because Cinder is quoting from a message that Nano has not shown us in this screenshot of their conversation. Because presumably at some point Nano said the words, I understand if things don't work out, in quotes, right? Because Cinder is quoting that. But we don't know the context surrounding how Nano said that to Cinder, or how she presented that message to Cinder, or the implications that Cinder may have either reasonably or unreasonably extracted from that particular message in that particular exchange. And so, when we look at this scenario where Cinder is just saying, when you said, I understand if things don't work out, it makes me feel like you're okay with not working with me anymore, which hurts me so much. Yeah, it could be her manipulating Nano by trying to guilt her into continuing to work with her despite the fact that she may be uncomfortable with certain aspects of doing so. But it could also equally possibly be the case that the way that Nano said that really reasonably could have given that impression. But we don't know, because Nano didn't include that little bit of context there. Oh, sorry, my bad. Geminex, yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I got lost in the source a little bit there because I overlooked the fact that she said, I'll understand if things don't work out because if blank, I just love my clients, that's all. That was embarrassing. All right, thanks for popping up and pointing that out. Because that was stupid of me, right? I glossed over that line that was right there in the screenshot. I take back everything I said. That was me being an idiot, right? So, okay. Yeah, when she said, I understand if things don't work out, it makes me feel like you're okay with not working with me, etc., etc., etc. So yeah, in this particular case, again, it still could be interpreted, I still am of the belief that it could be interpreted either way, but it leans more in the direction of, being a fair split between the two, right? Just spaghetti's on the floor, yeah. That was a fuck up, right? That was a fuck up while I was reading through this. I got lost in the source. Thanks for popping up to correct me on that one, Geminex. Sorry, give me a second. Is that an example of a skill issue? Yep. It was definitely a skill issue on my part. Yeah, Lopus. I think she's insecure, but I don't know if it's enough to make a manipulation. Here's the thing, right? Because how seriously do you take the allegation that she is insecure, right? Because if this is her brainworming, there is a... How do I phrase this? There is a step between she is brainworming and expressing that to someone, and she is deliberately doing this with the intention of guilting somebody into doing something, right? And the problem is with the screenshots that we've been given, it doesn't show that link. Because this sounds understanding. This sounds like Cinder going, look, alright, us pushing the exclusivity deal was unfair and made you uncomfortable. I just feel insecure about how I get compared to this other creator that you've made a model for, and I'm worried that when you say I understand if things don't work out, that means you're okay with things not working out between you and me specifically, right? And then to this, Nano responds by saying, I don't really see the point of keeping thinking about being compared to blank. You're so much bigger already. You've done so much more, but I would never give blank any more priority over you. Also, there is not even any model for her being discussed. I just want to sleep with a clear mind. Also, I'm fine not doing her models, but at least Gamersop's art stuff would be fine with me. I don't want to be 100% an asshole to her. That's all. And then Cinder says, it's not me, but other people's opinion of us, and I'm trying not to get involved in any drama. Other people want to talk about comparing us, but I understand where you're coming from. There's no hard feelings. Sorry about this, my mental is just a bit weak. Now, that little bit is kind of disingenuous on Cinder's part, because when you're saying, oh no, it's not me, it's not us, it's what everyone else keeps saying, like that's what starts to add up to a little bit of a tendency to deflect when people are pointing out, you know, things that you're doing, right? Because Nano, in this particular case, she directly ends up, well, not verbatim, but she does kind of directly point out that Cinder is being insecure, right? That she doesn't have a logical reason to feel any sort of angst around this other creator, specifically Silverveil, looking similar to her, according to, you know, random people on the internet or whatever. And so the fact that Cinder responds by saying, it's not me, but other people's opinions of us, it really does sets up the audience to be a bit more accepting of the idea that later on in her quote-unquote apology, when she puts all of the blame on Redacted for, you know, acting as some sort of loose cannon, it sets people up to believe that that is also a similar act of deflection as well, when you see instances of her saying things like this, right? Just a little bit of misdirection, teehee. Yeah, that's pretty much what this adds up to, right? Now, the other thing as well that I will note, though, to throw Cinder a bone, no pun intended, when you read through this conversation, the overall tone that you get is very different from the tone of the conversations that happen between Nanoless and Redacted. With Redacted and Nanoless, they seem to be very friendly with one another. But with this, it sounds almost stilted. Yes, they are both being very nice and polite with one another, right? But there doesn't seem to be the same sort of familiarity or chumminess that you get between Nanoless and Redacted. And so maybe, again, if I were to go out on a limb here, you could maybe make the argument that it's unreasonable to expect Cinder to be upfront with her insecurities to the same degree, right? To admit to them, right? On a personal level, beyond just saying this is something other people are saying in a conversation with Nano, if she's not as close with Nano as, let's say, Nano is with Redacted. But again, that is neither here nor there, right? And that is something that I don't think Cinder has successfully vocalized either later on in her response. To which Nautilus then says, sorry about this, Cryge, my mental is just a bit weak. And then Nautilus, and then later on Cinder replies by saying, same girl. And then Nautilus says, I'm so sorry for bringing this to you. And then Cinder says, I want you to get that money. The whole situation just kind of sucky. I want to just get along. And then Nautilus says, I understand if things don't work out about this. Would be mostly, about this. It would mostly if you hate me for burning, for not burning for not burning blank down from my list. And then Cinder says, I would never hate you. And then Nautilus says, thank you, and same, I'm just an insecure bitch. And then Cinder says, I love everything we've done together and I want to keep doing more. People saying dumb shit online just makes me stressed. A lot of people in chat saying girl speak. Yeah. I've seen this happen too many times for me to simply dismiss it as something other than a trend, right? Where, holy shit, like all the 2 or 3 women in my audience, it never ceases to amaze me how so many of you guys seem to have the ability to speak like this to people who you retroactively admit to hating the guts of. Like, this is... I can't imagine being able to do this between, 2 men who hate one another. Because best case scenario, we just not say anything to one another. Worst case scenario, we'd start getting snippy with it. But yeah, no, this is well and truly kind of a feminine superpower, so to speak. Or maybe a feminine disability, depending on your perspective as to this tendency. But in any case, Nano goes on in the document to say, justifying their behavior by stating that they are simply looking out for me, when none of this has anything to do with me to begin with, and manipulating me into being grateful for earning well thanks to them, despite the loss of work from long-time returning clients and new clients. Evo, quote, women famously... women understand women and they hate each other. Famous internet quote. There's a lot of truth to that. There's a lot of truth to that. However, thing is, right, that's the claim that she's making, right? Justifying their behavior by saying that they are simply looking out for me, right? However, when you read through what Cinder said, I get it, Nano, it's unfair to push this onto you, but it's really confusing going back and forth. I just get compared a lot when you say, I understand things don't work out. None of this sounds like them trying to make the argument that it's good for Nano. This all just sounds like Cinder, albeit, in a way that shows insecurity, voicing the fact that this is why she wants to do that, right? This is why she wants Nanolus to do this. This is why she wants the exclusivity clause. This doesn't bear out, or this doesn't evidence the idea that they're doing this for the sake of Nanolus, right? Now, the closest argument that you can maybe make is it's not me, but other people's opinions of us, and I'm just trying not to get involved in drama that other people might want to talk about comparing us. I understand where you're coming from, no hard feelings. Maybe that last part, you could maybe interpret that as Cinder trying to make it out as if her and Nano are on the same sides and by proxy have the same motivations and the same wants and needs, etc., etc. But again, that's kind of a stretch. All of this screenshot specifically, which are the screenshots that she has chosen to follow up with this little blurb, they don't really show her saying that this is for Nanolus. This more so shows Cinder saying it's for her, right? Same girl, I want you to get that money. Again, this is the closest thing you can come up with, right? I want you to get that money. The whole situation kind of sucks. But it doesn't sound like she's saying, I want you to get that money in the sense of, I want you to get that money from our exclusivity clause. This sounds like her saying, I want you to get that money as a way of signaling that she understands why Nanolus backed out of the exclusivity clause. So, again, the context of the statements, the conversation that she has actually shown does not bear out this contextualization of it that she has gone with in the blurb. They are simply looking out for me when none of this had anything to do with me to begin with and manipulating me into being grateful for earning well thanks to them. I don't really see where they say that the reason why Nanolith is successful is because of them. Because again, it's not in these screenshots, right? I love everything we've done together and I want to keep doing more. Like, maybe you can interpret that as, saying that the Nanolith's success is owed to, at least to some degree to Cinder, but not really. When I said I understand things, it makes me feel like you're okay with not working with me anymore, which hurt me after all this time. I really appreciate you, Nano. It's your decision who you ultimately work with. Again, it doesn't really seem like they're trying to coerce or manipulate, right? It doesn't bear out that characterization of how this conversation went. So I'm not ruling out that maybe that was something that happened. But what I am saying is that these two screenshots do not show what Nano is saying in this particular part of the document. Jack John, thank you for being a Footstool for 6 months. Been half a year, chairman. Where feet? I already said, didn't I? I forget whether I said 25k or 10k, but one of those two. But in any case, to go on. The next section is titled Concerning My Work and Models as a Team. Another example of going after other clients of mine from before, claiming that having more clients alongside them makes my work less special when the recurrence of quote-unquote it's just business. Manipulating me into believing that working with her is special for multiple reasons and that I risk losing special something as a client if I quote-unquote prefer to work with others. No acknowledgement of my reasoning and needing to work with other clients due to the nature of my work, solely focused on their issues. I would like to note again that this screenshot is one of many occasions that indicate that Red speaks on Cinder's behalf. I was originally concerned with everything going through Red that might not have been 100% Cinder's feelings or wants. I messaged her about it to make sure that he spoke on her behalf and confirmed with both of them that this was the case. Now, I honestly think that what happened was because the conversations were happening back and forth. Nano herself said that she just couldn't get out of it. Yeah, very possibly. I think it's because Cinder was implying her 1.0 model helped put Nano out there. Yeah, I mean, you could make that argument, but that wasn't the conversation that was shown here, really. Now, the part here that sort of makes me raise an eyebrow is no acknowledgement of my reasoning and needing to work with other clients due to the nature of my work. See, the thing is, Cinder has money, right? So, technically speaking, you could assume that from her perspective, working with other creators is a need that could simply be bought off with enough money. Because she's not a model artist herself, I would assume. Because this is not her trade. And she has the money, she's just not, someone who's in the same trade. So I can understand her it is more believable to me that this was not an offer that was made out of malice, but just simple ignorance. But this expectation that Cinder and Redacted are going to acknowledge her need of working with other clients, right? I think it is a little naive, not wrong, but naive to assume that the clients that you are negotiating with are going to negotiate for your interests in addition to their own or instead of their own. Because for reasons that I clarified already earlier on, Cinder and Redacted are motivated. They have incentives to try and make Nano as exclusive as possible. Nano, on the other hand, has incentives to make her art as widespread as possible. And so, when you have negotiations between those two sides, each side is going to have its distinct incentives, its distinct motivations, and its distinct interests that need to be protected. And so, while you can expect Cinder and Redacted to protect and advocate for their own interests, I think it's a little naive for Nano to assume that they are also obligated to advocate for or acknowledge her interests as well, right? And again, I don't think that's a problem with Nano, but I do think that it is a degree of naivety that I want to make sure you guys don't fall into yourselves. If there happen to be any artists or even any content creators watching this stream, don't trust anyone beside yourself to advocate for your incentives, needs, wants, desires, dreams, whatever. You are the person who is solely responsible for advocating for your own interests, nobody else. And if you expect other people to do so, you are always going to be disappointed. Now, the next thing that she says is, I would also like to note again that this screenshot is one of many occasions that indicate that Red speaks on Cinder's... Oh, sorry, I already read that out. So, this exchange with Cinder begins... Oh, sorry, this is dated on the 26th of November. That... 26th of November 2023. And it starts with Nanolus saying... Quote, "Hey, Cinder, hope you're doing okay. I talked with Red, and I believe he talked to you already, and I thought it would be best if I check here personally. Actually, I wanted to know better your thoughts, because Red tried to talk to me, and I think I misunderstood things." And then Cinder says, "I'm doing good. What's up, Nano?" I also want to note that in the 2 years or so that Nano and Cinder have been talking, their conversations don't seem to have gotten any less stilted, which is quite interesting. But, sorry, give me a second. Alright. Little bit better. I can still feel my throat kind of dying, but it's not nearly as bad as it was before. So. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, business language and lack of tact, pretty much. So, Nano includes a screenshot accompanied by a message saying, "Oh, it's mostly about this." And the screenshot is, if I zoom into this, for those who cannot read it, and for myself because I'm wearing glasses, it's a screenshot of Redacted saying about 9 days earlier, just over a week earlier, on the 17th of November 2023, saying, "Not to discredit any of your work, because everything you work on is top of the line incredible, but when everyone's a nano baby, it feels less special to be one, if it makes sense. Kind of been getting the same feeling from gamer subs lately too." And again, this is what I assume to be the first instance of Redacted making that point explicitly. The idea that he views Nanolus's models as products, which conflicts with Nanolus viewing her models as a brand. So, for this, she says, "I thought on cancelling some models because of it, but then I realized it's not really fair to me." And then Cinder says, "I understand what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. Of course, we love working with you and want to keep working together, but if you prefer to work with other clients instead of me, I know it's a reason for you to help grow, and because you don't. I know I know it's for a reason, for you to help grow, for you to help grow, and not because you don't like me. Now, this is the infamous line, and this is where I diverge a little bit from how other people have interpreted this, because a lot of people saw Cinder saying, I understand this is what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business, to mean it's just business if we ask you to cancel models. Whereas in actuality, what that sounds like to me, upon reading this, is that it sounds like her saying it's just business, especially when you combine it with everything she says afterwards, makes it sound like if you choose not to be exclusive, then it's just business, right? It sounds like her signaling it's just business so you can work with whoever you want, even if it means that my model becomes less quote-unquote special, right? Yeah, that line is weirdly a nothing burger, and yet it became one of the defining memes of this entire scandal, which, to be honest, from an outside perspective, seems kind of perplexing, because reading this in the context of even this screenshot does not give me the impression that Cinder viewed the idea of getting Nano to cancel models as being business. It sounded like she was saying, okay, if you don't want to be exclusive with me and you want to keep making models with other creators, that's just business. And the thing that convinced me that that's the case is because afterwards she says, of course we love working with you and want to keep working together, but if you prefer to work with other clients instead of me, I know it's for a reason, for you to help grow, and not because you don't like me. This, with this explicit commitment to not taking it personally, if Nano chooses to work with somebody else, is a large reason why I didn't read It's Just Business in the same way that I've been seeing a lot of other people reading it. And that's why I initially got from Cinder's message there about Nano not wanting to get into the exclusivity. Yeah, exactly. It's misunderstanding, plain and simple. That's how I viewed this particular exchange at the very least, in any case. Being one of your very first model babies was so amazing. I was happy to be able to find someone to help you with Live 2D cutting to improve your skills, and I think that's a big part of why everyone loved the 1.0 model and then started asking you for them. Jack John, thank you for the super. It's not that bad, people are too emotional nowadays. I'm starting to agree. I can have Red send you a list of our plans for the future and estimated due dates, so let us know when you actually want to work on. That way, I have time to look for someone else if you don't have time for my projects or don't want to do them. It feels special to only have your model art for all my outfits, but just let me know if you don't have time for me to be an exclusive Nano art baby anymore. To which Nano replies saying, it's no personal reason, I would never do something like this to you or anyone. I would never do something like this to you or anyone. I wonder what she means by that. The first time, because for the first time when I read this, right, the first read through when I read this, I interpreted that as in cancelling models when you're in the middle of making them. And I don't know, because in the context of what Cinder said just then, right, let us know what you actually want to work on. That way, if I have time to look for someone else, if I don't have time for my projects, or if you don't want to do them. Maybe she's referring to not wanting to do the models? Maybe. I mean, if we interpret this, grammatically, then yeah, that's what it means, right? That's what this message refers to, right? Where if you don't have time for me to be an exclusive Nano art, or if you don't have time for my projects or don't want to do them, I'm assuming that what Nano means is, it's no personal reason. I would never do something like this to you or anyone. But if she's saying I wouldn't do this as in I wouldn't cancel a model, then again, for reasons that we've already stated, that comes off kind of inconsistent. Note the instead here. Yeah. Note the instead. It's not also, but instead. Yeah. It's important for my job to reach far, and I like working on different projects and people. I never said I don't want to work with you anymore. I told Red that even though I have other works, we'll always have a way to get you to a priority spot when possible. You'll always be my special baby. And then to this, Cinder replies, I also think it's important for you to work on projects that you're excited about. So I'll go through my plans with Red and send you our ideas to see if it's possible with your schedule. I know he can be a little pushy sometimes, but it's because he's just doing business for me to grow too. And he absolutely loves your work just as much as I do. To which Nanolis replies, it's okay, we'll update you guys ASAP. And then Cinder ends the conversation by saying, sounds good to me. TLDR, people can't write? Yeah. Then, after this screenshot, Nano's document then states, Red tries to make it look as if they never meant for it to appear like they wanted me to be exclusive by framing it as something I wanted while immediately doubling down on the fact that me working with more people makes my work less special and no longer unique, as if every design is just a Cinder clone. And this, I don't see that at all in this exchange. However, if she's referring to this, okay. All right, my bad. I thought this was a blurb that was supposed to be tied onto this screenshot, but in actuality, it was a blurb that was supposed to refer to the next screenshot, in which she documents a conversation that happened between her and Red on the 23rd of November 2023, which opens with, quote, so it's about working with Cinder. My friends told me it's a bit unfair for me to stop other models so I can do more with Cinder, which I agree with them. Now, immediately, as you can probably tell, right? So it's about working with Cinder. Either she speaks like an LA college sorority girl, or there was more to this conversation that was not included in this screenshot. But in any case, that's mostly irrelevant to the interpretation of this particular section, although it does fit in with a pattern that can be observed over the course of this document, where the openings and endings and middles of conversations are not always fully included, right? My friends told me it's a bit unfair, which I agree with them. I'm a free artist. Sorry, give me a second. You mean Bay Area woman? Oh, yeah, probably. Quote, I'm a free artist. I should do whatever I want to do. I don't want to take sides on any drama or situations. I will always have a way to have open slots for Cinder, but I won't be having her as my only customer. And then Redacted replies with, I agree. You're a free artist and you should do what you want. But I was under the impression that taking on more Cinder work is what you wanted to do. I didn't think it was like we were making you do that. To which Nanolis responds by saying, I guess we got a misunderstanding on both sides. It's more about this. And then she links to that message from earlier on the 17th, where Redacted said not to discredit any of your work, and then makes the point about, the more nano models exist, the less special Cinder's is, right? And then Redacted says, oh, I see. I mean, what I said is still true about how we feel, but I wasn't saying you had to only do Cinder work from now on. That's with anything, though, not just your work. If you have something special, then everyone wants and gets that thing. It makes it less special. I'm sorry if you were under the impression we were trying to make you only do work for us. I will keep things more business talk and less emotional, lol. Just let me know how this will affect your schedule so I can tell Cinder later after. Sorry for the stress, Nano. And then Pyro Prage. Now, here's where I'm going to administer a little bit of consistent reasoning between these two things. In the exact same vein as I'm not going to attribute Cinder's insecure idea, Cinder and Redacted's insecure ideas that, Shy Lily and Bao are purposefully going out of their way to compete or cut off or sabotage Cinder, I'm also not going to blame Redacted for Nano's interpretation of him saying that, if your model is a product, it gets more valuable the rarer it is, as him trying to push her to be exclusive with Cinder. Because, again, when you read through the messages he's sending, that's not the impression that the words actually portray. You can say that it's, you can make the argument that maybe it's in a similar vein, right? That maybe through implication or whatever, he's trying to say that she should only work with Cinder. But I think that the more realistic interpretation of that would have just been, maybe don't have so many different model clients, right? However, again, I do think that interpreting it as him trying to pressure her or manipulate her into thinking that it's her idea, that she wants to do more Cinder work and restrict herself to Cinder work, I think that that's taking it a little far, a little beyond what is supported by the actual words on the screen based on what has been included in the screenshots. Now, to this, Nanolith says, but every single model I do is unique and I make them special in their way. It's not like I'm selling Cinder to everyone. Please don't feel this way. And then Redactor says, no, I know. You pour your heart and soul into your models. They're all incredible. And then Nano says, I'm sorry I made you both feel this way too. Yeah, Evo, to be honest, it just sounded like he was super ignorant and someone who didn't really understand the artist's perspective with exclusive analogy. Yeah, that's how it reads to me as well. And this is, again, I don't blame Nano for not pushing back against that specific thing, because she's ESL. You can't really expect her to identify the fact that the dissonance in their perspectives is because he is viewing the models as a product versus she is viewing it as part of her personal brand. So she can't really explain away that particular distinction to him in a way to articulate that. So this is what I can only assume to be an understanding that just lodged and festered because of that. However, next section of the document titled, It's Simply Business, normalizing their behavior once again by stating that this is simply business to sabotage other VTubers' careers and not work with them and focus on Cinder instead. And yet again, conversation dated same day, 25th of November 2023. This is a minute apart from the previous set of screenshots, where Redacted opens by saying, it's okay, Nano. You're just making a living and making a name for yourself. I can't blame you for accepting work from other big names in the industry and having very desirable talent. If you end up filling your model schedule again, like it was, let me know. We'll have to replan some things depending on that. And then Nanolith replies saying, thank you for understanding my side. We're all trying to have our names somewhere. Just don't take this personal or anything. I still love working with you guys. And again, apologize for the trouble on your plans. I'll still revisit my list and see what I got. And then Redacted says, business is business. If you want to go through the projects we talked about and let me know which ones you'd want to do. This does not at all support this interpretation of normalizing sabotaging your competitors. Because when Redacted says business is business, in much the same way as the earlier instance of Cinder saying it's just business in that conversation with Nano in that prior screenshot, 2 pages above, it very much sounds like the context of Redacted saying business is business here is not blaming Nano, but quite the opposite. Expressing that he doesn't have any issues with Nano having a full schedule or waiting until next time, quote unquote, next time when there's a project slot available to start working with Cinder. Business is business. If you want to go through the projects we talked about, let me know which ones you'd want to do. To me, sounds like him saying, yeah, if you don't have time for us now, that's fine. We're not going to take it personally. And especially after Nanolith said, don't take this personal or anything. I still love working with you guys. And again, I apologize for the trouble on your plans. When Redacted says business is business, it sounds like a direct response to what Nano just said. So characterizing it as, saying it's simply business to sabotage other VTubers' careers, not work with them, and focus on Cinder instead, that's not what I got from this exchange at all. However, Maybe it's in the next few screenshots, right? I don't want to take sides in any drama or situation, so, Redacted quotes this saying, is this about Blank's model, Nano? And then Nano says, yeah, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. I just want to do pretty models, no hurt feelings. And then Redacted says, business is business. Now, again, here, it sounds like very much the same thing, where she is saying, I don't want to take the model, and he's saying, I don't care if you do. Business is business. But in the way that Nano has characterized it, it sounds like the opposite, according to her document. Whereas in actuality, it doesn't sound like that at all, right? Nano is saying, I want to take this model, but... And then Redacted says, business is business in response to no hurt feelings directed at Redacted. And then Nano says, cry emoji. And then Redacted responds by saying, Nano, you're a freelance artist and Blank is a longtime client, so it makes sense to continue doing work for her. I understand the logistics of it. At the end of the day, you need to do what's best for you. And again, what I can only assume has happened here is Nano has interpreted him saying, at the end of the day, you need to do what's best for you, and business is business, as if he's saying these things about, the exclusivity thing that he brought up earlier, or the idea of her throttling the amount of clients she makes models for. But in actuality, if you look at this screenshot, both of those statements sound like him trying to assure her that he is not going to, and by extension Cinder is not going to, take her receiving and accepting a commission from whoever Blank is as a personal insult. I want to do this model, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. No hurt feelings. Business is just business. You're a freelance artist. It makes sense to continue doing work for her. I understand the logistics of it. Again, it could be the case that he's trying to push for Nano becoming exclusive, cancelling models and sabotaging, but this is not an example of that. If anything, like I said, this is the opposite. He is reinforcing the idea that he gets how she needs to work on models for other people. Right? Yeah. Carlos, he's not saying back to the Cinder mines. That's not the impression I get from this exchange at all. And then Nanala says, I really appreciate for understanding my side. I do understand your side too, but sadly it's something between you two, not me. I shouldn't get involved in this fight. I just go Art Burr. And I'm assuming that she's referring to whatever fight is going on between Redacted/Cinder and the blanked out name here. And then Redacted then continues the conversation by saying, right, I know, I just didn't think our other conversation sounded like I was trying to make you not work with her on a model, like Blank specifically. And then Nanalo says, maybe I just considered the situation too much, my mistake for thinking this way. And then Redacted says, it's okay. And then Nanalo says, but are we good for real? This feels like a weird breakup, I'm stressing. Now it's Nano's turn to start brainworming a little bit. And then Redacted then responds by saying, me and you are good, but I still have to tell this all to Cinder. It'll be fine, don't worry, I think she's still sleeping. I'm honestly surprised that she included this part of the conversation, because if there was any part of the conversation that would allow people to make the argument that Redacted and Cinder do not speak for one another, it's probably this, right? It's probably the section where he explicitly says, me and you are good, and then he makes a distinction between that and, her and Cinder instead. But in any case, I don't think that this is some sort of disproving of that, I don't think that this is some sort of disproving as that kind of... I don't think this disproves the idea that Redacted and Cinder speak for one another, but I do think that it's interesting that she decided to include this bit as well. Balmin, welcome to the stream. Truly, as dust begins to settle and people begin to temper their emotions, things get odd under scrutiny. Oh yeah, most definitely, right? And then finally, you have this section. I think, hold on, let me just check how many pages are left of this. Is this the last section? I think this is, okay, yeah, I think this is the last section. Last section of Nano's document is titled Damage Control. making sure none of this reaches the other VTubers and is still all kept hush-hush, while also providing proof that they know what they do is ill-intended and should not get out, as it would cause issues for Cinder's career to be painted in this light. Note that the uncalled shot at VTuber 1 is even spoilered, a hidden message in Discord, so it wouldn't accidentally be leaked. And this is a conversation that happens 25th November, same day, right? It is kind of... I do think it's kind of interesting. Again, this goes to show just how different this document might have been structured if it was arranged in chronological order. Because despite being a new section, this is basically just a direct continuation of the conversation that was previously screenshotted, right? It's still the same conversation between Redacted and Analyst that happened on the 25th of November 2023 at, sometime around 11:30, 11:15 a.m. So in this particular section of the conversation, Analyst begins by saying, I try to be transparent as much as possible. I think it's more fair to both sides this way. Redacted says, you didn't tell blank you cancelled because of Cinder, did you? And then Analyst says, no, I told them it was health issues. And then Redacted posts that, Cinder dying. I assume that's like a relief emoji or whatever. And then Analyst says, I would never blame anyone besides blank. And then Redacted with the whole laughing emoji. And then Redacted says, lol. We never want to make you feel like we're making you or forcing you to work on / not work on something, especially if it's something you want to / don't want to, and our conversation the other day wasn't meant to convince you of only doing Cinder work. Again, sorry if that sounded to you like I was telling you to only do Cinder work. I'll message you later. And here's where things get a little weird. See, when Nanalus says, I would never blame anyone besides blank, the fact that she didn't say me implies that she is talking about another creator. And the fact that she followed that up with a laughing emote that Redacted then reciprocated with a lol and a laughing emote of his own makes it sound like this is some sort of inside joke between the two of them, where Nanalus would put the blame for a decision that she had made on another creator that I can only assume that they both are okay joking about. So, I mean, if she's said, right, later on it's going to be revealed that the blank in the first instance was Cinder, right? You didn't tell Cinder you cancelled because of, it was Silver Veil. You didn't tell Silver you cancelled because of Cinder, did you? And then Nala says, no, I told them it was because of health issues. What is essentially going on here is Redacted asked Nanolus if she cancelled a model and asks that if she cancelled a model, did she say that it was because of Cinder? And then Nano said, no, I told them it was health issues. And then she jokes about it by saying, I would never blame anyone besides blank. And then it turns into like this joke that they share for a little bit. Which, if you're going to make the argument that this is damage control and Redacted telling Nanolist to keep it hush-hush, I don't know, this doesn't really give that impression. At least not to me. Jack John, thank you for the super. The drama was really petty with high-profile people. I'm beginning to think that is the case upon reading through all of these things as well. Redacted. So then she includes another screenshot, except this screenshot is dated 4 days prior. Oh no, sorry, not 4 days. 6 days prior to the previous conversation. 19th of November 2023 at 4:50 p.m. where Redacted says, welp, let's see if blank wants a nano model or not, and hope blank finds someone else. The constant obsession with VTuber 1 and claiming she is asking for it by causing this unspoken competition which is coming from absolutely no source other than Cinder herself. Now, it would have been helpful if Nano color coded the blurs for the names, the blocks for the names. But presumably, what is happening, this VTuber 1 that keeps coming up in conversations between Redacted and Nanoless, is someone who Cinder seems to be especially hung up on competing with, or making sure she isn't associated with, or one-upping, or whatever. And then Nanoless goes on to say, then she includes this section from an even earlier conversation, the 19th of July, 2023, where Redacted says, I think it's more like wanting her to recognize Cinder, even though it literally doesn't matter. I feel like there's this unspoken competition between them, like they need to one-up each other because blank can't get along. But I also understand her point of view. A new VTuber who people say looks, sounds, and acts like you becomes just as successful as you in a year. If she did recognize Cinder as an equal or a friend, then it would have been like she's endorsing her quote-unquote copy. Or, like I've seen some people say, her quote-unquote replacement. They share a lot of the same audience too. Skull emoji. Like, at the end of the day, it isn't about how much we make compared to her. Sorry, let me check something as well. Like, at the end of the day, it isn't about how much we make compared to her. We just want her to recognize, hey, Cinder's a big VTuber too. She got there on her own merits just like you did. Get along. And the marketing potential and money they could make if they teamed up. I just know anything we do, she's watching and will take from or try to outdo. OMG. You know the spinning figure we have on stream? Blank's figure was announced on Wednesday. No spinning figure. Cinder debut Saturday. Everyone hears about it. Figure announced. Spinning figure on screen with figure right next to it. Blank stream yesterday. First stream since Cinder debut. Guess what? Spinning figure with exclamation figure next to it. I mean, I think what Cinder did is definitely two-faced. Oh yeah, no. I think that's a fair enough assumption, given how much she allowed her personal insecurities and brainworms to cascade into actively trying to undercut people who she was, on the surface still trying to be friendly with or friends with, without ever informing them that this was the case or talking out those brainworms with them. But that being said, too often what I have seen over the past few weeks is that people assume that if you believe that, you must also believe that Nanoless is a victim. I don't think it's as easy as that. Again, I want to point out, this screenshot of the same conversation that occurred on the same day, 19th of July 2023, this is 5 minutes apart from the previous screenshot message from Redacted, which ends with, they share a lot of the same audience too. So again, it is completely possible that within the 5 minutes, because of the way that Discord works, this is just Redacted double messaging. But again, because of earlier instances where there is quite obviously stuff cut out in between screenshots, this comes across as inherently a little suspicious, right? It raises an eyebrow. Then Redacted on the 10th of May of 2023, again going even further back into the past, at 4:14 a.m. says, then like a month later unfollowed her on Twitter and started taking her ideas, Cinder's ideas, like the flames, and now she's basically rebranded to more of a fire Cerberus, using fire emojis all the time, SMH. Never did that before. It's funny because she used to call herself a hellhound, but stopped when Cinder grew past her, and now uses Cerberus or Cerber Pup, or whatever her lore says she is, I don't know. Then Nanoless says, the unfollow is weird. The Redacted says, yeah. So it's like, there was also unprovoked tweets from her, like, quote, I didn't copy anyone else for my design. My design is all me. This is who I am, end quote. Like, huh? Who are you saying that to? Oh, lol. On random Cinder clips on YouTube, there is one dedicated blank fan, or someone she knew, I don't know, that will comment on these clips saying, like, when are you going to clip blank? Only on Cinder clips. So to this, again, it just sounds like more managerial brainworming, which is unprofessional for sure. But when you look at the messages that Nanolith is sending in between, they don't seem like her pushing back against it. Now, granted, her responses do tend to be quite dry, right? A one-word response to this paragraph from Redacted. But it's not negative. It's nodding along with what he's saying, right? The unfollow is weird. And maybe she's doing that because she wants the high-profile client. But in light of how the other interactions go, especially later on, I'm not sure that that's something that is, how do I say, out of place in the conversations that they seem to have and the tones that the conversations tend to have. And then Nanolith finishes the document by saying, I'd like to highlight the irony of expecting to be entitled to recognition for her own efforts and size when her own active efforts are tied to sabotaging this very same VTuber. Also feeling entitled and insisting to be recognized by someone else is odd. Now, I will agree that insisting to be, recognized and, feeling entitled to somebody else's recognition is very weird behavior, right? However, being entitled to recognition for her own efforts and size, etc., are being tied to sabotage this very same VTuber. The screenshots that Nanolith just provided simply just don't show that. It doesn't show Cinder and Redacted trying to sabotage, blank VTuber. At least not at this stage, at 2023, when the screenshots are dated from. If she had put this alongside the prior screenshots where Red was bad-mouthing Bao and Lily and basically trying to say that because of those reasons, that's why they want the exclusivity clause, yeah, for sure. If she said that accompanying that screenshot, then yeah, right? That makes complete sense if you use that as the evidence and contextualization. But here, not so much. And she finishes the entire document by saying, thanks for taking the time to read through everything. I hope everything makes sense, and everyone who has been hurt, manipulated, or sabotaged by her will find closure. And this is where I start having issues with the way that this document is phrased, right? Sabotaged by her. What do you guys notice about the way that that's phrased? Yeah, Zodic. Yugure. It was all her. Shifting blame removes responsibility. Exactly. It absolves Nanolith of all responsibility. Sabotage by her. Now, when most people read this, the logical question would then be, how did Cinder try to sabotage those people? And once you ask that question, you very quickly realize that Cinder's main alleged attack vector, and the only one that we have been given evidence for, is trying to shut her quote-unquote rivals out by monopolizing shared artists. And then you realize, wait a second, who are those artists? Oh yeah, Nanolith. And what's more, she has a choice. None of what we have been shown in terms of the screenshots actually give credence to the idea that she was pressured or manipulated into accepting an exclusivity contract. Yeah, sure, Red and Cinder were pushing for it, but it never reached a point where Nano had signed on. And yet, the one instance that we are shown in this entire document where Nano cancelled a model was her cancelling a model seemingly without the knowledge of Redacted prior, or without instruction by Redacted. And when Redacted asked, what was the reasoning that you gave in order to cancel the model? Nano responded, "Oh, I said it was because of my health issues," and then shared a little bit of a laugh with Red as to who she would have blamed, if not, Cinder. And it's this little bit, among many others, that makes me very hesitant to simply accept the way that this document is framed to make Nanoless look like just another victim. Now, on the note of somebody who more realistically could be deemed a victim in this entire shit show, the next person to release their doc was Bao. Now, again, I want you to take note of the way that this document is structured, right? It follows the same structure, roughly the same structure as Nano's did, where first you have this introduction, you have this idea, this framing of the situation, then you have screenshots that back up that interpretation of events, right? Same thing here, this is how Redacted and Cinder do things, this is how they perceive things, here's an example of them doing this, more screenshots of them urging Nanoless to, this is how they operate, this is what they say, this is what they do, here are more screenshots to give evidence of that, etc, etc, etc. So, again, none of these documents are constructed in a way to give you a chronological retelling of how this went down, simply to contextualize why they've chosen to go public with all of this. Yeah, but I still don't understand why Nano not being a perfect victim is important. Don't worry, we'll get to that later on in the stream, Bimu. So, to go through Bao's document. Hello, this is Bao. I will only speak on to what Nanoless has decided to share with the public and the messages that directly mention me by name. I would like to kindly ask everyone to refrain from turning this into a witch hunt and remember that we are just humans at the end of the day. Before I start, I want to point out why I am addressing both Cinder and Redacted despite the messages being largely from Redacted. Many times throughout the messages, the words we, where, our occurred numerous times. As someone who was close to and worked with Cinder for years, I have first-hand experience of how Cinder and Redacted collaborate and the extent to which Red operates as her primary point of contact with her professional and personal projects. It is that experience that leads me to believe that all the requests and messages sent by Red were both known about and approved by Cinder. Again, very logical assumption, right? Assuming that, Cinder and Redacted don't speak for one another. Pretty naive. You kind of have to be willfully ignorant if you're really going to double down on making that point. Then, to go on, in March 2024, I announced that one of my subathon goals was a live 2D model. Nanoless was going to be the live 2D illustrator. After she finished both the design and the base model sketch, there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not she had the physical and mental capacity to continue my model. I was very sad as I had not only teased a screenshot of the model sketch on Twitter, but I had grown very attached to the design and showed it to all my friends. In a private group chat that Cinder was a part of, I shared how devastated I was, and she did not comment or say anything, despite others in the group chat comforting and reassuring me. I now realize that the reason for her silence was because Cinder and Redacted were deliberately sabotaging ongoing commissions and blocking VTubers such as myself from having access to art from Nanoless. Now, I don't know if you guys remember this, but in Nanoless's document, she shows an exchange between her and Redacted about her cancelling this particular project that she had ongoing with Bao, at the end of which she says that it was a mistake. Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry, let me make sure that it's not later on here as well, so I don't have to reference something that is not in this document. Alright, yeah, here. Okay. So again, one of the other things that makes this document a little confusing to navigate through is that exchange that she describes here in March of 2024, right? And that model that was made here. Hold on, let me make sure that this is the right one before I make the mistake again of attributing the wrong talking point to the wrong screenshot. Okay. Yeah, it was this. Okay. So in this screenshot, right? This is dated in May, where Redacted and Nanolist are now discussing that model, that live 2D model that Nanolist cancelled while she was in the middle of working on For Bao, right? And this conversation, the way that it opens is Redacted asking, did you cancel models? And then Nanolist says, I did not. This was the same screenshot that we looked at in Nanolist's document, right? Nano arc delayed to 2026. I'm scared to cancel with Bao. And then Redacted says, you shouldn't be. She has so many connections. She'll find someone super fast. Did you already design her outfit? I remember her showing it to us at WeebCon. And then Nano said, yeah, I can give her the design for free as an apology gift. And then Redacted says, don't sell yourself short. I think she'd be fine with taking the design and finding someone else. I wouldn't offer it for free, maybe half price, if she starts shit, lol. And then Nanolist says, yeah, you're right, I'll talk to her today. We'll also close the model inquiry today. Opening that was a mistake, right? Oh, that's August, sorry, my bad. I read out the date wrong. However, based off of what they're saying, I think it's safe to assume that this was them talking about Bao's live 2D, right? And so, I mean, well, if you go off of, if you go off of what Bao was saying, right? More screenshots of them urging Nanolist to cancel the ongoing live 2D commission with me, even mentioning how excited I was when I first showed off at WeebCon. The reason why I emphasize the significance of this screenshot is because, yeah, this is undeniably scummy of Redacted and Cinder to do, right? This was incredibly underhanded behavior. At the same time, a Cinderless is watching Bao pour her heart out about how she's really torn up about, Cinder, not being able to have that live 2D commission being completed, right? And just not saying anything. At the same time, she was getting her manager, or quite realistically, she was getting her manager to basically downplay the significance of that decision to Nanolist by saying, "Oh yeah, no, Bao will be fine. She can just get another artist to work on stuff with her." Like that. That is incredibly scummy and underhanded. But that being said, when Bao says, hold on, where is this? Nanolist was going to be the live 2D illustrator. After she finished both the design and base model sketch, there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not she had the physical and mental capacity to continue my model. What that means is Nanolist made the decision to stop working on the model, and she cited to Bao that it was because of mental health or physical health reasons. But here, according to the screenshots, it's made to sound like she did so at the behest of Redacted and Cinder. And here is the problem. It can't be both. Either Nanoless was being genuine and authentic and truthful with Bao when she said that she had to stop working on the live 2D commission because of the fact that she had mental health struggles, physical health issues that she had to deal with that made it a mistake to open the inquiries in the first place. Or, and again, that possibility would also preclude any sort of involvement or influence by Redacted and Cinder. Or she did so at the behest and under the influence of Redacted and Cinder urging her to cancel, in which case, when she told Bao that it was because of mental health or physical health reasons, that was probably a lie. It can't be both scenarios at the same time. In March it was announced, in August it's cancelled, yeah. She didn't mention Red's part in this. Or she'd been working on one but not the other. Yeah, as an ESL it's better to go along with your customers' shenanigans than to argue about it. They all seem to protect and shield Nanolist for some reason. Yeah, and again, we'll get into... I have a personal speculation as to why that is, but again, I'll save that for later, where it will make more sense. So I think of being a Footstool for 5 months. I think she lied to Bao. Personally, I do as well. In which case, I don't... One thing that has constantly made me... Because I don't think Bao is doing this maliciously at all. I think that it's quite obvious that Bao was genuinely put on the receiving end of absolutely awful behavior and an awful betrayal by someone she thought was a friend. But I find it perplexing that a pass is given to Nanoless when when Bao is simultaneously attributing Nanoless's failures to Cinder and Red while still accepting that Nanoless's excuse that she gave at the time was truthful and genuine. Because those two things happening simultaneously do not compute with me. Because, logically speaking, surely it makes more sense if it was one or the other, not both. But in any case, to continue, I now realize the reason for her silence was because Cinder and Redacted were deliberately sabotaging ongoing commissions and blocking VTubers such as myself from having access to art from Nanoless. Again, I don't think either at this point the quote-unquote sabotage had already begun and Nanoless was lying to Bao, or this wasn't an example of sabotage and Nanoless was being truthful with Bao. Like I said, it can't be both. And they include screenshots. So again, the first screenshots that the document includes, rather than including the screenshots about that conversation that they had about the Live 2D project that started in March, right, of 2024. The document then goes to screenshots of Redacted talking with Nanoless in 2025 about the whole exclusivity thing, right? We've seen this already in Nanoless's document. What about, blank? Can we pay you for blank? Can we get an exclusivity deal with blank? Etc., etc., etc. And then, okay, so this is the part that's interesting, right? Hold on, let me see. This exchange between Redacted and Nanoless, I don't know if this includes more than what was shown on Nanoless's example of the screenshot, but Nanoless says, is there any way to add a little bit more since blank still asks for art every now and then? And then Redacted says, we could do it like when blank asks for art, you tell her no, and then you tell us to buy another art piece, so you still get a job from it. If I remember correctly, in Nanoless's document, when she shows a screenshot of this exchange with Redacted, the screenshot cuts off right in the middle of so you can still get a job from it. But in this version of the screenshot that Bao has included in her document, there's a little bit more to it. Nanoless saying, "Such, it do be fair, but ... Okay, can I ask for a demon Cinder figure?" And, whatever that emote is, I forget again. I've forgotten already. Liam Weeks, thank you for the 5. Nano is clearly friends with Bao. I think Bao probably has better knowledge of Nanoless's character and doesn't attack a friend. I agree. That's probably the case, but I find this to be quite perplexing if the stated objective of this entire scandal is to protect people from this happening again. Yeah, this is where she cuts off. Okay, good. Nice to have someone else confirm it. So yeah, like I said before, it's not the case that Nanoless, it doesn't seem to be the case that Nanoless was forced into this or anything. She very much was playing ball and actively, joking around with it, right? Yeah, and not just, can you add a little bit more to that deal? Can I get a figurine along with it, right? Happy Meal, please. But then you go on to the next screenshot, which is 15th of January, so roughly around this, slightly earlier in the day than this. Of course, it starts with Nanoless saying, of course, I want to understand it better, especially if I cancel her for the second time, lol. And then Redacted says, well, with blank, she's given a lot of bias and priority at gamersubs, sometimes over Cinder, and we can't really confront them about it. And plus, she's gone 3D lately. Blank hurt one of our friends pretty bad, and I can't really say much more than that since it's not my drama to get into. Blank has been getting on our nerves for a while. She hijacked our YouTube editor a while ago and is constantly picking up artists that we work with. We've gotten to know her better than being friends with her, but she really rubs us the wrong way with things she does. We wanted to try and safeguard our most important artist from her. She's already taken our editor, and I don't mean taken like he doesn't work with us anymore. He still does, but he has to dedicate time for her, and now it gets in the way of our projects. Also, one of Bao's MV editors is the Bush Rush MV. 99% she told him not to do any more with us, but like model art is the most important thing. That's a VTuber's entire image. Again, this is all secret talk, la 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 la. I do find it quite amusing that in the screenshot of this conversation, this part of the conversation that Nanalyst showed in her doc, she cut out the again this is all secret talk, but Bao has included that little part at the end of the message here. It's almost as if it's taboo in this industry to leak DMs and break client confidentiality, and maybe if Nanalyst included that in her document, that might compromise people's ability to sympathize with her or view her as a sympathetic party. But I digress. The next portion of this conversation that Bao includes in her document, redacted saying, and now she's been barking up the tree of one of our Live 2D animators. She has a way of guilt-tripping people to get her way. So this is the exact same screenshot, the exact same way that it was shown in Nanalyst's document as well. And then Bao resumes the commentary by saying, Nanalyst asked Redacted on why he is encouraging her to not finish my model. Redacted then lists my name among various VTubers as well as vendettas Cinder and Redacted harbor against each. Quote, Bao has been getting on our nerves for a while. Quote, Bao has she has hijacked our YouTube editor. Quote, constantly picking up artists that we work with. Quote, now she's barking up the tree with one of our Live 2D animators. And quote, has a way of guilt-tripping others to get her way. This is what Redacted lists as reasons to why Nanalyst should cancel her ongoing Live 2D commission with me, all the while continuing to collaborate with me and pretending to be my friend. Now, this is where I start to have a little bit of... This is where I start to question how much of Bao's assessment of the situation is based on the way that Nano framed things when she initially shared this information with her. Because, again, when you actually look at the screenshots that Nano has included in her document, and you ignore the framing that she attempts to enforce over them, I don't think the screenshots really support that idea. Yes, they were pushing for exclusivity. Yes, they were trying to justify that exclusivity by bad-mouthing Bao. But I don't think there was ever an instance where they said that, you know, Nanolyst should cancel Bao's Live 2D model. If the most that you can say is Redacted trying to imply that it would be fine, that Bao would be fine, even if her Live 2D project with Nano was cancelled. But, again, that's not... You could maybe make the argument that that's synonymous with saying that you should cancel it. But I do think that there is a degree of... There is a degree to which that exchange has been framed by Nano, which I do think may or may not have informed the idea that they were, you know, they were actively sabotaging right from the get-go, right? Again, because of the sort of the conflicting scenarios that I listed right at the beginning of this document, right? Was Nano telling the truth when she cancelled that project to Bao? Or was the sabotage already going on? Because those two things cannot coexist. TBH, Nano shouldn't have shared with anyone on who she took business from, especially if it's still a work in progress. Oh no, I absolutely agree with that. Like I said, unprofessional conduct from Nano, which is what makes her complete exoneration from this all the more bewildering to me. Friends do not spread lies to fuel selfish narratives. Friends do not use private information they get from the privilege of being close friends just to use it to manipulate others. If stepping on your friends and abusing your power and connections is how you get to the top, then I hope you realize no one will be left when you get there. And then including that screenshot of Redacted asking Nanalyst if she cancelled a model, and then Nanalyst saying, no, you know, I didn't, no, I did not. And then saying, yeah, I can give her the design for free, etc., etc. Charlie, think about the two. Redacted alone, this is all BS. and did nothing. Living up to your role as self-appointed new manager, I see. And then Bao continues saying, more screenshots of them urging Nanalyst to cancel the ongoing Live 2D commission with me, even mentioning how excited I was about when I showed them the design during Cinder and I's concert at WeebCon in 2024. And then this exchange in August 5th of 2024. I keep forgetting that this is in American notations. Redacted saying, don't sell yourself short. I think she'll be fine with taking the design and finding someone else. I wouldn't offer it for free, maybe half price if she starts shit, lol. And then Nanalyst saying, yeah, you're right, I'll talk to her today. We'll also close the model inquiry today. Opening that was a mistake. Oh, Oko, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Oko Raiders. Welcome in. We're going through Bao's document to give a little bit of a refresher on how this transpired. And then Bao says, quote, I wouldn't offer it for free, maybe half price, if she starts shit lol. I don't know what I have ever done to either Redacted or Cinder to deserve this level of vitriol towards me. I don't remember having any issue or any problem that couldn't have been solved by talking. And I think she's absolutely right, justified in expressing this degree of confusion and betrayal at this. Because, like, if you've been friends in the content creation sphere for a while, right? You've met up, you've hung out in real life, you've spoken to one another, you've face revealed to one another, you've had shared events, etc., etc., etc. And this is the way that you're referring to one another? Like, this is... I wouldn't offer for free, maybe half price if she starts shit, lol. Like, that's not a two-way friendship. That is not a two-way friendship. Yeah, Bao didn't deserve any of this, yeah. I think regardless of what your stance is on the entire scandal, I have yet to encounter a single instance where someone has unironically tried to make the argument that this treatment of Bao was justified. Like, even Cinder's staunchest defenders are still quite at a loss as to what to say about why this happened. Liam Weeks, Steel Manning Nano here. Do you think it's possible that when Nano mentioned mental health, it was referring to being unable to handle the pressure of negotiations and Cinder's desires? That's a good argument. Although, that being said, there is still... The problem is, if we were to interpret that as being the case, there is no scenario in which Nanoless's betrayal is any less than Cinder or Redacted's in that case, right? Because... if out of deference to the negotiations for exclusivity you are willing to cancel this, it's a half-truth at best, right? And that's the problem that I have with this. Is that the fact that even in the best case scenario, right, according to your steel-manned argument, which I do think is a valid one, right? Even in the best case scenario, it's still... See, the thing is, right, okay, how do I say this? To believe that Nanoless would be able to tell a half-truth by saying, I have mental strain so I can't finish your project, while at the same time refusing to share that said mental strain is due to ongoing negotiations that involve supposed pressure to drop Bao as a client from Cinder and Redacted, is that would require us believing, right, two simultaneous but contradictory personality traits at once. She is truthful enough to share a reason that, a legitimate reason for canceling the project with Bao, but she is dishonest enough to continue to withhold that there is an active attempt at sabotage being carried out against her. And that is the thing that inhibits me from being able to even accept that as a realistic hypothesis regarding Nana's behavior. To put it crudely, I don't know if she's that conniving or that smart, and if she was that conniving or that smart, it would be no less malicious than what is currently going on with the alleged sabotage attempt. That's the problem that I have with that suggestion. To go on, regarding the messages where Cinder and Redacted openly accuse me of stealing their YouTube editor, Boss Rush music video animator, as well as any other artists they have worked with, and then here she includes an email exchange between her and Kaiser, who was the editor for those videos, saying, from Bao Management on September 3rd, 2023. Hi Kaiser, nice to meet you. I was watching your stream highlight from me and Cinder's collab, and I really loved your editing style and humor. I was curious if I could request a video edit from you every now and then, and if you have availability. My username is Bao on Discord if you want to chit-chat more there. Thanks again. To which Kaiser responds by saying, "Hi Bao, I'd love to edit a video for you. I just sent a friend request on Discord." And then Bao addresses the claim that, she quote-unquote hijacked Cinder and Redacted's editor. Their YouTube editor, Kaiser, a mutual YouTube channel editor for myself and Cinder, my channel manager Jun, and I asked Kaiser for... I read that weirdly. Their YouTube editor, Kaiser, is a mutual YouTube channel editor for myself and Cinder. My channel manager, Jun, and I asked Kaiser for one stream highlight per month as we are aware of his extensive position as Cinder's channel manager. I made it a point to note this in my inquiry email to him in 2023. And this is her providing evidence of the call. As an aside, and this is not something that's included in the document itself, but it's been verified across, Twitter posts made by both Jun, her Bao's channel manager, and also Sacramore Sacramore TV as another editor that was working with Bao at the time. He also was in this call, and both of them corroborated that this actually happened. So this is basically confirmed as having taken place. Kirdna, thank you for the 5. I suggest Nanolus has conflict avoidance and says what she needs to whomever she's talking to just to guess. I mean, again, I'm no psychologist, but that sounds like a realistic enough hypothesis given what we've seen so far. In which case, I doubt how reliable she is as a contractor, a client, or, for a friend for that matter. But that's not my problem to worry about, or to speculate extensively on, given that it's neither here nor there. To continue with the document, on March 20th, I started a Discord group call that lasted 5 hours to hang out with my editors. In this group call, Kaiser shared with us that he was afraid to ask Cinder for a raise because he had initially turned down an exclusivity deal. As a friend to both Cinder and Kaiser, I encouraged him to take the deal and reassured him that it would not change our friendship, as I would never want someone I care about to miss an opportunity, even if it meant I would lose him as an editor. The other editors who were in the call can corroborate this. And again, they did. I'm sharing this context. What am I saying? I'm having a stroke in real time. Hold on, give me a second. Rias Grimmery, thank you for tuning in for as long as you did, and I hope you start feeling better soon. This entire situation is no smoking gun. It's all practically circumstantial and based on inferences and assumptions. There's reasonable doubt on both sides. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable enough assessment of the situation. To go on, I'm sharing this context because there are no words to describe the hurt and betrayal I feel now, knowing that on the other side of this conversation, Cinder and Redacted were actively portraying me as a thief and a detriment to their business. I've only ever supported them and their activities and never once thought that I had somehow quote-unquote gotten on their nerves. Quote, Bao had original songs last year that had MVs by her editor and the songs flopped, end quote, including this screenshot of Redacted saying this to Nanolus. Well, we love working with you. Cinder wouldn't be Cinder without Nano. Oh wait, no, sorry. This isn't a message to Nanolus. This is a Cinder. This is a message from Redacted to. Oh no, this is the same message from Redacted to Nanolus. My bad. Sorry. We love working with you. Cinder wouldn't be Cinder without Nano. So basically, the exact same screenshot. All of a sudden changes in his mind. He's only working with Bao going forward. No explanation. And then Bao continues by saying, I'm in shock and disbelief that this is the narrative they decided I deserved. Saying that I harbored an invisible jealousy because of my songs, quote-unquote, flopped, made me feel sick to my stomach. Again, very rational, very logical response. You have this person who you think is your friend, and then the entire time they've been backchatting you, basically throwing shit-flinging at you and the work that you've poured your heart and soul into for the past few, months, weeks, years, whatever. That's just... Again, there is a chance that maybe, slim chance maybe, this isn't, maybe a slim chance that this wasn't some sort of sabotage attempt. But I don't think there really can be any argument that Cinder and Redacted made for awful friends. In late 2024, I was dealing with debilitating TMJ pain that resulted in me having to drain fluid from my jaw joint to open my mouth properly. They both knew this. I have always wanted my friends to succeed alongside me, and I don't know how they could say these things while simultaneously weaponizing my most vulnerable moments against me. Quote, we're 99% sure, she told him, Sacramore, not to do any more with us, Boss Rush music videos. And then Bao includes this screenshot by between Nanolus and Redacted. There's some context missing since we know how Bao is behind the scenes, but basically we don't have an MV editor now for the next Boss Rush project. We think Bao got pissed that her editor did the original MV song for her friends without her knowing, and it did 100 times better than her original songs, so she locked him up, etc., etc. The exact same thing we saw in the previous document. And then Nanolus says, oh, shit? To which Redacted replies, yeah. And then Nanolus says, okay, that's super weird. And then Redacted includes that tweet by Sacramore, quote-unquote, anonymously in-house, as in, will never be credited publicly so no one knows who does this work for Bao. And then Nanolus says, oh, it's literally it, lol. And then Redacted says, this literally reads like a hostage note. I asked for this to be anonymous since I'd like to separate from being known as a freelancer. No one does this. No one decides to do this on their own. This was 2 weeks after the Bus Rush came out. And then Nanolus says, yeah, it's pretty weird, lol. Now, part of me really has to ask, what changed between January of 2025 and April of 2025? Where Nanolus goes from basically nodding along with all of the things that Redacted is saying to choosing to blow up the situation by sharing DMs between her and him with Shy Lily, Bao, Silvervale, and the like. Because this is a pretty drastic shift in attitude and standing. But on top of that, I will push back against what Redacted is saying here, right? I asked to be anonymous since I'd like to separate it from being known as a freelancer. When he says no one does this, I think that's a further sign that he is kind of a tourist when it comes to this industry. Because there are plenty of editors that work, not even in VTubing, but in just content creation in general, who after a certain point in time, right, they just decide that they would rather try to make their own content and be a freelancer. And so they start trying to minimize the degree to which people associate them with another creator that already exists, right? Maybe sometimes it's down to personal desire, maybe even sometimes brainworms, right? Nobody wants to live in the shadow of their ex-employer if they want to strike out as a freelancer or an independent content creator. But at the same time, there are perfectly reasonable if you are an editor, you want more employment. If you want to build up a brand for yourself, chances are you probably want to build up a brand for yourself as a freelancer rather than a brand that is inherently tied to another existing content creator. So this, no one does this. That's not true, right? This is a fairly logical, fairly commonplace thing that editors will do in this industry. So, but in any case, to continue with what Bao was saying in the document, in these messages, Cinder and Redacted are referring to my animator, Sacramore, whom I have been working with since 2023. And then she includes this screenshot of her conversation first starting on Discord with Sacramore in 2023, August 29th, as a way of giving proof of how long they've been working together. She goes on to say, in 2024, Sack asked me if he could go completely exclusive for me and work for me in-house with no credit in order for him to be able to quietly work on his personal projects and brand without having VTubers asking for more commission work. I was happy to accept. I want to reiterate this was Sack's decision and no one else's. Again, this sounds pretty reasonable, right? Perfectly common for people to be very talented at what they do, be more than capable of securing a stable income doing what they do, but to just not be the best at turning down multiple potential clients, right? after a while it starts to get old and stressful, and maybe even sad to see people approach you asking if they could work with you and then you having to say no. So I understand if this is the motivation behind him wanting to work anonymously. I don't think it's nearly as underhanded or strange as Redacted makes it out to be in that conversation with Nanoless. And then to go on, Bao says, here is proof of Sak mentioning his wishes to be my in-house animator directly to my channel manager Jun Bepis back in December 2024, refuting Redacted's claims that I, quote, locked him up due to Boss Rush's success. And this conversation between Sak and Bepis unfolds as the following. Sorry, give me a second. I zoomed in a little bit just so I could read it out loud. Sak says, on the 8th of December 2024, he says, yo, is it fine if going forward I don't be credited in video descriptions? And then Bepis says, okay. And then Sak says, TY, I'd rather just be more of an in-house type of thing for Bao after this blank, presumably some kind of project thing is done. It's the last commission I ever do for anyone besides Bao, and want to make a name for myself through my own content and not really my work for others next year. And then Bao touches on the last section of her document, I believe. Yes, okay, in which she says, why aren't you solving this privately? Alright guys, I'm heading out to dinner. See ya in the vlog gang. Hope you enjoy your dinner, Alan is 3D. Thank you for tuning in for as long as you have. Her manager seems to be pretty good at business savvy. Oh no, absolutely. Right. But to finish off this document, the section titled, why aren't you solving this privately? Bao states, if you look at the timeline of events from Nano's document, some of these messages date back years. Now, this might sound pedantic, and some people may take issue with me pointing this out, but there is no timeline of events in Nanoless's document. Nanoless did not construct her document to provide a timeline of events. It was simply point evidence, point evidence, point evidence. There was no attempt at trying to assert how any sort of coherent representation of how the relationship between herself and Cinder/Redacted evolved over time. Yes, it did show that they had a relationship that spanned years, but as for any sort of progression in that relationship, that was not something that the document itself was designed to show. So I do think that Bao saying this here may be a little naive, because again, that's not how Nanoless constructed her document at all. And if you simply look at the screenshots in the order in which Nanoless presented them in her original document, you would probably be lost trying to put together how her relationship with Redacted and Cinder evolved over time as well. So, again, timeline of events, probably not how I would describe it. I found out about this less than 48 hours ago, and they did not give me common courtesy of talking to me privately about this over those years. My thoughts, feelings, my most vulnerable, darkest moments that I shared in confidence with people I thought would be by my side years and years from now may have been used as information to ruin my chances to have the same VTuber model as someone I thought was my friend, and I don't know how I can ever be the same after this. I would also like to ask the community to refrain from spreading any harmful speculation. Everything shared in this document was done so with the express permission of those who shared it with me. I made this document with the intent to refute the claims made about me in the screenshots. Thank you for taking the time to read this. And here's where we run into a little bit of an issue. This disclaimer specifically shows a little bit of a... why Bao particularly is in a little bit of a... between a rock and a hard place. Because the problem with the behavior that Cinder and Redacted are alleged to have participated in is we have no idea how widespread that backchatting, that shit-talking, that bad-mouthing that they did when it comes to their quote-unquote friends like Bao and Shy Lily actually were. See, Bao knows that it happened with Nanoless because Nanoless shared the screenshots with her. But they have no way of knowing how many other creators behind the scenes Redacted has had similar conversations with before, or Cinder has had similar conversations with before. So Bao is kind of stuck in this position where she has to publicly refute an accusation that has been told and leveled in private, but to an unknown number of parties in private. So, I made the document with the intent to refute claims made about me in the screenshots. Thank you for taking the time to read this. I've seen some people try to make the argument of, oh, why are you refuting private accusations using a public document? When I think it is quite a reasonable response when, like I said, even though they were technically technically the accusations were shared in private, you don't know how many parties they were shared with, and you have no ways of ascertaining those parties, to be completely honest. Because doing so would require you to reach out to this person who betrayed your trust and trusting them when they tell you how many people they actually did that with. Which, again, you can make the argument that that's what you do if you want to handle it diplomatically, but let's be honest about human nature for a second. That's not going to happen. What claims? The claims that Bao was deliberately locking up editors so that she could gatekeep other creators, even her friends, from being able to work with them. Because that was one of the more egregious accusations that Redacted leveled against Bao in private to Nanoless. However, on top of that though, how do I say? I understand why content creators do this thing where they say everything shared in this document was done so with the express permission of those who shared it with me. The problem is, in this particular case, I don't think this is a very useful useful sentence to include, because of the fact that, yeah, it's been shared with the permission of those who shared it with you, but who's sharing it with you? Nanoless, who's sharing screenshots from a conversation with Redacted without Redacted's permission. So I think that this particular sentence, again, I understand that Bao probably made this document when she was really torn up, right? Like she said, less than 48 hours elapsed between the publication of this document and her finding out about the entire thing. But as we'll get into later on in the stream, I think that, to be perfectly honest, if they were going to go public with this and they were going to go public without consulting Cinder, it probably would have been more, how do I say, cleaner? It probably would have been cleaner if they'd waited just a little bit longer. Because stuff like this comes off, again, I don't interpret it that way, but I have seen other people interpret things like this as being excessively performative, right? And if you are going to be making a private struggle public, how do I say? Generally, people don't want a bunch of random busybodies coming in and then scrutinizing it to see, is this authentic, is this performative, etc., etc., etc. Which, unfortunately, including redundant lines like this in public statements, ends up inviting. That's the kind of attention that it ends up getting. Alright, and now, third on the chopping block. Sentence is very much moot point, but benefit of the doubt, she was probably in denial stages. Yeah. Again, I don't hold it against Bao for including this. I'm just saying that, again, if anyone who's currently watching this stream wants to make a similar doc for a similar purpose in the future, don't do something like this. Saying that you have the permission of the person who shared the screenshots with you does not mean anything if the person shared those screenshots against the wishes of the other people in those screenshots who are being depicted, right? Alright, so third and final Google Doc that we are going to be consulting. Silvervale. Alright, now this document is interesting because contrary to Bao and Shy Lily, Silvervale is not part of that same streamer friend group. Yes, she is probably friendly with Shy Lily, probably with Bao, let's be honest. Bao you'd be hard pressed to find, I feel like you'd be hard pressed to find any VTuber in the Twitch indie sphere that isn't friendly with Bao. But, I mean, yeah, again, Silvervale's part of VCard, so I would assume she's friendly with Shy Lily. But she's not in that same sort of friend group, so to speak. So when she comes in and starts, talking, giving background information as to her prior experiences with Cinder, I feel like her account, or at least the way that I've read her account, has been more of a useful additional source, and not external, not completely removed, but separate enough to what Bao and Shylily are saying, to the point where it can be used as a kind of objective measure of the kind of behavior that Cinder has been exhibiting towards other creators over time. Funless, thank you for being a Footstool for 10 months. Armchair Doc coming up, going to be 100 pages. Let's cross our fingers that never has to be the case. Alright, so, again, I want to point out that pretty much the 3 documents we've looked at, they all start with the same thing. A screenshot that dates 2025, and they are all out of order, right? There is no discernible chronology. It's not going forwards or backwards in a linear fashion. And the years are spread throughout 2023 to 2024 to 2025, right? Again, just like I said, these are not documents that are assembled with the primary purpose of giving you a chronology of events, an orderly timeline of how things developed between Redacted/Cinder and Nanolus. Alright, so Silverveil's document opens by saying, quote, "I shouldn't have to say this, but me putting out this statement is not a call for or an excuse to anyone to turn this situation into a witch hunt. Fair enough. My intention to make a statement is strictly to give myself closure from the events of the past years and clarify how I have been personally affected. I debated if I wanted to even say anything after being asked if I wanted my name in the original document censored, as the situation is much bigger than just my personal experience. However, after finding out how wide and extensive the transgressions were, I felt the need to give clarity to my situation and how I was personally affected. I want to note, as others have, that though a majority of the messages are from Redacted, Cinder's manager, I find it impossible that he acted solely on his own intentions without Cinder's knowledge or consent, given the extent to which he has represented her publicly and professionally." Basically, a very indirect way of saying he's her boyfriend and her manager. No shit, he's going to be representing her when he speaks. Nano and VTuber1. This is basically where Cinder clarifies in the screenshots that were provided in Nano's original document, right? That VTuber1, as was referred to in Nano's document, was Silverveil, right? Silverveil was VTuber1. I'm going to have to make sure I don't slip up and mix the two together when I'm referring to them out loud. That would be a really bad look. Oh, I've done it already multiple times over the course of this stream. They don't look the same, they don't sound the same, but boy as fuck do their names become a bit of a tongue twister when you try to say them, in quick succession to one another. Hold on, let me see. Okay, there we go. Alright, so in contrast to the screenshots provided by Nanolus, now you have that exact same screenshot dated 15th of January 2025, where Redacted is saying, how about you don't work with these specific creators, except they've now, in Silverveil's document, taken away more of the blocks from the names of the VTubers, where we can see that 2 of the 3 creators mentioned were Bao and Silver. Now, as to what the third one is, I have no idea. But, well, some of you Discord sleuths could probably hop into a server and try typing it out to see what matches with the bits of the letters that are peeking out there. However, again, now we know that Silverveil is VTuber1. Hold on. The next screenshot, I don't want to take sides. Is this about Silver's model? Nano, and then Nanoless says, yeah, oh, sorry. I think this is a new screenshot, although at this point it's becoming more and more difficult to remember each individual one. So this conversation from the 25th of November in 2023, where Redacted has now said, is this about Silver's model Nano? And then Nanolith says, yeah, I want to take... Oh, yeah, no, this is the same screenshot that we've read before, but now it has Silver's name unblocked. I just want to do pretty models, no hurt feelings. And then Redacted says, business is business. Again, this has not changed the context of it. The unblocking of Silver's name has not changed this at all, right? I'm pretty sure Cotton showed it was her. Oh, okay, all right. So, here, it still reads the same, right? It still reads as Nanolith saying, I cancelled Silverveil's model, and Redacted saying, why did you do that? Did you say it was because of Cinder? And then her saying, no, and I don't want to, I want to take the model, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. And then Redacted saying, business is business, don't worry about it. Then Redacted said, Nano, you're a freelance artist, and then same thing, I just go Art Burr, and then Nanolith says, Cinder, I just want to say sorry for stepping back on the exclusivity deal. Wanted to personally apologize. Yada, yada, yada. After all, Silver is still a client and it makes me anxious and it kind of destroys my mental to do this kind of deal. Just wanted to let you know I still love working with you in Red, but I understand if things don't work out because of Silver. I just love my clients. That's all. And here, with this additional context that this is Silver that Nanolith is talking about, now it makes a lot more sense as to why Cinder interpreted her saying, I'll understand if things don't work out because of Silver, as a kind of, her or me type scenario, right? Because if you interpret it that way, and you interpret it as if, this is a conversation after presumably Cinder has already prior discussed the idea of trying to cut out Silver specifically because she is, she's brainworming about people comparing Silver and her with one another. Now, when Nano says, I'll understand if things doesn't work out, right? I still love working with you and Red, but I'll understand if things doesn't work out because of Silver. That for sure sounds like Nanolith saying, I love working with you, but if you have a problem with me working with Silver, I understand if things don't work out. And I can 100% see how Cinder might look at that and interpret that as, oh, okay, maybe she is okay with not working with me anymore if it means she continues to work with Cinder. Especially if she's already brainworming about it. So, when you said, I understand if things don't work out, it makes me feel like you're okay with not working with me anymore, which hurts so much after all this time. I really appreciate you, Nano, and it's your decision who you ultimately work with, but if this is how you feel. And then, like we covered before, Nano clears it up by saying, no, I don't have any plans to stop working with you. I'm just saying, don't expect me to be exclusive, and don't expect me to cut out Cinder, right? Don't expect me to cut out Silver. Shit. I need to start saying Silverveil's full name so I don't mix them up as much. Whimsy, I'd say it's a plausible interpretation that Red was checking after the cancellation that they pressed for to make sure that they weren't implicated, but Nano didn't show the direct pressure. Yeah, and that's the problem that I have with Nano's document, where it is possible that that's the case, perfectly so, but we don't have evidence. And the way that the commentary is written in those documents makes it sound like we've been provided with evidence, which is not the case. So, yeah, Whimsy, you're 100% right. But the problem is, at this point in time, given what we have, the actual screenshots, the receipts we've been provided, it doesn't show that. And there's way too much room for interpretation. There's way too much room to argue otherwise. Now, you could make the argument that Cinder hasn't argued otherwise, so, you know what, fair enough. But, like I said before, I am, and this is not something that perhaps is shared with everybody else, right, but personally, I like to make sure of what is going on before I start handing out victim status like candy. Because, unfortunately, in cases of severe scandal or cases of bad practice, victimhood ends up determining who escapes scrutiny and who gets all of it. And here, I'm not altogether sure that Nanolith is someone who deserves to escape scrutiny. Kara, welcome to the stream. Cinder, Silver, Cinder, Silver, Tomato, Potato. Yeah, it's just one syllable apart. I need to start saying Silverveil, just so I don't mix it up. Alright. And then you have the rest of that conversation exactly as it unfolded in Nano's document. I'm just an insecure bitch, etc., etc. People saying dumb shit online makes me stressed. And then Silvervale says in her document, I am VTuber 1 in the screenshots provided. I'm VTuber 1 in the screenshots provided by Nano in her document. I've been a friend and client of Nano for years, and seeing how she was manipulated and abused by Cinder and Red makes me livid. And yet again, this is where I'm starting to question, are all of the VTubers in this situation just giving Nano a pass because she's their friend? And also, this degree of expressed anger, I don't know. And again, this might not be a popular sentiment, but I don't think that the receipts that have been shared with the public are sufficient evidence of manipulation, let alone abuse, from Cinder and Redacted to Nano. Now, judging by this anger, it could absolutely be possible that there is proof that there is, a more straightforward proof of there being that degree of manipulation or abuse being directed at Nano by Cinder and Redacted that has been shown to Silvervale or Shy Lily or Bao or any of the other VTubers involved behind the scenes. But in the public eye, I don't think what we've been shown demonstrates that. Quite the opposite. I think that it demonstrates a relationship between a contractor and a client that is, if anything, pretty chummy. And none of the screenshots that we've been given show that. And it's especially weird when you have screenshots of Redacted and Cinder saying in, on certain occasions, saying explicitly, look, get that bag, do your thing as an artist, we understand that you're freelance, we get that business is business. And it is kind of weird how the entire framing around the scandal hinges on how you interpret when Cinder and Redacted say, business is business. Because if you interpret them saying that as a justification of sabotage, then yeah, no shit, this is abuse of both the artists and the other talents involved, etc., etc., etc. But if you interpret business is just business as them trying to reassure Nanolis that they don't take offense to her continuing to work with people that they have a personal grudge against or they have a personal problem with, then the characterization of Cinder and Redacted as people who were abusive towards Nano falls apart completely. And I just find it to be really interesting that is a sticking point that a lot of the other creators who are involved in this scenario and who have covered this scenario don't seem to be focusing on. But in any case, to continue, it breaks my heart to see how she was treated like a tool and a resource to be used for growth rather than a talented living person, and gaslit into somehow believing that she was that how she was being treated was okay. Again, I understand feeling offended on her behalf and seeing that viewing her as being treated as a sort of resource or a tool, right? But if you sell your service to people and they want to start making an exclusivity deal with you, I don't think that qualifies as being treated like perhaps this is just me, but I don't think that qualifies as being dehumanized. Viewing someone as, if someone has valuable skills and you want them to be exclusive to just you, and you are trying to get an idea of what in their opinion would make it worth their while to go exclusive with you, because that is, I want to remind everyone, that is what the screenshots show. I don't get the impression that Nano is being dehumanized. And this degree of rallying around Nano is something that I find to be personally quite perplexing in this entire situation. Even in this particular case. Quote, I'm so proud of Nano for having the courage to come forward to the affected people with all of this and let everyone know how they were being unknowingly sabotaged. And it's at this point where I'm starting to, and again, this is cruel, this might sound cruel, this might sound blunt, but It's at this point where I'm starting to think that Silvervale's friendship with Nano has... If we only go off of the receipts that have been made publicly available, this makes it sound like her friendship with Nano has kind of... There's something there that the public doesn't have access to that is informing her assessment of the situation. Because let's just say that, yes, you could make the argument that there was sabotage happening in this scenario, but the one on the receiving end of the sabotage was certainly not Nanoless based off of the screenshots that we have seen. To continue, I've spoken to her privately and want to be clear that I have no ill will or hard feelings toward Nano for her involvement in this. I urge people reading this to try and understand the emotional manipulation on display and empathize with her situation. There is a lot I could say about how disgusting I find their behavior towards other creators in general, but I want to focus on my personal experience. First section of the document, Cinder and I. Lo-Fi Animal, if you want an exclusivity deal, you do not say everyone else is manipulating you and devaluing your art. Hold on. I agree with when you said, you shouldn't say to an artist, right? If you want exclusivity with an artist, you shouldn't say, oh, everyone around you is devaluing your art. Every model you make makes your art less special, right? 100%. I don't think that's a reasonable thing to say at all. But I don't think... Well, maybe. I think... Personally, I didn't really get the impression that Redactor was trying to say that the other creators were manipulating Nanoless, but just that the other creators in the question, Shy Lily, Bao, etc., were competitive and competing with Cinder. But I don't really think that they were trying to make out as if Nanoless was surrounded on all sides by wolves. I don't think that's the case at all. But you are absolutely right that telling an artist, oh yeah, you should be exclusive with us because every model you make devalues your art. That's a really stupid thing to do. Okay, I thought I was the only one who noticed that too. Yeah. First section, Cinder and I. Discovering that all of this was going on behind the scenes has been gut-wrenching. I didn't know Cinder, we weren't friends, we have barely talked. Even writing this, I do not understand what I could have possibly done to warrant the level of malice and cruelty shown. In our private interactions, I was as cordial as possible, but I just wasn't interested in associating with her professionally or being her friend. From the few uncomfortable interactions I did have with her, I had gotten the vibe that her primary goal was to climb the social and content ladder and grow her brand. I'm fully aware of how common that attitude is and that's just how you grow in this sphere. But I personally don't have the emotional fortitude or bandwidth to have friendships for the express purposes of growth. Honestly, fair enough. Based. For the record, I think it's fine to have that view and approach to content creation, but I also reserve the right to simply not vibe with someone. Asserting rights to freedom of association, very based. I would much rather not associate with someone at all than pretend to be their friend for the purposes of growing my brand. The only time I had talked to her directly was during my meet and greet at TwitchCon 2023. I had just finished my meet and greet, and as I was wrapping up, she walked directly to the screen to meet me, and had someone else take a picture of us together. I was not informed of this picture or asked permission for it, and only knew about it once I saw it on Twitter later on. Now, some of you may read that section and not quite understand what the big deal is around, having a picture taken. However, the problem is not the fact that the picture was taken so much as the way that the picture was then used after the fact, right? So, in this conversation, right, this is a conversation between Silvervale and her mythic manager, and presumably what has happened, according to Silvervale, is that Cinder had privately reached out to her mythic manager in an attempt to get Silvervale's mythic manager to ask for a collab on Cinder's behalf, which, I'm not going to lie, it's a little bit strange. If you've already spoken to the person, why not DM them, right? Why go through their talent management agency and through a manager if you have already spoken with them directly? So the mythic manager says, also, Cinder really loved meeting you and wanted to collab, so I told her I'd let you know, and I could throw you guys in a group chat if you were interested. To which Silver replies, Hello, I appreciate the sentiment, but I would prefer not to do collabs. And then the manager says, no worries, I hope you're having a good weekend. And then Silver says, oh, thanks. I'm trying to just busy and lots of stuff coming up, lol. Sorry for not being interested in collabs, I just want to do my own thing, but I'm always open to messages, lol. I hope you had fun at the con and everything went okay. Very polite, not at all confrontational way of saying, of turning down the collab. Very professional. And then the document continues by saying, after the meet and greet, she contacted my manager at Mythic to ask me to collab with her. I told them I'd rather not collab, but accepted her friend request on Discord after turning her down. In private DMs, she reached out and asked me to do merch or another various form of collab to be monetized, to which I declined. I will always prioritize my mental health and peace over any potential profit that would make me feel used transactionally and put me out of my comfort zone. And again, she includes that screenshot of that Discord conversation rather brief one that occurred between her and Cinder, where Silvervale says hi, Cinder says hi Silver, sorry for getting back to you so late. I've been super sick from TwitchCon. I guess a lot of us got sick after the last couple of parties. I hope you had a good time at your meet and greet. It was nice to see you there. But yeah, no worries. If you don't prefer to stream together, my manager suggested something more like sponsorships, merch, music, some kind of other project together that maybe Mythic could help with if needed. I'd love to chat more either way. Now, I don't know about you, but I can understand why Silver would be uncomfortable with this being the opening gambit by Cinder. Because if you're going to, you're talking to another content creator for the first time, and when you say, when you ask for things to collaborate on, you don't comment on their content, you don't comment on their personality, you don't try to find a shared interest, you don't talk about those things. Instead, you say, can we get a collab? If we don't manage to get a collab on stream, no worries. We can just collab on sponsorships, merch, music, some other project. All of the kinds of bells and whistles that you use to try and better expand your brand, monetize, etc., etc., etc. So when Silver says that her transactional relationship radar went off, 100% I can see why. So yeah, this reeks of wanting to use Silver. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Murray. Nice shoes. Want a collab? That's pretty much how this comes off. Now to this, Silvervale says, no worries. It's been super hectic and busy for everyone. Lol, I hope you're feeling better. I'm really flattered by the persistence, but I'm not interested in transactional relationships with anyone. I hope you can understand. And the fact that she actually just says I'm not interested in transactional relationships, honestly, big respect for saying, actually verbalizing that while still trying to maintain that tone of, politeness and professionalism. But also, just a tip for other people, potentially maybe other content creators or whatever, or just men in general. If a woman who doesn't know you very well compliments you on your persistence, there is at least a 50-50 chance that is not intended to actually be a compliment. It might be phrased in a way that suggests that it is, but, equally often it might be a subtle way of trying to tell you, no thank you. And I would prefer you give up sooner than later, That being said, so already you're starting to get this impression, right? That from this interaction, it does very much contextualize and corroborate the idea that Cinder is a very cynically driven, that is, it's not unreasonable to view Cinder as a cynically driven content creator. That her relationships, a few of them may be transactional, because you have to wonder what would have happened if Silvervale said yes to this. To which the answer would probably be, collabs, etc., etc. And would the audience have been able to tell that it was a transactional relationship? I would wager probably not. But Silver was able to tell, and she turned it down as a result of that. And that being the opening gambit by Cinder does make it more believable that Silver is just this kind of, chronically, if not terminally, corpo-minded creator. Yeah, lo-fi animal. When a woman compliments you on your persistence, it's yeah, it's like saying you're so good at taking up my time. That exactly. Armchair oracle of women. Charlie, thank you for the 2. Not true. Rima tells me that all the time. I'm sure she does, Charlie. I'm sure she does. However, the document then includes this screenshot from that conversation between Nano and Redacted, where Redacted says, like at the end of the day, it isn't about how much we make compared to her. We just want her to recognize, hey, Cinder's a big VTuber too. And again, we've gone through this screenshot before, but basically this really, really odd insistence on trying to get some sort of recognition from Silver regarding Cinder's like size, presence, degree of success, whatever. But really harping on about getting that acknowledgement from that specific person, 100%, that is really strange, right? And then to go on, I think it's more like wanting her to recognize Cinder, even though it literally doesn't matter. I feel like this is unspoken competition, basically going through that exact same song and dance again. And then Cinder says in her document, I had a live 2D model in the works for my birthday with Nano, which was eventually cancelled. I was devastated as Nano was the one who originally asked if she could do this model because she was excited to make it with all the new things she had learned, and my birthday was special. At the time the reason given was health and stress reasons, which made sense given how much was on Nano's plate. And despite my disappointment, I expressed my support for her prioritizing her health. I am now aware that the actual reason for her declining to work with me on my birthday model was external pressure from Redacted and Cinder. Words cannot describe how heartbroken I was and am. Now, this is a personal opinion on this document, but based off of the receipts that we have been shown, this is the exact same scenario as what happened with Bao when Nanoless cancelled, where it really does look like, to me at least, that Nano is using Cinder and Redacted as a convenient way of deflecting from her cancelling these projects when she was halfway through them. Because at this point, she had no arrangement with them. So, I can't... Again, it's that same sort of conundrum where either the arrangement was already in place, in which Nano was knowingly lying to Bao and now Silver, or the arrangement was not in place and assigning Nano's cancellation to Cinder and Redacted is unreasonable. But it can't be both. This is 100%. Yeah, that's the opinion that I came to after reading through these documents a number of times. Funless, thank you for the 5. Don't do that to me. I'm trying to make it a brainworm to help you make future mistakes. I'm trying my best to not mix them up, but holy fuck is it difficult when I shorten Silvervale's name. In any case, Silvervale includes this screenshot from this conversation with Nanoless dated the 17th of November 2023, where Nanoless starts by saying, Silver, I have to cancel the model com. I'm sorry, my manager told me I have to cancel the comms for health reasons. I've been working too hard and it's getting into me. I really apologize for the inconvenience. Now, what makes this especially scummy, by the way, on Nano's part, is she approached Silver with the offer to do this, and then she made the decision to cancel it halfway through. You can say what you like about sabotage, but even if you say that Redacted and Cinder are the spawn of hell for using money to tempt your good friend Nanoless away from completing a project, there is still some degree of responsibility that Nano holds towards this happening because of the fact that she approached Silvervale first with the offer to do this. That is a degree of responsibility that has been shirked in the cancellation of this project that, quite quite frustratingly from the perspective of an outside onlooker, doesn't seem to be acknowledged. And then Silvervale says, I was looking forward to it so much. Cry, I love your art so much. I've been so excited for a new model from you. Cry, I understand though you have to prioritize your health and taking care of yourself. I hope your health improves and you feel better. Make sure to get lots of rest and relaxation. Do you know if you would be able to do it next year at all? Don't feel pressured or anything, just asking. And then Analyst says, Cry, I'm sorry, it hurts me a lot too. I just wish I could work on everything I could, but I believe that I can still go for your model sometime next year. Yeah. And then next day, 3 days later, Silvervale reopens the conversation saying, that's okay. I know you have a lot on your, I know you have a ton on your plate, and I can't imagine how stressful it must be. Do you think you can still do the Gamer Subs tub art? Wow. And then Nanolis says, oh yeah, illustrations are okay. I don't know about you, but when I go from this conversation to this, like Nanolist talking with Redacted going, I cancelled, I said it was because of health, yada yada yada, saying that to Redacted, I get whiplash, not from what Redacted is saying, but from what Nanolist is saying. And frankly, I'm surprised that that doesn't seem to be a more common reaction among people who've read these documents. However, Silvervale then includes the screenshot of this conversation between Redacted and Nanolist, and then this is, the same thing, Redacted saying, I didn't think that our prior conversation was, me trying to make you not work with Silver's model. And then I said, maybe I just considered the situation too much, my mistake for thinking it this way. And the Redacted says, it's okay, but are we good for real? This feels like a weird breakup, I'm stressing. And here's the thing. The difficulty with this scenario is I can understand both why people say that this doesn't qualify as manipulation and why this and the people who say that this qualifies as gaslighting. Because specifically, if you go up to an artist and you say the more models you make for other creators, the less valuable your art becomes, the less special your art becomes, and then that content creator brainworms themselves into going, yeah, maybe I should start cancelling models here and there so that my art becomes rarer and thus more valuable and special, right? Who holds more responsibility in that scenario? You for saying that to the artist, even if you didn't intend for them to then follow up with that action? Or the artist for then convincing themselves and brainworming themselves based off of what you said into cancelling that project? I still haven't reached a satisfactory answer, even just mulling over that question in my own head. But that is certainly one of the things that does make the situation a bit more... That's one of the things where it is a bit of a headache for me to properly get a grasp on which one of those two conclusions is more reasonable or rational than the other. Again, it's hard, but she made the final decision, and on a commission that she herself initiated, no less, which is what ultimately, usually, when I'm thinking about this, ends up making me trend more towards this was more Nano's responsibility than Redacted's responsibility, and thus, when you look at the cancellation of Silvervale's model, I do think that in that particular case, Nano bears more blame for that than Redacted does, and portraying this as some sort of exclusivity deal that's already been implemented for somehow, or this sabotage that's been done, one, neglects the fact that the sabotage can only happen with the consent of Nanoless, and two, it very much does read like deflection. Jack John, thank you for the super. The truth is, artists are coddled in this sphere like babies, as if they are to be treated with a kind of leniency unmatched in other industries. I wonder if you've pre-watched the stream, because that topic comes up. Well, it will come up in a few slides' time. However, to continue. Then, Silver includes this screenshot where Nanolist opens the conversation by saying, I try to be as transparent as possible. I think it's more fair to both sides this way. And then Redacted says, "You didn't tell Silver you cancelled because of Cinder, did you?" And then Nano said, "No, I told them it was health issues." And now here's the thing. Someone is lying here. Either Nanoless isn't actually as transparent as possible all the time, or she's being truthful when she says that it's because of health issues and Redacted has nothing to do with that situation. It can't be both. And then you go on. Now you see the names have been unblocked from this particular screenshot from Redacted, dated 19th of November 2023, where he says, "Well, let's see if Geary wants a nano model or not." Exhaustion face or whatever that is. And hope that Silver finds someone else. And then Silver's document continues by saying, "I didn't think much of it at the time, but Cinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was cancelled. She celebrated that we shared art, despite the fact that at the same time she and Redacted were actively working to take the potential for more away." And then this message by Cinder, 15th of November 2023. "Hey Silver, I just got your GamerSub stuff in the mail and it looks amazing. It's so cute that we both have Nano's art on our merch since she's both our model mama. Now, I'm not going to lie, if I was Silver and I saw this, I would 100% put one and one together and think that this is her trying to subtly rub it in my face. Cause, yeah, I'm not going to lie, with all of the criticisms that I have of the inconsistencies in what Nano has been saying versus the receipts that she's shown and all of that, this is... To say that it is poor timing is an understatement of a severe degree. Scarlet, thing with the 5. Remember, quote-unquote, artists giving hell to Marta in one of the events she was working on? Oh, don't worry, I don't think anyone in this chat has forgotten that. I have doubts that anyone in Matara's streams has forgotten that as well. So, the final section of Silvervale's document is titled Moving Forward. Cinder and Redacted have spent years sabotaging me for no understandable reason. I have never done anything to warrant this other than just existing as Silvervale. They actively sought to get my models in art cancelled, and based on the messages I have seen and shared above, seem to not have any second thought about doing so. Now again, I do think that, like I said, because we haven't really been given any new receipts regarding this conversation between Nano and Redacted, between this document and Nanoless's document, I still am of the belief that if Silvervale believes, like, as I am inclined based off of her, what she's saying that she does, that this is an act of sabotage directed at her by Redacted and Cinder using Nanoless, there has to be more evidence than just this. Because with the screenshots that we have, I don't think it holds up to that accusation. There's no end to the... sorry, lost my place there. It's hard to express how crushing a feeling it is to be talked about so cruelly and maliciously without my knowing, and to know opportunities and friendships were taken away for what I can only assume is spite and insecurity. There is no end to the amount of anxiety I feel knowing that if these rumors were expressed to Nano, I have to assume they were expressed to others as well. And again, this is the same reason why Bao presumably made the refutations to those private accusations, private in quotation marks, public in the form of a Google Doc. I have to assume they were expressed to others as well. I hope this document and the evidence presented will convince you that I'm not the person that Cinder and Redacted tried to convince people I am. I think it's safe to say that the document worked in that regards. I don't think anyone views Silvervale as, any more negative. Although I do have to say that, at least in the screenshots provided, the most severe accusation that Cinder and Redacted seem to be leveling at Silvervale was the idea that she was also as competitive or prone to one-upmanship as Cinder seems to have been. Which, again, I don't think, especially after everything that has happened, I don't think anyone is going to have that opinion of Silver going forward. But to then finish, Silver then finishes by saying, "Thank you for taking the time to read this, and I hope that any and all of the people who've been affected by this can get closure and the peace that they deserve." And with that, we have now gotten through all three of the documents that bear the brunt of the most severe accusations, as far as Cinder and Redacted, as business people and VTubers go. Thank God the docs are over. However, now we get into the actual interesting part. The overall effect that these documents and the way that they have been framed, the way that they've been presented to the audience, affects the optics that the general public has had around the entire scenario. See, I want you to cast your mind back to the beginning of Nanoless's document, her stated intention for making this public. To protect my friends and others from having to be subject to the same thing again. And with that objective in mind, now we can start to evaluate exactly, 2 weeks on, 3 weeks on from when this first cropped up, we can start to evaluate just how effective a job these Google Docs did of accomplishing that goal. And before we start getting into that, we're going to need to have a little bit of a conversation about scapegoats. So, according to the dictionary, the definition of a scapegoat: noun, one that is made to bear the blame of others, derived from a biblical term for a live goat whose head Aaron confessed all of the sins of the children of Israel on the Day of Atonement. The goat, symbolically bearing their sins, was then sent into the wilderness. Basically, this sort of biblical practice of making an animal bear the wrongs committed by a group of people and then sending the animal away or killing it as a symbolic absolution of those sins. However, the reason why I bring up scapegoating as a term is that a lot of people, when they hear the word scapegoat, they incorrectly assume that scapegoats can only ever be people who are wrongfully blamed for things. In actuality, the definition of people interpret people hear scapegoat, and the definition that most people end up, raising in their head is the object of irrational hostility, whereas the actual definition of scapegoat just means the object of hostility. Not all scapegoats have to be innocent, in the same way as not all folk devils have to be evil. So, when it comes to scapegoats, the thing that is, I think, quite important to understand about this current situation, the way that it was handled, is what has effectively happened is Cinder has been elevated into the position of being a scapegoat for a variety of problems. Name chief of which, you have the whole being a snake, being an awful friend, backchatting people who rely on you for support and who you've relied on support in the past as well. But beyond that, you also have the more distasteful, cynical corporate side of things as well, actively trying to sabotage not only your quote-unquote competitors, but your quote-unquote friends as well, right? All of these, however, are practices, and yet when you look at what this situation has done, it's taken a person, a bad actor, admittedly one that has plenty of circumstantial evidence to suggest that they actually are, at least to some degree, quite, shall we say, unsuited to cooperation with other people, especially when it comes to business. You've taken this actor and you've essentially turned them into a scapegoat for all of those practices and all of those problems. Because now, what people have taken away from this, it very much seems to be, people have taken away the "it's just business" meme, which ironically downplays and stigmatizes the very truth that this whole situation serves to highlight, which is that, for some people in this industry, it is just business, and they are going to screw you over if you forget that. And that's the thing that, that's just one of many things about the situation that has kind of made it a bit of a perplexing, very bewildering sequence of events to keep track of. Now, when you look at the way that this was actually handled, though, the way that the Google Docs were posted, the way that almost instantly there seemed to be this concerted attempt to take control of how the public viewed Cinder, right? Again, this isn't me commenting on whether it was justified or not, just remarking and observing that this is what happened. The elephant in the room is how closely the initial responses, the initial exposés were posted relative to one another. Now, this is me using Australian time zones. Feel free to adjust for wherever you are located. But Nanolist's document was posted at 3:42 p.m. Australian time on April 26th. Shy Lily's comment, Shy Lily's reply to Nanolist's post came a whopping, hold on, give me a second, 9 minutes later. Bao posted her quote-tweeted Google Doc precisely, hold on, let me take a look at this as well, 6 minutes after Nanolist posted her document. And Shy Lily, again, replied to Bao's post 9 minutes after that went live. So this was, make no mistake, a coordinated effort. Now, does that make it less trustworthy? I'm not of the idea that it is, because let's be honest here, right? If you are dealing with a snake, which based off of all of these people's, based off of what they're saying, 100%, that seems to be what's going on here. If you're dealing with a snake, you want to make sure you chop off its head in one swing. You don't want to leave it, writhing and wriggling around. So I can understand this degree of coordination between them. And a few days later, the day after Cinder dropped her quote-unquote apology document. Raimi Ricotta, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raimi Raiders. Welcome in. We're reaching the tail end of discussing the whole Cinder Google Docky scandal. However, if you look at the day after Cinder dropped her quote-unquote apology document, Bao, Silvervale, and Shy Lily all went live and ended up making statements about the situation and how it had affected them. And during Bao's stream, where she went live and started talking about all of this stuff, she expressed the same things that she talked about in her document. The feelings of betrayal, how strange it was for Cinder to behave in such a two-faced manner towards her, how unfounded the accusations of her trying to lock up her editors was. However, at 3:44, she does confirm that the previous week, so on the 24th of April, if I'm doing my math correctly, Shy Lily had contacted her with the intention of discussing the situation with Cinder. Now, the reason why that is interesting to me is because Shy Lily hasn't posted a document. Yes, she's made statements. Yes, she's made a kind of Google Docky length Twitter reply, but she didn't post a document of her own. And so the idea that Shy Lily was the first to hear from Nanolist, and so, she was the one who broke the news to Bao, that to me seems interesting because of the fact that, well, why put in all of the effort to coordinate if you're not going to voice out your own things in the form of your own Google Doc? Now, granted, it could just be Shy Lily choosing to use her own stream for the purposes of that. But as we'll get to in a second, I'm not entirely sure that was the best move in terms of messaging and in terms of, let's just say, self-presentation in the wake of what has just happened. Now, on top of this, same day, Silvervale would also end up going like, oh, this was my bad, I shouldn't have, that was left over from the previous slide. Silvervale would also end up going live, in which she would start recounting a number of pretty disturbing anecdotes about her prior experiences with Cinder, where the behavior of Cinder towards her was not just uncomfortable in terms of the way that she would approach her, ask for collabs or whatever, but downright stalkerish or creepy. And it included things like after, they'd had that initial conversation and Silver had politely declined Cinder's offer to collab, If you cast your minds back to the conversations that Cinder had with Nanolith, she brought up the fact that people kept comparing the two of them together because of how similar they looked. Turns out that not so long after Cinder had spoken to Silver, she started reposting art that people had drawn of Silver and Cinder together. Now, obviously, if you're doing that as a creator, you are probably, and you're doing that with artwork that depicts two Fox VTubers, right? With the same model, Mama, if I'm remembering correctly, you are inviting that into your own home. You can't do that and then turn around and go, oh, why are people comparing the two of us? We're nothing alike. Because that's just silly. But on top of that, the more disturbing anecdote that Silver ended up sharing was an instance where she had, if I remember correctly, someone had made artwork of, if I remember correctly, I think it was, I don't remember if it was the same one or a different one, where of Silver and Cinder together, and Silvervale's mom, who has a habit of retweeting Silver-related art, didn't retweet that single bit of artwork, and in response to that, Redacted basically started complaining, whether it be to Nano or to somebody else, I don't quite remember, started complaining about the fact that Silver's mom had not retweeted that art. Which, again, it combined with the screenshots that we have seen from Nanolith, you can be very... It's not a stretch to believe that there's some sort of weird fixation going on around Silver on the part of Cinder. And again, her entire recount of her experiences with Cinder was basically just emphasizing how uncomfortable those interactions had been and how much she didn't really want to associate with Cinder, despite attempts by the latter to change that. So overall, if we're talking about, corroborating evidence, circumstantial evidence, I think that this is probably one of the more, I suppose, kind of one of the more disturbing little tidbits that we've gotten here and there. And then we arrive at Shy Lily's response to the entire situation. Her grand middle finger to Cinder in this stream that she held on Twitch titled Back to Business, we cooking more drugs today, or maybe try Oblivion, taste my okay, I'm not going to read that out loud, but which was also this rant that lasted about 1 or 2 hours, was summarized in the form of this video by a Daily Dose of VTubing titled Shy Lily fully debunks all of Cinder's apology. Now, before we get to this summation of Shy Lily's thoughts on the whole Cinder situation and the various reasons why in my opinion, there are some things in this that she says over the course of the statement that I would not have said myself, or that I would not have advised somebody to say if they were asking for, what is safe or not to say, or what is good or not for personal branding. We're going to look at Cinder's apology document first. So let me pull that up. Cinder's apology. There we go. All right. The crash out. We are familiar with Shy Lily crash outs. Yeah, it seems to be a little bit of a pattern where Shy Lily's really good at maintaining professionalism when she's talking about things that aren't very close to her, like we saw in the small Lola thing. But if it's something that is close to her, and especially if it's something that pisses her off, she tends to throw caution to the wind a little bit when making public statements. Alright. So. Oh. Man, oh man. Before we even start reading the thing, which is 8 pages, and it's all paragraphs, there are no pictures in this little thing, but before we even get stuck into that, just as a general observation on the situation, as well as a little tidbit of advice for anybody choosing to make a public statement when they're even thinking about deflecting blame to something or someone else. If you are a public figure and you're caught in a public controversy and you try to deflect blame onto a non-public figure, that is not going to work without extensive evidence to prove your point. Because there is no way in hell that people are going to be stupid enough to believe that this person who they have never interacted with or seen being unveiled on a public platform is somehow guilty of all of the ills that you are now being publicly accused of as an equally public figure. That's just not going to work. So if you are going to deflect to somebody, at least deflect to someone who is equally as public as you are, or equally in the public eye as you are. And if you are going to deflect to somebody who isn't in the public eye in a similar manner to yourself, make sure you provide evidence that facilitates people to believe that. And here is the problem. See, what Cinder could have done with this apology is either say they are mischaracterizing me and the interactions they had with Redacted, who was speaking on my behalf, or she could say this is all Redacted's fault, yada yada yada. I have nothing to do with this, blah 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 blah. Choosing the second option was the worst, was the wrong option. You don't want to say, oh, this is all up to Redacted. I have no clue what we're saying. People they weren't born yesterday. You're not going to tell someone that your manager cum boyfriend was someone who had no idea what they were doing throughout the entire time that they were supposedly representing you. You're going to be able to convince the public that that was someone who was speaking out of turn or speaking without your knowledge or making deals behind your back. You're going to have a very, very hard time convincing people of that. And you'd have to be stupid to take that claim at face value. Let's be very honest. Because, well, according to... what was the name of that? Van Peaches? If Van Peaches is to be believed, that this is very much a long-term relationship, right? So, you're dating someone for 4 years. They're working as your VTuber quote-unquote manager. There's no way they don't know what you're up to, and there's no way you don't know what they're up to. Let's be very honest here. Freakman is even spelled the way you would imagine? Yes. It's frankly amazing to me how many people don't know that cum, like C-U-M, means combine, or with. Which makes complete sense when you consider it in its other definitions as well. But yeah, fun fact. Cum is Latin for with/combine with. In any case. Speaking of boyfriends cum managers, let's go through this line by line. Alright. I kind of lied when I said we weren't going to go through all of the documents in their totality, didn't I? Well, oh well. Sorry. Quote. There's nothing I can say to make this better, but I will try my best to properly convey my feelings, frustrations, and mistakes. I'd like to explain my point of view and apologize to each party affected. Redacted has been my co-content creator since I began making content, managing all aspects of what I do, and a major part of why I'm here. We have also been in a relationship since the start of my endeavors. It's no secret that many VTubers choose to keep their public and personal lives separate, and I'm no different. As of yesterday, he is no longer working with me, and I have not extensively discussed any of this with him. Where our personal situation goes from here will be figured out between us privately. I never intended to mention us publicly, but given that the claims are out there, I want everyone to know that I'm taking this seriously. After years of working on everything together, his hyper-business-oriented outlook warped my view of what it is I should be doing, and what should be important to me as I navigate this career path. I have a terrible work-life balance as it is, and being around projects and streams all day every day made me lose sight of the point. It took all of this happening for me to realize this behavior isn't normal or healthy, and it's not an outlook I want to have. This doesn't absolve me of any of the things I've willingly done wrong and went along with, or the way I've treated people who were fully undeserving. See, here's the problem. If you're going to say, throughout the entirety of my time as an online content creator, this person has been by my side and done everything, for me, etc., 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 it's going to be really fucking difficult for you to get away with saying that they did this behind your back. That doesn't really compute. The alternative is you taking all of the sins that they committed in your name and apologizing for them yourself as well. Because obviously, after saying that, people are quite rationally going to assume that what they do is representative, if not synonymous, with what you do. So, this is certainly a bold opening strategy. To continue, Mercurius, thank you for the 2. It's normal behavior for a cosplayer. Yeah, Kendra, the issue is no one cares. Yeah, pretty much. In regards to Nanoless, for the majority of the time working with her, Red was the one almost solely doing the communication about new plans and negotiations through his private DMs. This, you can't say Redacted did everything by my side, did everything for me, managed all aspects of what I do, a major part of why I'm here, and then start off the very next paragraph by saying, oh yeah, no, those conversations with Nanoless, yeah, that was just her and Redacted. Like, that doesn't work. You need to pick a lane. Either Nanoless is being disingenuous with how she portrayed her conversations with Redacted and by proxy with you, or she wasn't being disingenuous and you fucked up big time regardless of whether it was you talking or Redacted talking. This distinction does nothing but waste time and project pedantry. Nano had a project server that we were all a part of where the actual art and models were worked on, but the conversations were focused around the work itself. I was not fully aware of the extent of Red's manipulation over Nano's commission decisions, and it's with this that, again, if anyone was approaching, look, this is where I want to make it very clear that there is a difference between defending Cinder and criticizing Nano. And the reason behind that difference, the distinction between those two positions, can be squarely located in this single sentence. I was not fully aware of the extent of Red's manipulation over Nano's commission decisions, and I should have been more diligent in my oversight. She had a leg to stand on if she could make the argument that it wasn't manipulation. And to be honest, if all we're going off of is the publicly, the screenshots that are already in the public eye, she could have stood on that leg. Yeah, sure, she would have gotten a lot of backlash, but it sure would have been less than she ended up receiving with this absolute, this abortion of an apology, this flaccid mess of an expression of guilt. Sorry, give me a second. This document is about as cucked as Charlie seems to think that Redacted is. Holy shit. Alright, so I should have been more diligent in my oversight. No one's going to believe that. No one's going to buy that. Because you have proven Shondo's law true. There is no way people are going to believe that nothing he said was, run by, that anything he said wasn't first run by you. Or at least, told to you retroactively and through the implication of him continuing to say the same things that you approved of it. Like, that's not going to fly, right? Every time I had been told that Nano had agreed to work on a new commission with me, it had been willingly and with excitement. From my point of view, it was that she genuinely wanted to be working on these things. I wanted to work with Nano as much as I possibly could, making her art the face of my brand. This is all nonsense. This is unnecessary. From the moment you tried to make a distinction between you talking with Nano and the moment you started saying, oh yeah, all the conversations with Nano were handled through Redacted, who said things that I did not know about, this whole from my point of view became irrelevant. Because if what you said is true, your point of view is so thoroughly removed from the interactions that you have had with your artist by proxy through your manager that it's worth nothing. So the way that this apology is constructed that really irritates me is that it spends so many words counteracting the next words it is saying. We'd come to the conclusion that it'd be in my best interest to talk to Nano about making more time. Holy shit, I'm actually getting a stroke. More time for my projects by negotiating with her to cut other work. This was wrong for us to push on to her, and it was wrong to the other creators who wanted the chance of working with her. There was only one specific creator we were responsible for naming and pressuring Nano into reconsidering projects with, not an entire list. I don't know. I think I saw 3 at the very minimum, 4 being mentioned in the case that they weren't brought up more than once, if we're counting Geary as well. Or actually, no, scratch that. 3 that were mentioned multiple times, Lily, Silver, and Bao, and 2 that were mentioned once in the screenshots, which were Geary and Cottontail. So I don't know about you, but I think arguing that there wasn't a list is not exactly the strongest refutation to the allegations that you could come up with. I genuinely have no idea what the fuck Cinder was thinking when she wrote up this quote-unquote apology document. Because it has been said by a lot of other people before me, but holy shit, it would have been so much better if she just didn't say anything at all. Of her own volition, Nano cancelled a large portion of her model commissions last September. However, the claim I was just using her is wrong. I've always treated Nano with respect and as my friend. I did give her a lot of work, and we did everything we could do to accommodate her schedule if she needed more time or a break, and even helped her with her own project payments multiple times. You know what? I just realized the perfect way of encapsulating why this apology shoots itself in the foot. All of the defenses that Cinder could have used against the accusations that Nanoless and the rest of the other VTubers are leveling against her are contained in a conversation, are contained in that exchange between Nanoless and Redacted. And by disavowing Redacted and by proxy everything he's ever said, all of those defenses are now gone as well. So this entire apology is pretty much like a waste of time. But in any case, even helped her with her own project payments multiple times. I've invited her onto my stream. I've sent her my merch and things she's made for me. And I'm always open to talking to her. The curious thing about the two, she should have got her manager to look at it. Nice one. I sent her merch, etc., etc., etc. Regardless, the exclusivity deal made between them. Sorry, I skipped a line. I was always open to talking to her about things outside of our projects in the instance we would message each other. Regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiations of their eventual agreement, and I had no knowledge of Bao and Cotton being included in this list. You just said there wasn't a list. You said there was only one specific creator we were responsible for naming and pressuring Nano into a project like this, not an entire list. The problem is you said we. If you said Redacted and there wasn't a list or whatever, yeah, maybe this sentence would make place. But you said we were responsible for naming. And now you said that there is a list, but Bao and Cotton weren't included on it. Okay, this is a horrible apology. Because it just reads like really incompetent deflection. I had no knowledge of Bao and Cotton being included. I had no part in direct negotiations. Again, asking people to believe that is just pure bollocks, right? If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something to put a stop to it. Okay. Okay, buddy. I was only aware of it being about one person who I was unfairly pursuing. When Nano had messaged me about this agreement almost a month later, I was under the assumption that this was only about Silvervale. I was upset and my initial messages to her were very guilt-trippy, but I wasn't going to force Nano to do anything she wasn't okay with and tried reassuring her I was okay with her decision. Now this is the part that I don't understand. See, Cinder, now I'm doing it the other way around. Cinder seems to agree that her messages were guilt-trippy, but the messages that we were shown by Nanolist do not seem to bear that out, which makes me wonder, are there more messages that Nano just didn't share? Well, I mean, that's a hypothetical. We know, based off of what has been said by Shy Lily, that yeah, there are more messages that haven't been shared with the public. But surely at some point, one of the English-speaking VTubers who aren't keen on saying that they are ESL, etc., etc., surely one of them probably would have identified, the screenshots that have more obvious guilt-trippy language, and then you recommended to use that instead. Because I'll be honest, the selection of screenshots that we got in Nanolist's document did not do a very good job of substantiating her claims. I'm not joking when I say that Cinder's apology document has been better corroboration for the claims made against her than anything said in Nanolist's document. But in any case, Nano had also... I was upset when my initial messages were very guilt-trippy, but I wasn't going to force Nano to do anything she wasn't okay with and tried reassuring her that I was okay with her decision. Nano had also never come to me as seriously and professionally as her document was looking to address the issues she had with either of us. Nano had also never come to me as seriously and professionally as her document was looking to address the issues she had with either of us. Or terminate our partnership. Oh, okay. So essentially, what this part of the I had to read that twice in order to wrap my head around that weird phrasing. But essentially, what she's saying is the document was the first time that she heard about a lot of these grievances that Nanolist seemed to have with Redacted and with her. And this I can believe based off of the screenshots that we've seen of the conversations between Redacted and Nanolist. I had no idea that there was even a conversation about Shy Lily recently between Red and Nano until reading her document. It's true I had confided in Red lately that I hadn't been hearing from Lily like I had in the past and was worried something was wrong, but that was as far as it went and he took it upon himself to try digging for more info. And I was never even aware that Nano was ever planning to work on a model for another one of my friends, Geary. I do not condone anything about what Red said about Bao in these DMs either, and him using we and our in this context is abhorrently incorrect and I believe was done to gain greater credibility behind what he was saying. Yes, Red and I were initially upset when Bao hired my editor and I took it personally when I shouldn't have. I felt as if I felt as if maybe my content wasn't good enough or I wasn't paying enough for his work, but I accepted it and was happy for him getting that bag and supporting one of my friends at the same time. Look, I understand wanting to look like you aren't bitter as a person, but let's be honest here. There is no way somebody reads this and genuinely believes that you were happy for that. Right? Especially not in the wake of all of the other Google Docs. This is another one of those sentences where I think, yeah, I understand why you would include it, but also it does nothing and is probably best left omitted as well. And yes, I was also upset when Sack, the Boss Rush MV editor, had told us that he wouldn't be working on any future projects with us and would instead be working exclusively for Bao. But Red got it in his head that it was Bao's fault that it happened and seemingly had a grudge against her for it. He was very passionate about Boss Rush and the potential future projects around it, but he told me without an MV editor as talented as Sack, the future projects wouldn't reach the same heights. So he created this headcanon that's laid out in these DMs. I wasn't convinced this was the case, but it's my fault for never speaking with Bao about these things directly to clear things up and let it spiral to the point that it got to. Every comment here about her own music, guilt-tripping, and claims about our shared feelings towards her are disgusting, and I honestly don't know why he thought this way about my close friend, beyond the resentment over those two things, and why it was worth sabotaging her over. And here's where we get into a bit of a conundrum, right? Is Cinder telling the truth when she says she has no idea what her manager was saying behind her back about Bao and Lily and whatever? Statistically speaking, probably not. If we're being realistic about human nature, also probably not. But let's play devil's advocate. Let's say that she is being truthful here, and that despite that, despite Redacted being both boyfriend and manager, somehow, none of what he said managed to reach her attention. And through sheer unluckiness and blissful ignorance, she had no idea that all of this was going on until it all crept up to her all at once on April 26th, 2025. Let's assume that all of that is, realistic and take it as a fact. Does that really change anything? This is why I said earlier that I'm perfectly okay with the stigma now developing that anything your manager says while being your manager is taken as if it was said directly by you. Because at a certain point, you can't really hide behind, oh, it's just my manager. No, your manager is a representative employed by you to represent you. They speak for you. That's the point. When they communicate things to other parties, it is as if you were communicating them yourself. They have been vested with the ability to handle your business interests and act in your interests. So, this idea that, you can just disown what your manager is saying while they are representing you if it's something you're uncomfortable with, I'm okay with that little crack in the... I'm okay with that little crack being sealed in the aftermath of, this debacle that's happened around Cinder. I'm very much okay with it now becoming the new norm that all VTubers are actually represented by their managers. And if a VTuber's manager says something stupid, that VTuber is also going to be deemed responsible for it. Because, again, like I said, at a certain point, you're going to have to accept responsibility for the people you choose to hire. You deserve whatever you tolerate. And if a representative of yours acts in a certain way, well, congratulations. It's as good as if you did that yourself. Odd hierarchy. I'm pretty sure managers are supposed to be higher than the employee. Oh, they are. But at a certain point, if they say something on your behalf, you can't then suddenly, dust them off as if it's not you, as if you have no part in it, right? That's what they get for... yeah, exactly. It's Sumanite. That's what they get for calling them managers. See, the way I see it, both outcomes are positive. Either people give up on calling things managers when they shouldn't be called managers, or the incompetent managers that are actually being used as managers get dropped when people realize that they are more of a liability than they are worth. Both outcomes are positive, even though they involve cracking a few eggs. Cinder happens to be one of those eggs, and Redacted too for that matter. The quote-unquote "it's just business" screenshot of my DMs with Nano's document was from November of 2023, and I'll go into my thought process of everything I said here. Holy fuck. Alright. What Red was trying to explain to Nano is that if everyone has a model by her, the innate value of her models overall are diminished, there being an oversaturation of that type of model there. That's exactly what I said when I talked about how Red, and now, I assume Cinder, viewed it as a product rather than a brand, and as a result they were applying the laws of supply and demand onto it as well. If everyone in the world had a VTuber model done by her, then the value of having her model wouldn't be the same as if there were only a handful of them. By the way, this is a conflict in perspective, a dissonance in perspective between artists and the people who employ them, the VTubers that employ them, that I do think is worth discussion. That I think is a healthy part of any open conversation between an artist and a talent, or at least something that every talent who wants to work with an artist should really think about, right? If you think of your model as a product whose value is derived from its rarity, do you really want... Are you okay with your artist being popular? And are you ready to accept that if they are a good artist, they will inevitably become popular? And it would be unreasonable for you, as a sole client, to clip their wings out of some sort of desire to make your model more quote-unquote valuable as a product. I think that is a question that is worth asking. That is a topic worth discussing. And if you are going to say, between an artist's brand and the value of a buyer's product, which is more important to that transaction? Yeah, sure, that's a productive conversation to have. Which is part of why I find it so frustrating that even though this situation had all of the ingredients of properly bringing that conversation up to light, it just didn't happen because everyone was being, well, to put it mildly, everyone was just being too silly. If everyone in the world had a VTuber model, yada yada yada, which he viewed as the value of her model wouldn't be the same as if there were only a handful of them, which he viewed as a negative for me. I understand where he was coming from with this, but in the VTuber space, this isn't something we should have pursued. Glad to know that at least one of them doesn't seem to be as much of a tourist. But in the VTuber space, Nano has an amazing skill where she's able to draw each of her VTuber children uniquely, so I was never upset seeing new model siblings. In many cases, I was there cheering them on at their debuts and looking to collab with them as quote-unquote sisters when I could. This takes on a real different turn in the aftermath of what Silverveil has said about her interactions with Cinder, but I digress. Me saying, quote-unquote, it's just business was referring to my acceptance of Nano's business decisions, whether she chose to work with me or not. This is exactly what I said when I went through that document and that specific screenshot, which is why I think that, yes, by all means, go to town on Cinder for having an awful apology, go to town on Cinder for allowing this to happen, go to town on Cinder for assuming that people are going to be stupid enough to believe that her manager and boyfriend of 4+ years is not going to be, is not going to be speaking for her when he speaks, and, by all means, criticize her for backchatting her friends. But making this the linchpin of the entire thing, I think that was a mistake. I think making It's Just Business the main meme that emerges out of this was probably not the best one. Not what I would have gone with. Not what I would have gone with if I was designated meme overlord over the Cinder debacle. But to continue. This was not in reference to anyone's model being cancelled, further explaining to her that it's okay if she chooses not to work with me. I can understand where the next part can sound manipulative, but my intention was to reminisce about the journey we had together up until this point, since at this time I wasn't sure if this was where Nano and I would stop working together as frequently as we had been, and I'd have to look for a new model artist. I then encouraged her to work on projects she's excited about when I talk with Red to find a project that would work with her schedule. Sorry, give me a second. Oh, goodness. I'm allergic to bullshit. All right, where were we? Oh yeah, Vivian, you make a good point, right? Let's take their premises as it is. Would it make the artist's work less valuable? I don't think so. If the artist is good, there is no reason why it would make the artist's work less valuable if she has more, more model babies, so to speak. Mostly because if it's a good artist, she is going to have the ability to make each and every one of those models look unique. The thing is, though, I would even go so far as to make the argument that it's the opposite. Where if you have a good model artist, the more popular they get, the more prestige accumulates around the fact that you are affiliated with them. And let's be very realistic here. How do I say? One of the surest signs that somebody is a tourist that doesn't understand VTubing is a tendency to equate assets, quote unquote, assets that are relevant in this space with tangible, actual products or items, right? If you were to assume that a model functions according to the same principles of supply and demand without accounting for the quality or the artist's ability to make each model look unique, you don't have a grasp on how things actually work in this industry. Because VTubing is a content creation entertainment industry, which means that a lot of the value of things is not derived out of scarcity so much as it is derived out of brand recognition, brand power, recognizability. And the thing is, if you have a good artist and they become popular due to being a good artist, you naturally end up accumulating that without having to do shit. Which is why, like I said, the argument that Red used, I can understand where it comes from, logically speaking, but it is an argument that betrays a degree of tourism that, let's be honest here, I'm frankly surprised that Cinder managed to get as big as she did in VTubing over the course of only 4 years. But, to continue, when talking about Silvervale, I need to start at the beginning. Before I was Cinder, I was a pink cherry blossom girl named Tashi that did ASMR content. Holy shit, she's whipping out the PL. When the VTuber boom happened in 2020, I knew I wanted to join in. Red and I contacted an artist in October, and they were set to start my VTuber design by December. The plan was to take my cherry blossom persona, Tashi, and make her into a pink and white wolf girl VTuber. In November of that same year, Silvervale revealed her Sakura wolf redesign. I had heard of Silvervale earlier that year, but I didn't watch her streams at all. We knew we had to pivot before we were stuck in a design that was just a copy of one of the most popular VTubers at the time. Like I've explained many times on my stream, I knew I wanted to be a wolf girl, so I mixed my love of okami and metal music into the design and came out with a hellhound. My name was originally going to be Ember, but thank fuck she didn't choose Ember, holy shit. But Red came up with the name Cinder since it was a mix of sin plus cinder. Very clever. Both hell and fire themed. It was only a coincidence that it ended up being similar to Silver. I was genuinely interested in pursuing a friendship with her and drew fan art of myself of us together. There we go. Holy shit. I was genuinely interested in pursuing a friendship with her and drew fan... I'm looping. On the other hand, Red was in my ear the whole time saying how great working together would be, since again, he's been the business-oriented side of my brand. I think that's fair enough, right? I think... Given everything we've seen and heard, I don't think that's an unrealistic assertion, right? Saying that, although I will say that I think Red unintentionally may have how do I say, sabotaged her, ironically enough, by insisting on the whole business side of things. Because I guarantee that if Cinder's interaction with Silvervale had stopped at, would you like to collab? No, thank you very much. And stopped there, rather than, would you like to collab with merch and sponsorships and yada 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 yada. I think that probably would have made for a more comfortable interaction for everyone involved. But to go on, there was a sorry. Since I started streaming, I have been ruthlessly compared to Silvervale. I can't imagine why if you drew fan art of you and her side by side despite having similar model designs. Really boggles my mind how that particular thing happened. But what do I know? Ruthlessly compared. The fuck? Being called the discount version of her. I was accused of copying her design, copying her personality, even copying her laugh of all things. And there was a large number of people who were die-hard believers in the fact that I quote-unquote stole all of these attributes maliciously for my own gain, citing the art I posted of us together, calling her a quote-unquote inspiration. When in reality, this was referring to the decision to become a hellhound. The only time Silvervale was mentioned in the original designing of my character was when we explained why we were pivoting to something else, and there were no references of her character involved. I grew more and more resentful of Silver over time, between the constant belittling of myself, a controversy around my first waifu cup, and other incidents, even though she herself never interacted with me directly. Damn, girl had a parasocial relationship with Cindervale that proved more power is that is something. By the way, if ever you are worried that, you know, as content creators, we are any better than you guys when you are, you know, just members of the audience or average everyday chatters, put that concern to rest, right? We are no better than any of you. Because if someone like Cinder can become this parasocial for Silvervale, yeah, no, fuck, did I say that? No, I swear I said Silver. I swear I said Silver. This VOD is going to be such pain for me to listen to when I get to this section to timestamp it. But yeah, no, don't. If you're an average everyday chatter, do not worry. You are no worse than any one of us. We are no better than any one of you. But in any case, became resentful of Silver over time, even though she herself never interacted with me directly. And it was also the fact that she made me insecure, like I wanted to know if she believed all these things or not. It really felt as if she didn't like that I even existed in the same space. So at the point I was working with Nano consistently, we brought up not making any more models for her. If a VTuber model is how everyone recognizes you, then it'd be, finalist, thank you for the 5, you're curse you, finalists. If a VTuber model is how everyone recognizes you, then it'd be harder to compare us directly if we no longer look alike or have that shared similarity. See, the problem here is that Cinder fell into a mindset where she wanted to have her cake and eat it too. She wanted to no longer look similar to Silvervale. Okay, I said it correctly that time. But she also didn't want to part ways with Nanoless. I'm sorry, but in that case, you're going to have to choose one of those two things, right? No one who is being rational and ethical, well, actually, maybe some people who are rational, but no one who is being ethical is going to reach the conclusion of, oh, okay, I don't want to look similar to Silvervale, but I still want to keep my model artist. Therefore, I should probably see if I can cut off Silvervale from my model artist. Like, come on. But in any case, it was a wrong and selfish decision, but it made me feel better. See, this is the problem, right? If you're writing an apology document, that is where you stop. Hold on, where is it? It was a wrong and selfish decision. That is where you put the full stop, and that is where you end the paragraph. Because everything that she says after, but it made me feel better. That was the constant topic with it. No one gives a shit. You are here to do a public apology. No one cares how you feel. It's so annoying when after so many years of seeing content creators post public apologies online, you don't, for some reason, this fact that no one gives a shit how you feel when you're the one doing the apologizing, this never seems to dawn on people. No matter how large of a content creator they get, or no matter how many content creators end up doing the same thing publicly. Like, again, just end the sentence after "it was a wrong and selfish decision," and it would elevate this apology by a factor of 10. But to continue, Red pushed for this harder than I ever did because he knew how it affected me for years. Again, nobody cares. This is a public apology. I don't care, so it cancels out. Yeah, pretty much. But no matter what the outcome was, I wasn't going to walk away from working with Nano. Silver was completely undeserving of this treatment, and it was my own insecurities that led me to making this choice. I became unapologetically evil towards her with no direct action of her own. There's no excuse from this. Moving on from Silvervale, you haven't even said... Oh, for fuck's sake. I'd forgotten how bad this apology was from the first time that I read it. Oh. Okay, look. Just general bit of advice, right? If you're ever making a public statement, a public apology, don't say I became unapologetically evil in an apology doc, while also failing to apologize directly to the person you supposedly wronged. I talked about this in the stream that I did about the importance of... Sorry, what is it? I forget the exact title. Basically the stream where I reacted to that clip of Quinn Bennett having a moment. What was it? I'm trying to remember. The importance of being able to demarcate your audience, or distinguish between audience and community, or something along those lines. Where... if you are apologizing, right? If you are making a public apology as a content creator, there are only ever two people that you need to apologize to. The person who you have wronged and your audience. Nobody else should factor into that. And when if you're going to say, there is no excuse for this, I was unapologetically evil, yada, 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 but you forget to actually say the words, to her I apologize, or I'm sorry to you, or whatever. Like, come on. You can't really expect people to believe that that's a genuine apology if that such a basic element of it is missing in action. Jack John, thank you for the super. Only the mentally ill become content creators chair. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Moving on from Silvervale, let me talk about Spite. I thought we were already talking about Spite when she talked about why she was having beef with Silvervale, but whatever. Once again, I had no involvement or knowledge of Red bringing up Spite to Nano in 2023. My only personal involvement with excluding someone specific from working with Nano was Silver. My design sheet and outfit were finished and made public at the start of 2021. The first thing she mentions is a debut teaser in 2022 that was apparently posted on the same day as her original debut, which I honestly don't know if the time at... Sorry. I honestly don't know if at the time this was intentional or not. Holy fuck, that sentence needs to be shot in the head. I don't know when I first discovered Spite, and it could have been after she debuted. When I first debuted, I was very possessive of my design details. I had made it a year and a half since my design sheet was finished, and public to having a... Sorry. I had made it a year and a half since my design sheet was finished and public to having a full VTuber model debut, as I was watching everything grow and change from the sidelines, and I didn't want anyone else to fuck. I've actually forgotten how to speak because of that one sentence that I read just then. Anyone else to capitalize on my concept before I could. Soon after my original debut, I remember Spite getting an update to her model that made it seem like she more closely resembled me, adding fire to her model. Without evidence, I saw it and thought she must have copied me, but I never did anything about it other than voice my frustrations to Red. I didn't want to start drama with anyone. I didn't have ownership over fire as a design detail. The references for the ripped shirt and shorts outfit on my bikini model was given to Nano in June of 2022 with the purpose of having a cover-up outfit that would be safe for Twitch. Chad, if you missed Spite's Google Docky, basically Spite was getting her own brainworms because she debuted before Cinder and was a hellhound, and every single time Spite did something, Cinder... Yeah, basically. I'd say that's a pretty crude summation, but an effective one nonetheless. The ESL is spreading. What do you mean spreading? I've always been open about the fact that I am ESL. Spite has a legit case because everything in her document turns the situation from some time ago upside down. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on, give me a second. The merch art she's referring to was designed around my concept of my fire changing blue. The fact that the rest of the art was grayscale was the artist's choice since it was going to be on the back of a hoodie and I didn't have a say. Or at least I didn't counter anything, that being the final decision. What the fuck? Alright, by the way, a little bit of, I forgot how weird some of these sentences were. Alright, so, just as a little note, right? There is a difference between not countering the final decision and not having a say. And this is relevant and besides the point of the actual document or the point that I'm making about the document. But... something that I've noticed that seems to be quite common is when someone comes out with a public statement like this, and there is any, they have to account for any degree of failure, whether it be personal or inflicted from the outside. There is this tendency to simultaneously try to say that you didn't have a choice and you didn't also use whatever agency you did have. There's this sort of Schrodinger's agency, so to speak. Or in this particular instance, right, her saying, I don't, sorry, what was it? I didn't have a say, or at least I didn't counter that being the final decision. If you didn't counter it, you had a say, you just didn't use it, right? And it's little statements like that, which, again, besides the point of what Cinder's actually saying here, or the overall point of the document, it's little things like that whenever I notice them, it always comes across very irritating. It should be noted that Cinder released her character sheet before Spite, so who knows, Spite might have a case too. Yeah, it's just kind of, I'll be honest, it's kind of impossible to tell, at least from where I'm standing. But in any case, both my Angel and Sleepy outfits being similar to outfits Spite has done in the past was just a coincidence. I'd always planned to one day make an Angel counterpart to my Demon outfit when I was being made in 2023, and my original ref sheet laid the groundwork for the idea. I've never liked theming anything around my brand in a religious light, so I chose to make my Angel form more Greek Valkyrie than biblical, which I find it really funny that she says, like, I don't want it to be religious. So let's get a Greek religion in here. Surely that's not going to be religious. But in any case, American, am I right? Which also gives it a similar look to my Demon form. The Sleepy outfit was a last minute decision to pivot from a fully new 3.0 model because I have had the opportunity to work with gamer subs on an AFK flavor. Spite never should have received the hate comments of her outfit or any comments comparing us or belittling her because of my existence, and I never advocated for anyone to do so, especially given my experience. So how do I say this? It is at this particular point in the document, in case it wasn't already obvious already, that there is a severe lack of evidence that is given in the entire thing. All of this is just hearsay. There hasn't even been a flaccid attempt at introducing any sort of receipts or any sort of pictures that would give proof to anything that is said. And the reason why in this paragraph it's particularly annoying is because if you're going to say... how do I, where is this? I plan to one day make it my original ref sheet, right? Sorry. I had always planned to one day make an Angel counterpart to my Demon outfit when it was being made in 2023. My original ref sheet laid the groundwork for my idea. I've never liked theming it around, etc., etc., etc. If you're trying to disprove the allegation that you copied another creator and you have the ref sheet, Why not share it? Why not include it? It probably is dated, surely. Even if it's like a piece of paper that you just have, just include like a photo of it. That would be better than what we got here, which was fuck all. Jackie Forrest, thank you for the super. Remember, you can highlight the text with your cursor if you lose yourself. I get lost in a massive text too. I've been trying to do that by just using my cursor as a sort of way to keep track of it. But yeah, no, I might start doing that. All right. Spite also brought up another creator who reached out to her about their experience with me, and I can only assume it's Nyan Tales. They are an ASM artist who at one point posted a Hellhound OC for one of their upcoming ASMR videos, and it was undoubtedly created using me as a reference. This was right after my debut, and like I said, I was very protective of my design, elements being unique to me, and I overreacted. Shortly after, I apologized and they agreed to adjust the character design, and I thought the matter was settled. Well, apparently not. At the start of my online career, I was a GFE ASM artist. Before I started my channel, I had gotten into listening to roleplay audios myself. I had always been a shut-in throughout high school and college, and I wasn't happy with where my life and relationship were at the time. After uploading my first few audios, my channel started growing fast. This was one of the first times I was inundated with so many people wanting to know me and talk to me, and I got lost in the excitement of it all, not fully coming to terms with these messages being because of the kind of content I was making. I was immature and inexperienced with how to conduct myself online. I never had many IRL friends and had met Rain doing ASMR. Oh, this was in reference to someone who alleged that Cinder had cheated with him when she was in a previous relationship or in the current relationship. I don't remember which one it was. I left that one out because it was basically just it very much read like an opportunistic bit of mudslinging. But in any case, I had met Rain doing ASMR. I quickly became comfortable chatting with him about everything, divulging my grievances, my personal life when I shouldn't. I cheated on my boyfriend with Rain in these conversations, flirting and sexting. I used Rain for emotional comfort and sexual fantasy, while I let my real-life relationship collapse. Oh yeah, so it was a previous relationship. It was about my dissatisfaction with my personal life, escaping into messages with someone who I found through content focused around GF and BFRP. Let this be a lesson to everyone who is currently watching this stream. E-sex is a hell of a drug. And I mean like Fent, not like ivermectin. Don't do it if you have a choice. It was never about climbing the ladder with Rain, and I find that being his takeaway from why I moved on baffling. By the time I was ready to debut as Cinder, I wanted to leave that in the past. Still, to this day, I regret my decisions and have been living with it since. And I was lucky to be able to mend my relationship after this. Holy shit, maybe it was with what the fuck? Okay. Damn, that's relationship tea I did not anticipate. Man. Fent. Yes. Does he know from experience? Chevan speaks from experience. I want to make this very clear. I have never indulged in e-sex. But I have seen firsthand the effects of indulging in e-sex. I do not recommend it to anyone. And lastly, I want to address Peaches. This is a very big problem I have, and I'm sure many others in my position do too. At the end of the day, I am one person. I'm one person working on multiple projects, with multiple companies, talking to dozens of people, and streaming for hours almost every day. I've never had a big social battery, and I get tired very easily when interacting with people. Okay, I'm not going to lie. I don't have a big social battery, she says, after failing to acknowledge how uncomfortable it was for her to keep approaching Silvervale in the manner that she did. Like I said, this quote-unquote apology document is far better evidence of the character assassination attempts leveled at her by the other indie talents than anything that was written in those other documents, if I'm being honest. I haven't had much energy at all over the past year, leading to me taking frequent naps. I've rarely been able to keep up with my closest handful of friends on a frequent basis. Well, on the bright side, that handful might be a bit smaller now. Let alone everyone else. Red had always been a big help in keeping up things, but he doesn't do everything. I'm so sorry I made you feel forgotten, Peaches. I've always cherished your friendship. That's a fucking lie, right? If you don't talk to somebody for ages, right, it's obviously gotten to the point where it started to really bother them, assuming that they are being genuine when they say that it's been bothering them, and you come back and say, "Oh, I've always cherished your friend," it comes off insincere. Don't bother doing that. I was so incredibly excited to meet you in Paris. I'm resisting the urge to make a joke from that. I'm so grateful for everything you've done for me, and I've never thought to purposefully drop you just because I could. I'm sorry. I know I've made a lot of people forgotten or ignored. It's easy to get caught up in projects or what I'm doing while I have the energy to do it. That people fall by the wayside. I understand the feelings of those who resent me over this, and all I can say is I'm sorry. I don't deserve to be able to contact everyone involved directly to personally apologize, so I'll do it here in the chance that they read it. To Nano, I'm so sorry I let things get to this point or even entertain the thought of you working exclusively with me. Look, I'm going to be honest. One of the biggest problems with this document, leaving aside literally everything else I've just spent the past few minutes talking about, is the ordering of these things. If you want this to be an apology, a public apology, you just need to flip the order, right? Just have all of these apologies at the beginning, and then the additional contextualizations for why things happen the way they did at the end, when you have presumably earned enough goodwill through people reading actual expressions of contrition. But in any case, Scarlett McAlory, thank you for the 5. You can tell at this point she was being emotional because not a thing she has mentioned here actually made sense with the real issues people already brought up. Yeah, pretty much. Paris and NTR, name a better duo. Yeah, it is quite funny how that works. I'm so sorry I let things get to this point or even entertain the thought of you working exclusively with me. That's not fair to you. I wouldn't be here without you, and I wouldn't have been able to do most of what I've already done without you. I felt overly attached to our relationship of the 4 years. Let this be a lesson to literally everyone watching. If you, like I said before, if you have ever had any illusions about how content creators are less susceptible to parasocial behavior than average everyday chatters, this should put that to rest. The Heretic, thank you for the 10. Honestly, the entire doc works could have been better if she left out half of it, because holy shit. Yeah, no, that's an understatement. I think she could have cut 75%, and that still would have been too long. But in any case, I felt overly attached to our relationship over the past 4 years, and I loved your work so much, I wanted to make myself exclusive to your art. Now that doesn't make any sense, and should have never sought those feelings to be reciprocated. Everything you've ever worked on for me was always so perfect, and I lost sight of how everyone else around me would have felt. I had no intentions of pressuring you into anything, but looking back on my clouded judgment, I can see how my messages felt that way. When I talked about how my models helped you improve, I meant that as looking back on how far we've come together. We've been friends for so long and cheered each other on when we first started growing and getting more opportunities like plushies, figures, etc. You had been my exclusive artist for full live 2D models for the majority of my time as a VTuber, and of course I would have been sad if you didn't want to continue that relationship. But in all of our private DMs, I was okay with you ultimately doing what was best for yourself. I saw you as someone I trusted and loved and wanted to make sure you were still taking care of yourself with all the projects you took on, mine or otherwise. I never saw you as just a mine or otherwise, except if you're Cinder. Except if you're Silver. Fuck Silver, am I right? I never saw you as a business partner. I thought I was reassuring you that I'd always be understanding if you wanted to move on to other projects. I genuinely appreciated our friendship. I always saw you as a close friend, and I'm sorry for what I put you through. To Bao, since the start, I've always admired you and how genuine you've always been to everyone. I can't say the same for this section of the apology document, I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't be here without you either. I'm disgusted with myself for buying into the narrative that my friends were competition. Okay, sure. I've never had such genuine friendships in my life. Evidently not so, because they didn't go both ways. Especially with you. We've gotten to know each other so well, online and in person. You've already been through so much, and the last thing I'd want to do is cause more harm. But I did. I'm sorry for not reaching out sooner about these ideas that were put into my head. Okay. Again, this is the kind of thing where nobody gives a shit, right? If those ideas were put into your head, no one cares. The problem is that they hurt other people, and if you're going to apologize for that, probably don't bother with the pedantry of mentioning this little bit, right? I didn't know about the severity of things that have been said and theorized about my own friends behind my back until now. It's my fault for not realizing the things that Red was saying about you. The countless friendships I've had here within the last several years mean so much more to me than him and the business side of things. That's gonna make for some awkward sex, I'll tell you what. And his way of thinking. No amount of popularity or money means more to me than the relationships I've built in this community. I've always been myself, whether that be on stream or in person, and I hope the friends I've made can understand I'd never condone this behavior or any of the things that were said about my friends. I've always wanted everyone around me to thrive and find happiness. I can't stress enough how disappointed I am that I didn't see this sooner until it got to a breaking point. I'm sorry, Bao. To Sack. I loved getting to chat with you in person and absolutely loved all the hard work you put into the Boss Rush song. I was so grateful to hear you were on board to edit the MV. I don't remember exactly why the stream got pushed back, but I definitely wouldn't have put the blame on you knowing how soon the deadline was when you started working on it. I was so thankful for your willingness to complete the project despite everything, and the quality of how it turned out was incredible. I can't believe how Red talked about you, especially after all the effort you put in for me. I'm so sorry for everything that has happened. To Cotton and Lily. Look, I'm not going to lie. The fact that every single one of these other people got a dedicated section and Lily has to share hers is kind of I don't know. I think I buy into the rat that there's still animosity between Lily and Cinder, and there may have been long before this whole thing transpired. But in any case, to Cotton and Lily, I'm sorry you had to get dragged into this. It's my fault I let it get this far, but I hope you can believe me when I say I had no knowledge of Red bringing you up in Nano's DMs. I just learned about all this myself, and there have been so many other friends affected by the narrative that things always had to be competitive. If I knew Red was trying to exclude specific friends in this exclusivity deal, I would have spoken up. None of my friendships are worth sacrificing over an art piece. I loved being your friend and all the memories we've shared, and I hope someday you can forgive me for allowing this to happen. To Silver. Since the start, I loved that I saw someone else sharing so many similar interests to me. I imagine this is how women feel when they get complimented by Buffalo Bill, but whatever. And I thought maybe someday we could talk about it all and be good friends. I was blinded by all these hate comments around me, calling me your lesser half. I hate the person I've become towards you. I tried reaching out some time ago to start up a friendly conversation, change things and make things right, say hi to you at conventions and support your endeavors. But despite all of this, I was still being eaten alive by my own doubts and fear or harassment. I was pressured by the community as a whole to try to reach out to collaborate since I got these messages so often comparing us, and I hoped we could work something out. A general tip. Usually it is convention for the streamer to moderate their community, not the other way around. But in any case, the photo of me at the meet and greet was taken candidly, and I thought it looked so cute, and I posted it without asking you which was wrong with me. I was so wrong for letting everyone get to my head about all of these malicious things. I'm so sorry for any opportunities I've taken away from you. I'm sorry, Silver. I've never actually watched or read someone read this until now. This is crazy. Well, I'm both glad and sorry to have been your first Elfire. Despite, I'm sorry I assumed all the. Sorry. I'm sorry I had assumed things about your design that weren't true, and I'm sorry you've been harassed by commenters needing to compare us. And I apologize for the way Red spoke about you to Nano. You didn't deserve any of this, despite I'm sorry. To Peaches, I'm sorry if I made it seem like I was ignoring or ghosting you. I was so happy we had the opportunity to meet in person, and I was apologetic with how busy things were for me at the time. I wanted to spend more time with you, but I got more and more DMs and messages. Everything became so overwhelming. I've always had a low social battery. It made it so hard for me to keep it up to date with all of my friends. It always gets more authentic when you repeat it the second time round. I've never had any ill feelings towards you, and I still don't. To Rain. You were the first person I met as an ASM artist during a time where I was immature and vulnerable. I ended up being consumed by the content I was making, and it led me to making awful decisions I still think about and regret. I was not in a good spot at the time. I've hated myself for this kind of behavior, and it took a long time for me to move on from what happened. But Of course. Long time for me to move on from what happened, yes. I have no excuses. I'm sorry you were dragged into my drama, and I'm sorry how I made you feel after I wanted to close the book on things. I'm sorry to my Pyropups and my mods for expecting me to lead by a better example than this. I'm sorry to the VTuber community, always a joy, for looking towards me as someone to aspire to. I'm sorry to Kaiser, who put his heart and soul into everything he's ever done for me. And not even talking to you about how I felt. Good thing about this scenario is that I'm pretty sure Kaiser already has a job lined up even after this whole thing transpires, so. I'm sorry to the dozens of artists that have put their hard work into me. I'm sorry to the rest of my friends who I've let down. I've led a bad example. I don't expect forgiveness. I've made many mistakes over my 5 years on the internet. I'm only one person, living the one life I get for the first and only time like everyone else. As I said at the start, I ended up developing an extremely unhealthy work-life balance, and the harm that Red has caused with the way he viewed things is irreparable. The way I've been perceiving things lately is not how I want to view the world moving forward, and this goes to show there's a lot I need to address and improve if I'm to continue being a creator again. There we go, stroke averted. I'm devastated that the friendship so special to me may understandably never be mended again. I love my job, and I love all the friends I've had. Thank you for reading. A public service announcement in light of what we just read. Cynicism does not always lead to whatever the fuck this is. So, I would advise people to not go so whole hog into blanket demonizing cynicism simply because it's become fashionable to do so in the wake of the Cinder debacle. But, that being said, now we move on to reacting to the Shy Lily statement about all of this. Now, given that this is, for the most part, a crash out over Cinder's awful apology statement. Hold on, let me make sure I actually have the window set up. I think it is fair to say that many of us will probably be able to understand the frustrations expressed by Shy Lily when she talks about, the apology. That being said, though, there are multiple points in Shy Lily's crash out, let's say, where I think it does call into question a little bit exactly how much of the resentment currently being aired out is directly to do with the recent drama. And there are a few things that I would not have said, or I would not have recommended to say if I'd been consulted on things.
Eek. The destroyer of...
Hold on, let me mute the music. Oh, the browser seems to be freaking out again. Hold on, give me a second. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, there we go. That's better. Is it still? Okay, okay.
Toilets and business. Sorry, yeah, I had a
Let me put it up to
business meeting
1.5.
There she is, chat. Whip out the hearts and fling them like ninja stars.
Do you imagine just get paper cuts from all the hearts? God, I wish I had it in me to do a meme review because God, I've seen some funny shit. God, I've seen some funny shit. Oh fuck! Thank you for the memes, by the way. They're actually so funny. They make me smile. I have a very fucked up sense of humor and way to cope. It's been very fucking funny. Jarvis, write an apology. Jarvis, deflect everything. Jarvis, take no accountability. Who the fuck does that Jarvis teach me ukulele? That's crazy. Jarvis, throw my man under the bus.
Could you put those predatory just business eyes away? They're kinda scary.
The business I should be doing with a $, yeah, but or maybe like a little knife. Sorry. This is going to be my way of coping with this. You're gonna have to just sit through this. They're gonna have to sit through these very distasteful comments. Eric, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. It's simply business. Talk about I will as soon as I see her. I promise. I would have anyways. I always will, always have, but this one gonna.
Lopus Maximus, this react screen is so cute, damn. Well, don't you know it. Again, I just want to take this opportunity to give a shout out to Random Phase Fan on YouTube and Twitter for making this 3D asset for me. If any of you guys are looking for 3D asset work to be done, any sort of like GIFs or anything like that, I highly recommend hitting him up. He does a really great job. And he was generous enough to give this one to me for free. So I'm glad all of you guys seem to enjoy this just as much as I do.
I'll be a different type of hug. I would see her sooner. Well, she doesn't deserve anything bad. She absolutely fucking doesn't. She is. Yeah, our Bubba deserves nothing but love, man. She is so fucking kind. To hurt the people you've hurt in a space where these are probably one of the best people there is to ever make friends with. What happened? Oh, but am I glad?
Let me just rewind that one.
Yes. Yeah, our Bubba deserves nothing but love, man. She is so fucking kind. To hurt the people you've hurt in a space where these are probably one of the best people there is to ever make friends with. What happened?
To hurt the people. Okay, I'm gonna need to put this back onto 1 because I didn't get
She
that.
is so fucking kind. To hurt the people you've hurt in a space where these are probably one of the best people there is to ever make friends with. What happened? Oh,
Okay, yeah, no, I got that, okay. Hopefully I wasn't the only one who had a bit of brain lag that stopped me from processing what Shy Lily was saying just then. Holy fuck, the browser is dying. I'm going to be so keen on the on switching devices. Holy shit. Alright. Sorry, let me put it back to 1.5.
but am I glad you asked? Okay, you know what? Am I glad you asked? You know what? Am I fucking glad you asked?
I cried enough this morning after visiting Twitter and watched a stream VOD this morning. I can't handle
I know
such
what you
much
watched.
sadness at one day.
I'm gonna be
Still
honest,
love you and lot of
I
love
have
to
not watched
all.
it. I was eeping when she went live. I have not seen it. And I don't think I ever will see it. Because, that night, yeah, it must have been horrible to watch. I have no doubt because, I'll go into a little bit of detail because there's 2 things I wish to address. Two things. There's 2 things I genuinely wish to address, not because, a lot of people were making it a big deal, but some people have brought it up in replies and stuff, and I'm like, you know what? Let me just explain without making a tweet or some shit. But yeah, when everything went down, God, the Bow's cries are forever ringing in my head. That was so tough. So much hurt. It's just, yikes. Even Buska, who is usually like, he's in an emotional rock. In all my years, I've never seen this man cry. But God, he had peepee eyes. He had red little peepee eyes. It was shook.
Not gonna lie, my jaw hit the floor when I saw your response. But you summed up everything perfectly
I
and
don't know
said
what
what
came over
I'm
me.
sure
I was
everyone
possessed.
was thinking. That right there is why we love
Yeah.
and appreciate you, Shy Heart.
Yeah, I'm sorry the word Cinder is banned in my chat. I just don't want to see that stuff around anymore. I also just saw someone feeling bad about taking the apology serious and feeling dumb about it. I'm gonna be honest, okay. I'm having a hard time being upset with anyone who still trusts and forgives her because, and I say this in all honesty, the reason it worked for so long is because her words are as sweet as butter, and chances are yours probably simply just as easily manipulated as everyone else. If you read all of these things and you see nothing wrong with it, give it a few years. Give it a few years. Experience will show you what the fuck is behind those messages. I genuinely...
It's at this point where it starts to become a bit of a thing where, in light of the apology, if you look at it through the context of the apology document that Cinder put out, yeah, okay, I can see that. But if you look at it just in terms of the screenshots that they provided in the documents, that's when I'm kind of thinking, surely there were better ones to use than what is currently, out in the public. And to Lily's credit, she does mention something along these lines later on in this particular section of her stream.
If anyone supports this, I'm going to be completely honest. The only night that was difficult was the first night after dropping the first doc.
She is kind of poisoning the well a little bit, though. Yeah, you are right about that, Lopus.
First Google Docky. Sorry, that was the only tough night. That was the only tough one. It was 10 a.m. I had to go to bed and just being scared what the heck a literal manipulator could possibly come up with overnight, and what a shit show you could possibly wake up to when they have a platform that they use to manipulate hundreds of thousands of people with. You know.
Jarvis, provide no screenshots in my defense.
Yeah, I can't. I don't. It's literally just hearsay, the entire apology. And worst of all, throughout this whole hearsay, it's full of bullshit. Okay, I know it sounds fucked up, but like, I'm okay. I
Here's some
agree
bits.
with my friends,
It's
though.
just business.
If yesterday was the first time you saw me crash out, which I'm pretty sure that is for every single person ever in this community, I'm sorry. I don't know what came over you. Reading this made me be possessed, made me more vulnerable to demonic possession. Each
I will
paragraph.
speak about this respectfully if you...
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I'm actually really sad, but it's how I cope, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to tell you. If you don't understand, this might sound so fucked up and psychotic, but I just need to laugh. We hug the booba. She definitely has the most emotional response to all of the friends. Everyone is having a bad time, obviously, but it's just everyone seems to have found a way to cope with it, but she seems to just be not able to find a way to cope, and it just kind of breaks her. Like everyone's fucking sucking right now. Everything is sucky. Everything is fucky wucky. It's just business will be memed for years. What's the TLDR? If you stick around, give me like 10-15 minutes, I'll give you a TLDR, but I highly suggest you look at the receipts. Also, I'm going to be honest, in this TLDR, I might talk about stuff that is just hearsay. Now, I highly suggest you check it out yourself. Everything that is publicly available is through receipts. Needlessly to say, more stuff has happened. Needlessly to say. But most of these things don't have receipts. Or the receipts have personal, private stuff attached to it that you just can't share. Hello, Lord, thank you so much.
And that is where we run into a little bit of a problem. Because, see, like I said before, the stuff that was included in the documents themselves, they didn't really convey, they didn't really act as evidence that, at least in my opinion, conclusively backs up the claims that were made in those documents. I'm not saying that the claims are not true, but what I am saying is that there was probably better evidence to show given what we are being told. Because the problem with this is that it essentially amounts to a very complex, trust me, bro. Yes, there are, there's receipts, but we can't show them, right? But the receipts that we have been provided, yes, it does show that Cinder and Redacted backchat their friends. Yes, it does show that Cinder has, allows insecurities and brainworms to run wild. And as a result of that, as a way of trying to enforce that sort of competitiveness onto professional relationships. But at the same time, I'm not really getting the vibe that she manipulated Nano. I'm not really getting the vibe that Nano was some sort of subject of abuse. I'm more getting the documents more served to imply that Cinder and Redacted were, yes, they were constantly trying to test to see how they could get, how they could get exclusivity, how they could get an exclusivity clause out of Nanoless. But this wasn't or at least based on the screenshots, this wasn't some sort of attempt at exploiting an artist in the way that it seems to be being framed in the eye of the public.
Thank you. Some of the stuff we might talk about today is hearsay because that's just my own experience that happened in person. It's my word against whoever else wants to challenge it, and that's okay. But we made sure, and we all agree, that everything we put online will only be receipts. Only receipts that we have, nothing else. No emotions, no experiences, no hearsay, no nothing. Only
Okay, I think that characterization of things is a little ambitious, but I get what she's saying.
Receipts. So obviously there's more. There is more receipts too. But those contain info that's just, it contains sensitive stuff about others, themselves, or even the criminal herself. But you don't, I'll give you a TLDR in a bit. But I feel like after this, it'll all calm down. I feel like now is the time for people to grieve and mourn and whatever and cope. However they do. And after this weekend, it's morning time. And then we'll heal. Everyone will heal. It'll be fine, I feel like the next couple days will just be people expressing the disappointment and just having to deal with their feelings. And then it'll probably be fine.
I still find it funny that she called herself the Charizard if V card. Girl forgot Lily wasn't a Goldeen, she is a fucking Kyogre. There is no competition.
God, when she said that, and when she tried to bring me onto, okay, I know. When she said that and she tried to make this thing with me and we were doing a collab and she was just like, oh, haha, the Charizard and Blastoise V-card doing the, oh, like, how dare you sit there and pretend to be some box legendary of something that you didn't create? Disgusting. Trust me, we all cringed, but people sometimes get excited and they do cringe-worthy stuff. No reason to blow a fucking friendship over it or put them in spot or cancel them. It's just like, girl, that's cringe, moving on, you know? Just like, girl, why you do this? That's cringe, moving on.
Not to stereotype or anything, but holy fuck, this is this is so, how do I say this? How do I put this in a way that is, fuck it. This is so emblematic of like the stereotype of every time you have an argument with a woman where it might not be relevant to the disagreement you're having now, but all of the past grievances just like come up to the top and they get brought out again. And it's so funny to see how widespread this is. Like, it's not restricted to any one age bracket or nationality or whatever. It just seems to be like such a universal thing. I talked about this in Rima server that it's clear that Lily has it's. Oh no, don't worry. We'll get to that in a second. Instinctual, something I'm familiar with. The issue isn't that her gut feeling was wrong. How she celebrated afterwards, which makes it. Yeah. Don't worry. We're going to get to that when we reach that part in this video as well.
Not a single time does she actually follow the I did X and caused so and so to be X. I apologize and wholly take responsibility for it format. It's all sorry this person did this to you and sorry you felt this way and sorry it happened. No accountability.
It is typical narcissistic manipulation fashion. Like this whole document, like I said, if you don't see it that way, I don't blame you. Chances are you're too young and naive. You're just as gullible and easy to manipulate. If you don't see it, I fully...
And this is where we start dipping into kind of folk devil formation territory, where... Like I said, the evidence doesn't really bear up to the apology document. The apology document, yeah, okay. If you want to say that that's like, you know, there's a bit of narcissism going on there, yeah, okay. I'm not going to be the one to argue against that. But if you're going to talk about the actual Google Docs themselves, if you're going to talk about things like, you know, Cinder being a psychopath or like a narcissist or whatever, like simply flinging names doesn't do anything, right? And the thing is, like I said, this is the thing that I keep coming back to. The justification for bringing this public was protecting other people from having this happen to them. If the entire lesson, so to speak, quote unquote, if the entire quote unquote lesson from this scenario is Cinder is a horrible person, that's not exactly going to translate into something that is more broadly applicable outside of their specific little friend group.
Get it? I don't support it. I hope you'll eventually see it. But it's typical. I take accountability.
However, doing that is, again, very emotionally cathartic because you have this person who's been backchatting you via her BF/manager, whatever you want to refer to it as, who's been backchatting you this entire time, who's, you know, let's not mince words here, who's been a bitch behind the scenes to you. And obviously now that everything's out in the open, you can feel justified in doing a bit of dunking. I can understand the desire to, you know, go for the dunk. But again, like I said, doesn't really make for... How do I say this? It is cathartic, but it's going to end up becoming bread and circuses, if that is all it is. Where people are going to have fun dunking on Cinder. People are going to have fun with this entire thing, even if, you know, it does come a bit at the expense of everyone involved. But it's not really going to have any lasting impact, I don't think, if that is all people take away from it, which is that, you know, all that's probably going to happen is people are now going to start looking at other scenarios of controversies that have similar dynamics and go, oh, look, that's Cinder 2.0. Oh, look, that's just like Cinder. Oh, look, they're doing a redacted, etc., 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 rather than any sort of prevention of this thing happening again.
for nothing. I shoved the blame over to my man. I knew nothing. Everything was behind my back. I'm sorry you feel this way. Like, come on. I mean, companies don't want to have bad PR. You know, it's just business fashion. When a company has an employee fuck up, guess what? The company has to take actions because of the employee. The company.
She's absolutely right about this, by the way. If your company fucks, if your employee fucks up, you as a company are also liable. Like when that ends up happening, you can't simply hand wave away someone who is your representative doing something silly and then go, oh no, they're just an affiliate of mine. They don't actually, they don't actually matter.
He has to pay damages and make amends for the employee. It's just business, is what a good old little friend Snake would say. You do what you want to do. If that's how you cope with this, that's also okay. But two things. Not to defend anything of what she's done, but you're just a viewer. You're just a viewer. You don't have to atone for someone's sins and feel bad about the good times you've had. Whether they were fake or not doesn't matter. You had a good time. Those are your memories to keep, But on top of that, again, if you cope by burning your merch, I ain't judging. You cope the way you want to cope. I cope through memes and making fun of things. It also isn't fucking perfect. But if you have it in you and you can cope with it, try and donate everything you've got. Any shirt, sweater, figurine, plush, whatever the fuck it is, just donate it. I don't know who remembers this, and I don't know how long it was. It may have been like a year or two ago where I was on stream. Obviously, I have a very strong no drama policy, and I stand by it. Still do, but I don't know who was here when I said this. I also said that if anyone wrongfully hurts my friends, I will scorch the fucking earth. I said it like a year or two ago. I don't know, time flies a bit. It could have been anywhere in that time frame. But I did say there was some drama. People tried to, ask for my opinion. I said I'm anti-drama. I don't give a shit. And I remember saying, I'm strongly anti-drama. I don't care for it. I'm usually not well informed. I'm not very chronically online either. I often wake up, go stream, go game, go bed. But I did say
one thing that I'm not sure if it was intentional that ends up coming across from that is I don't think she went into this with the expectation... Oh, sorry, no, that's the wrong word. I don't think she went into this with the intention of making this drama, so to speak. Because I'm not going to lie, with how things have panned out, this was very much in retrospect like a hit that had been planned. I don't think the foremost intention was to create a spectacle so much as it was to simply take someone out.
Say, don't fuck with my friends. The thing with the no drama rule is, every time you have rules like this, there's a line that cannot be crossed. Because once that line is crossed, it's fair game. It's all fair game. And based on people's reaction, I don't think anyone blames me for getting involved and speaking up and strongly speaking about it. Once a certain line is crossed, it's fair fucking game. I don't give a shit what kind of rules or morals I've got. It's fair fucking game. God, I do.
What definition of drama would you use that this doesn't count as? I think I phrased that poorly. I should have said, I don't think the foremost intention was to create drama. I think that was a secondary intention, maybe, or that was a side effect that she probably accounted for. But like I said before, this very much came off as an organized hit.
Want to watch Bow's VOD, and I want to check Bow's VOD, but...
You know those videos of them yeeting prey?
Yeah, it's a hard watch. I don't think I can, because my mom always calls me a fucking sympathy crier, and she's very...
Canny rocked. Why do you have... so you have the theory that this was planned? It's not a theory. Bao and Shy Lily did say that this was... okay, I don't want to say that this is orchestrated, right? No pun intended. Because they, because they only had 48 hours... Well, Bao specifically only had 48 hours before she heard about the news, and then she had to publish a Google Doc about it. But this was planned. Like, they did get together, share the DMs that Nano had leaked to Lily first, and then decided on what they were going to do before launching the Google Docs in quick succession within half an hour of one another. You can say that the hit was justified, but I don't think it's a good idea to deny the fact that it is a hit.
Very true. I think I'm emotionally quite strong, except for when I watch movies. But God, there is something in my chest that
this month,
cuts
but I
off
have to say this, couldn't agree more
everything.
With for me personally, you and Bao.
And just makes my chest so tight and heavy when others cry. Man, I do wish, I'm living at the goddamn ass crack of the world compared to all my friends. I really wish I could just have a short little flight over and be like, man, I'm sorry, Booba. Same. Yeah, it fucking sucks, doesn't it? Oh my. Like, obviously I could still fly over, but those flights currently cost 12 fucking grand. Like, it's a bit much. And I know that I'm not the only friend who's there for her, so I just still wish I could be one of them that's there, just conveniently around the corner, you know? Man, everyone is so sad. I don't want to make it sound like only Bao is sad, but Bao got stabbed real bad and just...
We could always...
Let me just address two things, because I know most people are caught up. Then I'll get you a TLDR. I know it hasn't been getting any traction whatsoever, but I've seen some, let's call them valid calls, where people go, if Lily knew all this, why didn't she speak up sooner? She's not a fucking bitch. She's not a cutthroat fucking bitch. Everyone who's had a long-lasting, healthy friendship knows that sometimes you lash out. Sometimes you say shit in the heat of the moment when you're... Man, sometimes I call my friend...
Okay, I am going to point out a little bit of something here in what you just said.
Then I'll get you a TLDR. I know it hasn't been getting any traction whatsoever, but I've seen some, let's call them valid calls, where people go, if Lily knew all this, why didn't she speak up sooner? She's not a fucking bitch. She's not a cutthroat fucking bitch. Everyone who's had a long-lasting, healthy friendship knows that sometimes you lash out.
There's a little bit of a false equivalency going on here, where she is equating not being cutthroat with not talking about it in a way that... not lashing out immediately when you hear about it. I think a lot of people would understand the argument that if you were to compare two different approaches towards voicing your frustrations, one where you voice them immediately, albeit irrationally, and the other where you hung onto it until it inflicted a enormous amount of damage, I think the second one is a little, maybe just a little bit more cutthroat, a little bit more ruthless than the first, right? So, the thing that I don't really... One of the things that bothers me about her response, and her, let's say after game, post game commentary on what had just happened, right, is the amount of times that she lets slip one or two sentences that, in isolation, might be something that you could easily miss as just she's mad or whatever, but when you start actually paying attention to what she's saying, there's just these little bits that make her out to be a lot, and I don't think this is intentional, but it makes her out to be a lot more ruthless than I think she intends, which is why, again, we will see this. There will be stronger examples for this later on in the video, but this is why I have always said talents should not be entrusted with making PR statements. Because it doesn't matter if you're Corpo, it doesn't matter if you're indie, it doesn't matter who you are, Corpo or indie. The two roles, content creator and public spokesperson, their roles require skills that run in opposite directions. What Lily is saying is, very personal, very understandable given what has just happened, but it is a bit more, like I said, it makes her look a lot more ruthless than I'm not so sure that was intentional.
Sometimes you say shit in the heat of the moment when you're... Man, sometimes I call my friends a bitch too, Sometimes I'm just fucking done. I'm not gonna fucking cancel my fucking friends just because they call me a bitch. Or in the heat of the moment and in great panic they threw me out of the bus once. I'm not gonna fucking cancel them and put them on a spot and be like, oh, fuck yeah, you whore! Happens, man. Sometimes, when you're backed in the corner, scraping the bottom of the barrel, you cope by lashing out. You deflect. I'm not saying it's good, but it happens. I'm not gonna throw a fucking Google Docky out there just because I've been mildly done wrong once. It's just, you don't do that. It's stupid. You can call me a whore. What can you say? It's just, you don't do that. It's stupid. No, but you get it? Obviously, I'm not who the fuck? I'm gonna be the cutthroat bitch if I make a fucking Google Docky with one screenshot of Cinder throwing me under the bus once. When she was probably, doesn't justify it, but it was one time lashing out. I'm gonna be the cutthroat bitch then. People are like, okay, Lily, but why can't you just talk, Or everyone knows a story or two. The whole friend circle is made out of good people. They all see this shit and they're like, you know what? What a bitch move. But anyway.
The only thing that I do find weird is that she says she has examples of this that she didn't release earlier, but now that other people are releasing Google Docs, she hasn't released one as well. Which... Again, this is my... It's like in the same principle with horror movies, right? Where the moment you see the monster on screen, it becomes infinitely less scary than when you were just left there to imagine what it's like. It's the same kind of thing that happens when you want to portray something as being, perhaps more monstrous than it is, or you want to lean on your audience's ability to imagine things, where now that she is coming out and saying, oh yeah, I have all of these examples of Cinder being a bitch, but like have without showing any of them. It's kind of, I'll be very honest, by the end of the video you will probably see why, but I'm having a hard time believing that is not an intentional omission of information in order to play up is not the right word, but add more oomph to just how nefarious Cinder's conduct was in the minds of the audience.
Please, let's move past that. It's a new day. Let's move past it. It's a new fucking day. Don't fucking sit here and pretend you never called your friends a bitch. Or, you know, said something you didn't quite mean. You were just lashing out at one time, man. It's when the dominoes fell. The dominoes fell. The actual starting point, the dominoes fell when one thing leaked. One singular thing. Like 5 or so days ago. One thing leaked. A singular thing. And I go, it was about me being slandered, throwing all kinds of accusations around to Nano, making me seem problematic, weird, making me sound like a person someone wouldn't want to work with because who does those things? They were saying I dodged collabs with them. Collab.
One thing there that does sound weird to me is the way that she refers to it as, you know, as a leak, but without referring to the fact that presumably Nano leaked it, right? You know, she says one thing leaked and then, oh yeah, slandering her to Nano without seeming to account for the fact that based off of the leaked screenshots that we have seen in the Google Docs, let's just say Nano wasn't exactly fighting against, you know, fighting for her honor in those conversations either.
That had like 7 fucking other people in there. Collabs I was thrown into in a big ass group chat and simply said, sorry, can't do. Because I have something that day. One of them was a dentist thing. I didn't have it on that specific day, but I just didn't want to. The day after the dentist, I just simply didn't fucking want to. And the other one, yeah, I dodged. Yeah, I did. Okay, yeah. One of them I did. Because at that one, I already knew. And the other one, yes, I dodged. But you know what's weird? The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concerned as to why I'm dodging. What about...
When she says at that point, I already knew, right? Again, the logical question is, knew what? Because from the sound of it, it doesn't sound like that at that point everything had come out and leaked, right? So what exactly did she know? And it's little things like that make it sound like her current hatred for Cinder does not purely come from what recently happened. It could be purely unintentional with those few lines that she's dropping in. But again, this is why I would not have recommended just making a statement like this off rip.
The 6 other people who were just looking at me dodging and going, oh, okay, she's busy. It's kind of weird that
Yeah, the accusations of Lily collab dodging were accurate. Yeah. I do, again, I want to restate, I think that, to put it very mildly, I think that trying to cut Lily off from an artist in retaliation is a bit of a disproportionate response. But at the same time, I think we can all acknowledge that, yeah, I think Cinder was... her brainworms were actually correct on that one.
The only person that has a reason to be weary was actually weary. What about the 6 other people that I also just left hanging where I said, sorry, I'm busy? They just took it and they were like, okay, we'll just replace you with someone else. Cool. It's called projection. Because she fucking knew. She knew. Absolutely.
I'll be honest. Are we really going to pretend that the 6 other people would have wanted to look the bitch and give Lily shit for not showing up? I very much doubt that.
Business. So anyways, I was accused of dodging, which...
Who cares if she dodged a collab, though? She doesn't want to do this, she doesn't want to do it. Oh, yeah, no, that's not the point that I was making, right? The point that I was making, though, is that because that was prior to when evidence started coming out about, you know, some things being said about Shy Lily or whatever, it makes her prejudice against Cinder look less justified than it would be if she had purely stuck to, you know, in light of recent events, me and my friends hate Cinder, right?
Somewhat fairly, I did do once. Anyways, I was accused of not acknowledging her when she rates. And like, oh, sorry, you know when Buff rated me earlier, I'm sorry for not calling Buff's full government fucking name. Buff Pop of Twitch.tv, thank you so much for your rate and bringing your community from Buff Pop from Twitch.tv over here. Like, now I get to say it. When she rated, she is center fucking stage. I am pausing my spot to talk to her. I'm having a normal ass reaction to a raid, like I have with everyone. Gotta get the full government name out there because apparently else people don't feel graced. Otherwise people don't feel like they did a good job raiding you. Like, damn, I'm sorry. What was the other accusation? Let me think real quick. Oh yeah, them saying I've been weird ever since V-Card, which also isn't true. We've literally done a collab ever since. We've talked ever since. I can't.
Just a general bit of advice for everybody who's watching on. If you're ever in a scenario where you need to justify your dislike of somebody and you are trying to tie it back to one specific thing that happened in the recent past, it will be tempting to bring up other things that they might have done that, pissed you off. But if they cannot be directly linked through a pattern of behavior or are not directly relevant to the recent thing that you are mad as a result of, try not to bring it up because then it sounds personal more than, reasonable.
Contacted her for a technical issue that you guys said she also had ever since. It's just a bunch of stuff that makes me sound weird and competitive when, again, reflecting. That one screenshot started it all, and that was from, at that point, a few days ago. That one screenshot, and I was like, that's fucked up. And I gave none of the receipts of, it's not true. I did say, I did ghost her in the DM once, I didn't see the DM. But somehow, before Nano worked on my 3.0 model, that wasn't a problem. Everyone who is in contact with me, anyone who is close, even my viewers, everyone knows I suck at Discord. I'm very distant, I'm very messy, I don't check often, and I'm not very thorough. So, and she knows it too, because it happened last year as well. She knows it too. It's why we have a group chat with her and Buska and me in it. So she wants to plan something. Hello? So she wants to plan something, she knows where to go. And she has used it in the past, recently, for V-cards and stuff. But Lily, you don't know every message I send on your behalf, obviously. I forgot. Buska operates completely independent and I have absolutely no knowledge of anything happening ever. I just want this to be public knowledge, so if I get cancelled, I can throw him under the bus. Even when there is screenshots proving that I clearly am aware and I am confirming and doubling down and siding with him. I just want you guys to know. Buska too. So anyways, yes, I am guilty of dodging a collab, because I simply didn't fucking feel like it. And yes, I am guilty of ghosting 2 messages where she asked for a collab, which, by the way, she also only does when there is something business-related. AFK drop, V-card drop, any event, any debut, any announcement, any merch.
All right, so here's where you run into a bit of a problem, right? And this is where the whole content creators are not suited to making professional public statements thing comes in. See, as a content creator, you are incentivized to build yourself up to look as impressive as possible in front of your audience, right? So in that regard, it is actually a very good move to go, look, I always had a gut feeling about this. I knew all along. I was just, I knew all along. I wasn't surprised when this happened or something along those lines, right? I always knew. I always had a feeling. I was always wary. That, from the perspective of a content creator, makes sense. You come off as somebody who has a higher degree of awareness, better intuition, more discerning when it comes to other people's character. Those are all good qualities, admirable qualities, qualities that realistically would garner you admiration in the eyes of an audience. But then you start thinking about this from the perspective of somebody making a statement about someone whose reputation is now in tatters because you and a bunch of other people coordinated a PR hit on them. Now, again, to stress, the PR hit may very well be justified, but it's still a PR hit nonetheless. And now, if your justification for it before was, we're doing this for the greater good, people need to know so that they can avoid this, so that they can protect themselves from this, etc., 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 and then you say this, that makes you look like you did it for personal and petty reasons, and that your prejudice towards the target you just eliminated originated not from their actions that you could prove, but from suspicions that you can't. And so, yet again, you are torn between those two different approaches towards this. Do I, feed into the idea that I always knew, I always had a gut feeling, I always had a suspicion, I was just waiting to act, which, makes me look like a smarter person, but makes me look like a more ruthless person? Or do I simply settle for reacting to this thing at the exact same time as everybody else, which maybe makes me look a little bit more naive or a little bit more, a little bit more bumbling, but it does serve to make me look more justified in my actions and my stance. And the problem is you can't do both. And if you're a content creator, chances are you're probably going to pick the first one. And if people start viewing you as more of a ruthless person afterwards and you have no idea why, well, creates a little bit of a problem for your personal brand.
Then I'm important.
Especially if your personal brand right now is juxtaposed against someone else who you are currently condemning for being ruthless. That's the other part of this that is kind of unique to this situation.
Then we can network. Then he was business. So I am guilty of that, but like I said, I would like to excuse myself from those two sins because she knows better. It's been a thing last year, and last year it wasn't a problem. Only until Nano worked on me, it was a problem. Anyways, long story short, that was the one message that got everything rolling because I explained how that's weird. That's cringe and manipulative to do and bother Nano with. If she has a problem, why not come to me? And boy, that's where it started. That's where poor Nano realized that there is more such incidents. And if this is weird, she has critical thinking, and she's like, if this is weird, are the others also weird? The ones where she literally, on the screenshots, says she feels bad for doing all these things she's being asked to do? That's where it started. And obviously, me being...
Now, this is where I start to disagree with what Shalili is saying a bit more. And it starts from poor... Sorry. My body started to react to what she was saying. Yeah, no, it started from when she said poor Nano. Again, a very strange, given everything we've seen from the screenshots themselves, very strange framing of Nano as a victim in all of this, whereas in actuality, any hurt that Cinder or Redacted could have possibly administered to the others would have necessitated going through Nano first.
Being a friend, I talked to Nano and I was like, Nano, I'm gonna be honest, some of the stuff you have here is heartbreaking. I'm thankful for you showing this to me, but I highly encourage you to share this with the people affected, especially Bao, because, you know, that one nasty one where she sabotages Bao, especially that one. And Nano, the fucking Giga chat she is, agreed. She agreed. So I'm in a group chat, like a few days later because Bao had surgery, so it took a while. We are in a group chat. Can you imagine? That Giga chat fucking whale comes out of surgery and has to deal with this. That group chat we used to expose everything, not just, you know, from Nano's messages and having to deal with her manipulation, but we also came to realize that everything that happened to us individually those weren't isolated incidences where you're like, well, shit happens. Sometimes you do something that you regret. Sometimes you call your friend a bitch. Sometimes you throw a friend under the bus in the heat of the moment. Hopefully you regret doing that, but that's a different story. But we realized that it wasn't just a coincidence. It wasn't just one incident. It wasn't just a isolated incident. It was a year-long pattern. Everything connected. It was a pattern that consisted over years that just kept going, not stop, you know. And that's when we knew this is fucked up. And respect to my friends, we all decided after all of the receipts and obviously being very emotionally unstable to...
Yeah, Vivian, you've noticed it as well. Nano is getting assigned zero agency here, which is weird considering the fact that she has the final call in how all of her projects pan out. If she cancels, it's not like Redacted and Cinder had any way of pressing a button and forcing her to deny one of her clients the ability to finish a project. She made that choice herself. Even in the screenshots that were contained in her document, she said to Redacted quite openly, yeah, no, I canceled the project and I told them it was because of mental, I told them it was because of mental health. Which, yet again, you run into this kind of conundrum where at a certain point the victimhood doesn't really make sense with Nanoless specifically in this scenario, because she does have final say in whether a project gets cancelled or not. Especially since there never really was any sort of contract or exclusivity clause. Yeah, there were multiple attempts to bring that idea up to her from what we were shown in those screenshots, but she never ended up agreeing to any of them. At least not from what we've seen. So functionally speaking, they didn't really have any power over her.
sleep over it for a night. Obviously, we were all ready for blood. We were like, what the fuck? No way. But we still decided to sleep a night over it. Give it one night. Let's sleep over it. One night. The next day, once everyone was awake and had time to deal with their emotions, we all still knew this has to happen. Like, I'm sorry, but sleeping...
Yeah, there is a... Marquise, now that you pointed it out, in VTubing, there is a bit of a weird tendency to infantilize talents, where... To be honest, I've been trying to think about why that is. Because I'm sure all of you guys, or many of you guys at the very least, would have noticed that this is a trend, right? This is a thing that happens in this industry, where I don't know if it's because of audience demographics, like this combination of so many of the talents being young women and many of the audience members being older men, or if it's this thing where if you put a bunch of yeah, helpless girls on Moe, yeah, that could be it. That could be it. It's part of the reason why the whole girl failure thing is popular, right? It's the cuteness. Maybe. But yeah, it does it lessens accountability. Yeah, a little bit. Parasocialism and admiration. See, I don't know if admiration is the right word for it, though, because when you infantilize something, you're not really admiring it. VTubing is an industry built on hopes and dreams, true. I'd like to think older men can see through BS. Unfortunately, that is not how it works. Age does not guarantee wisdom.
Well, this just made it so much more clear that this can't be, and this is where, sorry, notice, this isn't just to expose what she's done to us. This is to expose the fact that she is doing these things, and this is speculation, this complete speculation. But if that's the stuff that happens in this circle, what else could happen? A pattern is a pattern, you know? Again, speculation, but we were like, we would feel terrible knowing that she conducts business throughout the next couple years, hurting more people like this. Can't do, no. It turns out, turns out it was a bit bigger than just our group. Google Docky. Turns out it was just a bit bigger than our group. And so, yeah, and we all knew she was gonna throw her manager under the bus. We all fucking knew. When you look at the screenshots and you know her and you see the manipulation, the first fucking thing you know is she'll throw her manager under the bus. Everything went live, and you know what she's done? The first thing they both did, they messaged Nano, going, Nano, please. You know what that absolute fucking Giga Chat did? Her pussy so fat, bro. Blocked. Blocked. Her pussy's so fucking fat for that. Blocked. So...
And again, you have this weird kind of framing of Nano as both a victim and a Giga Chad for essentially breaking client confidentiality twice, at least twice, to two different parties, which, again, there is one scenario, at least in my head, that makes sense, but we'll get to it in a second.
You know, we knew this was happening. Whatever. We said our piece. There's no reason to continue to dogpile onto it when we said our part. But then, the next evening, the quote-unquote apology dropped. And one part struck me specifically because she very clearly, first of all, isn't a fucking apology. Yeah, the queens she could produce with that fat pussy. But it wasn't even an apology. It was, I'm sorry you feel this way. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry you got caught in this. I'm sorry I was manipulated into hurting you. Fuck an apology, bro. Fuck an apology. And one thing that struck me specifically is when she dedicated a section to me and someone else. First of all, okay, I am petty. I didn't even get a section for myself. I am going to be super petty. Not even a section for myself. For someone that is so upset for me not naming her full fucking government Twitch.tv name, for someone to just put me in the document as Lily when previously referring to me as the other gamer subs owner. I don't even get a section for myself with my name properly fucking written. Come on, bro. Come on. Don't be such a hypocrite. You don't get to be upset at that shit and then put me there, throw me in there and be like, I'm so sorry, I had no knowledge of this. And that's when I got mad, because no knowledge my ass. But here's the problem. A lot of what we know is hearsay. Because the girls spent time together. Vacation, travel, blah, blah, blah. You know, I don't know where I was, but let me just say, in this section that she dedicated to Cotton and me, she said, sorry for not having any knowledge of this. And that's where I kind of got mad, because like I said, a lot of the stuff that we posted about is...
In fairness to Shy Lily, that was a shit apology. There's no defending that document.
It's only stuff we have hard-coded receipts for. Obviously, there is lots of experience that doesn't exist on paper. It's only private experience. But there's also more receipts, verifiable receipts, that weren't added to the doc, because either they're smaller things that just...
See, that's the problem, right? They're either verifiable, in which case we can see them, or they're not verifiable, in which case we can't see them. They can't both be unseen and verifiable.
only really become a problem when added up, or they're very little too private to be shared. They contain information that people just don't want to publicly have there, but it is kind of important for context, you know, so you pick and
It is kind of important for context, but people don't want to share it. See, this is why you don't trust talents to handle public statements. Kieran, thank you for the 5. Regarding infantilizing VTubers, can I introduce you to the manosphere concept of gynocentrism? Progressives and conservatives are both guilty of it. I swear I've heard that term somewhere before. I'll look it up at some point after the stream.
choose what you want to have up there. And so for her to claim she has no knowledge, when I know for a fact she does, but I have no proof other than hearsay, it reminded me of that one fact, the one receipt we do have though, where she herself personally throws me under the bus. And I made sure to quote her own words, because again, that screenshot isn't public, but I made sure to quote her words.
Again, that screenshot isn't public, but I made sure to quote her words. Again, the thing I want people to realize is how much of the credibility for that statement rides off of the coattails of her audience taking her at her word. And I mean, for Shy Lily, yeah, she can get away with that. She's a big VTuber. Probably the biggest. Well, okay, not, well, it's a close race between her and Iron Mouse, but probably, you know, definitely one of the biggest in the EN VTubing sphere. Definitely, you know, one of the biggest in the Twitch EN VTubing sphere. But relying on your own audience's ability to take you at your word and nothing else is not a strategy that I would recommend for literally anybody else.
She'll know what we're talking about. Those quotation marks, the literal quote, I made sure she knows what I'm talking about, what I'm referring about. The screenshot isn't there, but there's a couple like that. And the fact that she only took accountability for stuff that's been published and not the stuff that was kept hidden says enough for me. To have her use me as part of an excuse as to why she had to let her friend down, that very same friend that spent months of prep, hard work, and effort and received a million empty promises, just because a couple days before that she wanted to reschedule a V-Card collab to, you know, make a nice big boom as a collab and sell a bunch of...
Yeah, biggest indie EN VTuber. Yeah, I think she has that title, if I'm remembering right.
bunch of boxes to make some bag. Yeah, imagine. For a fucking collab. Could have had the collab any other day too. Could have been a day or two earlier. Could have been a day or two later. She rescheduled that collab to be on that date. She put it there on that date that she knew she couldn't. And the only time she ever felt sorry in both the apology and before, guess what? When she was put in her fucking place. People saying, why didn't you handle this private? We did once. We did. And she's only deflecting and pretending to be apologetic when put on the spot. No proper apology from her before the crash out. None. She's only sorry when she gets caught, because she knows fucking with that friend that she fucked with will mean the end of her career.
Yeah, Ole Valor. It rides on Numi basically confirming it in her own stream. Yeah. Okay, so that was something that I didn't include in the slides, but this particular claim by Lily, when she was referencing Cinder screwing over a friend that both, you know, a mutual friend that both of them have, the friend in question is Numi. And to verify that, you can go on to, I forget the exact title of the stream or the exact date that she had it, but she did host a stream of her own. Numi hosted a stream of her own to essentially confirm that this is something that did happen.
Because if you're not good standing with that person, you're not good standing with like probably 80% of the indies that matter to her. Because she's the glue that keeps them together half the time. She wasn't sorry because she over her friend's opportunity on a day that she said she'll be there. She was sorry she was caught in true narcissistic, selfish, egoistic fashion. She's sorry she got caught. Will you ever do a collab again? What, with her? No, of course not. Ben. Rot. Like, with her? No. With others, of course. With my friends, of course. Obviously. With others, yeah. With her, no. No. With her, absolutely not. Of course not. Why the fuck would I do that? Oh, let me just platform that very same person that tried to deplatform me and all of my friends that helped her get there to begin with. Let me just continue to platform that one person that tried to backstab us when begging to be in our positions.
I will say that I don't think that Lily is using deplatform in a very... I find it hard to believe that she made a genuine mistake by saying that Cinder tried to deplatform her, because I don't think that's what happened at all. And I don't think anyone who looked at the situation would come to the same conclusion that Cinder was trying to do that. Worst thing that Cinder could be accused of is bad-mouthing her friends while also trying to enforce an exclusivity contract with an artist to lock a friend that she was having, a friend in quotation marks, that she was having a personal issue with, to keep them away from that artist out of insecurity and brainworms, which is cringe for sure, but I don't think that is deplatforming. This, what has now happened with Cinder, that is deplatforming. Now, like I said before, you can make the argument that it's justified, but that is still what it is.
No. Throwing me and Game Myself under the bus to save her. No. Oh, the pressure I feel. What pressure?
I could believe that it's an ESL moment, for sure, yeah. But I would caution anybody else watching along from assuming that, yeah, there was a genuine attempt to deplatform Shy Lily or whatever going on there. That's not what this was.
The pressure you begged for? The pressure you told them you wanted to have? The responsibility you asked for? Where you wanted to be alongside me? No. What pressure? Hell no. Go my bro. Preach, queen. Maybe off topic what's going to happen with Game Subs? I don't know. But I know that they're trying to find something to handle the situation. I don't know though. But obviously, they can't just say a drama pop up and be like, okay, bye. It's not how it works in the business way, sadly. It takes time. If I had to make a guess, her shares will simply be bought out. If I had to make a guess, I'm not saying this will happen.
And this is the bit that really, if anything prior to this, that was just like minor optics related things. This though, you probably shouldn't be letting this slip in public. If you're going to let slip that, your business partner, someone who owns shares in a joint venture, is probably going to have their shares bought out as a result of this, in your estimation. Or even when someone suggested earlier, are they going to, what's going to happen? Is Game of Subs looking for a way to get rid of her? And you say, not yet. That's not a question you entertain on stream.
Happen if I non-biased, non-gamer subs opinion, if I had to make a guess, her shares will probably just be bought out, done. But again, don't take this as Lily said that. No, I'm just saying if I had to make a guess, that, you're not the only person that say I always had a feeling. I know lots of you are probably men, so you wouldn't maybe quite get it, but as a woman, you can't not get along with another woman based on a bad feeling. You can't do that. You're a catty bitch. You can't do that. You can't not get along with someone because of no reason.
And yet again, we come back to what I pointed out earlier, where you're caught between being a more admirable streamer and being a more admirable communicator, where either you knew from the start and you were smart, but you are ruthless, or you didn't know from the start, but you are more justified in the actions you've now taken.
When they prove to be everything but a threat. You can't do that. I'm sure it happens with guys too, maybe. You can't just be like, nah, she's too nice. You can't do that. What the fuck? What the fuck kind of reason is she's being too nice to not like someone? What the fuck? You can't do that. So most people stay back. Usually when you have a gut feeling, in my case anyways, usually when you have a gut feeling, you stay back and you observe. You take distance. I'm a very distant, very in my own lane kind of person to begin with.
See, the problem is, one of the things that Cinder was brainworming about in the DMs from what we saw was that Lily was being distant for seemingly no reason. The problem is what she has now done here is, in hindsight, that seems justified, but logically it isn't, because logically speaking, that actually validates what Cinder was saying, not disproves it.
I'm very distant, very minding my own business, very just me and myself time, Usually you stay back and you observe for an entire year of how nothing goes wrong and how your friends like that friend and how everything seems peachy. And then you're like, you know what? My gut feeling fucking ass. This is the reason I'm constantly constipated. My gut feeling ass. I fucking knew it. Shouldn't have trusted it. You know what? Should have trusted it. Yeah, I'm sure guys can also.
The video is titled Shy Lily Fully Debunks All of Cinder's Apology by Daily Dose of VTubing.
Catty bitches, yeah. Yeah. Long story short, VTuber makes friends in VTuber space. Friends appreciate having a friend. Turns out they were never a friend. They never intended or wanted to be friends. It was never about friendship. It was always about climbing the career ladder. Said friend, let's call her Snake. Said friend, sabotaged, backstabbed, and manipulated behind the scenes. When everything came out, because of the first screenshot leaking, followed by more stuff leaking, everyone got together and realized, wow, we've been fucked for the last couple of years. Interesting. Anyways, fast forward, Google Docky. Fast forward, apology with audio related, and I kind of crashed out because How fucking dare you take zero accountability? All she had to do, you want a good apology for when you fuck up? VTubers, future streamers, write this shit down. You ever need an apology for when you actually fuck up? For when you are the bad bitch? Just say, I'm fucking sorry I acted this way. My greed has caused a lot of damage. Greed that got to me from growing too fast and being too filthy rich by riding on my friends' backs. And so I've seen.
Can confirm when you have an IGF, everyone knows you can't hide it even if you want to get along with them. What is an IGF? Oh, gut feeling. Okay, yeah, the thing that you mentioned earlier in chat, right? Hold on, let me see if I can still find that message.
Seeing how grateful I was supposed to be for it, I saw him as nothing but an asset. I've been truly blinded by how absolutely malicious, vile, and toxic I've treated them behind the scenes, pretending to be a friend while separating business and sabotaging them. I can never repair the damage I've caused, and I see now clearly what it truly means to lose everything that you were supposed to be grateful for. I'll take some time away and hope to better myself. I'll never be able to repair what I've broken, but I can try and come forward and be a better person in hopes to have learned from this absolutely awful thing that I've done to my most closest and most supportest, loving friends that are the sole reason I have this platform to begin with. Boom, boom. Just owe up to it. Take some accountability. Just be like, yeah, I've been a dick. Yeah, I've been a fucking ass.
I'm not gonna lie, if Cinder had actually written verbatim what Shylily just said, it would have been infinitely better of a document.
Yeah, I've been blinded, so blinded by my success and money, and greed for even more. The greed was unbearable. Yes, I'm terrible. Done. Of course I wouldn't fucking believe her. What the fuck? Manipulator? Of fucking course not. Obviously not. But it's the only way to set things right. You can't fix them, but it's the only way to set things right. And to maybe not be a fucking laughingstock for like the next half a year. How conflicting it must be to enjoy someone's content, but then knowing that, feeling so uneasy knowing what kind of person that is you're supporting, you know? Wanting to enjoy those times and continue to enjoy them while feeling at this moral intersection where you either have to pick the higher route or put on the fucking horse blinders. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, the way she barely acknowledged her fanbase in her apology, what the fuck? She gave you guys one fucking line. She gave you one fucking line. She's like, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you feel bad with me. Like, what? Girl! Holy shit. Crazy. So at the very end of the docky, the Google docky, you get a little quick, oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. Yeah, I'm sorry you feel this way. What can I say? It's simply business. Yeah, simply business.
I own that apology would suck even more ass because nobody would have believed it. See, in a hypothetical alternate universe where Cinder's first response was not, I have now fired Red, Lamau, I think there's a chance that an apology like that blunt, that direct, could have worked. In our universe? Yeah, probably not. Chris94, thank you for the 2. I heard the full video makes her look even more sus. Yeah, the bit on her stream has a lot more of her basically just going off about how much she dislikes Cinder, and some of that dislike is not confined to the recent events that have transpired. So for that reason, yeah, that's probably why.
Honestly, I'm fine. She saw me as competition, paid it on me for asking for it by wanting a model from the same model mama, which is a bit weird when she's the one begging for partial owner and all kinds of other things that she wants from me. But hey, somehow I'm the one who's looking for trouble for wanting a new model.
And that is the video. Hold on, let me swap back. Alright, so a lot of you may have picked up on the main problem that I had with it. Hold on, let me switch the music back on. Is it switched? Okay, there we go, it is. Alright, so yeah, a lot of you would have picked up on the main issue that I had with it being that when you look at all of the Google Docs together, when you look at the overall effect that it has had on the situation, what it has actually done is one job very, very well and nothing else, which is turn Cinder into a fucking joke. In the aftermath of all of this going down, right, you had, for example, Mujin's latest video, or second latest video, if I'm remembering correctly, how a legendary VTuber got exposed as a psychopath, the catastrophic unmasking of Cinder. 2.2 million views. And in addition to that, You also have the fact that in the immediate aftermath of the documents dropping, massive dip in subscriber count, on top of her fans crashing out as well by burning her merch. For all intents and purposes, Cinder's public presence, her reputation, is basically annihilated. There's no coming, well, I hesitate to say there's no coming back from it, but a comeback is not exactly very apparently on the cards for her. This was a legendary fallout, or fall off, I should say. However, on top of all of this though, what has also become common is through memes, jokes, and also the way that people draw connections between this controversy and others that have emerged since, for example, the Owuzu thing with Raccoon. People have started using Cinder as a shorthand for someone who betrays, for a traitor, or a backstabber, etc., etc., etc. And in doing so, what we have essentially created is, I don't think any exaggeration to say, a new folk devil. Now when people see other VTubers other VTubers engaging in behavior deemed to be backstabbing behavior, people are going to point at that and go, yeah, they pulled a Cinder. Now when you get any instance of people being accused of exploiting an artist or manipulating or abusing an artist, chances are you will have probably at least one person who points and goes, that's a Cinder. However, in doing all of this, right, the problem is, what I have observed over the past few weeks is that people have started to come down off the high of, having that fun, dunking on Cinder, etc., etc., etc. And as is usual for this industry, people have started celebrating the killing of one cockroach, so to speak, where one problem has been eliminated, but, well, I should say one problematic individual has been eliminated. But the problem itself, I'm not sure if people have touched it. Because when you actually boil this situation down, right, what was actually happening here? Yes, you have this kind of mean girl behavior of somebody shit-talking their friends behind their backs, saying that, basically accusing their friends of attempting to covertly sabotage them by gatekeeping access to specific artists, editors, etc., etc., etc. But what was the actual threat as it was presented to us? The possibility that those accusations were being made by someone who was actually engaging in that behavior. In other words, the problem that lurks beneath the floorboards in this entire scenario wasn't just Cinder. It was that entire practice of sabotaging your fellow content creators by abusing artists, manipulating artists, gatekeeping other creators' access to those artists. But nonetheless, that was the problem. These sort of backroom deals, these underhanded agreements where you could convince artists, if you had enough clout, of course, if you had enough, if you had enough rapport with them, if you had enough money, to drop their other clients, even if they were halfway through a project. Because let's not forget, from the screenshots we were shown, Natalis didn't even receive any money for canceling the projects that she did. But it still happened. And so, we touched on a problem that, like I said, this seems to happen a lot more, and once you start seeing this pattern, you can't unsee it in this space, where very often when something like what happened with Cinder takes place, too many people believe, rather naively, that if you erase a quote-unquote problematic individual, that is a sufficient substitute for erasing the problems that they supposedly represent. If you talk about Cinder going out of her way to sabotage her other creators, okay, great, you've gotten rid of one saboteur. You've made a big deal out of it too, so I don't know if she'll ever come back, to be completely honest. This will probably age horribly in about a few weeks or so, me saying that specific little sentence. But what are you going to do about the problem in general? Because now that you've outed Cinder, and you've exposed that this is indeed a practice that happens in this industry, how do you, again, the stated goal of this initial cancel campaign as according to Nanolys's document, how do you protect other people from this? Was the objective to protect other people from Cinder? Because if that was the goal, then sure, they've succeeded spectacularly. I doubt Cinder will ever pose much of a threat to anybody ever again. But if you want to protect people from being sabotaged by their quote-unquote friends, by other content creators, if you want to protect people from being sabotaged by having artists and editors be gatekept from them either through the spreading of lies behind closed doors or through bribery with money or clout or possibly both, how do you fix that? And I'm not saying, for the record, I'm not saying that any of the people involved in this current situation have an obligation to fix that, because that's a little bit outside of the scope of a single content creator. But if you claim virtue, well, that's a different story, right? If you're doing it for the greater good, trademark, then there's probably a little bit more of an onus on trying to create some sort of lasting constructive change in a space, in an industry, in a quote-unquote community. And the problem is, if I'm being completely honest, if I'm being blunt, when I look at this situation as a whole, I don't see that. And it all centers around how they have been framing Nanoless. Because there is an underlying problem throughout this entire thing that hasn't really been touched on. How do you actually sabotage another creator? What do you do in order to really make it hurt? Simply spreading lies about them isn't going to do jack shit if nobody's listening to those lies. So the question then becomes, whose ear becomes most valuable as a weapon to wield against other content creators if you want to deny them the ability to operate freely in this space? And that's when I was thinking about this, that's when I realized, oh shit, when you really dig down into the Cinder situation, yes, you have the issue of, big content creators throwing their weight around, bad-mouthing their friends, being shitty comrades and, shitty co-workers, etc. But you also have this underlying thread, this underlying issue of what I call the artist problem. Specifically, combination of a bunch of things. One, the fact that this space deifies artists to a degree that infantilizes them. And two, the fact that it is, well, it seems absurdly easy to weaponize access to artists once you reach above a certain size as a content creator, or once you reach a certain sphere of influence. See, when you read through Nanolys's document, the way that it opens, right? I want to share my experience with Cinder and Red manipulating me and dragging me into drama while sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about people I thought were her closest friends. Not only do I no longer wish to work with Cinder, but I want to share what I've endured over the years and shed light on what she has been doing behind other people's backs to protect artists and friends that may be experiencing something similar. I struggled a lot with writing this document. Wasn't sure if what I felt and experienced working was real or just burnout. but I think this proves that I was lied to and manipulated over the course of years while working with Cinder. Long story short, if I'm being honest, from the screenshots we have seen, from what we know about Nanolys's conduct as an employed contracted artist, her willingness to play ball when it comes to offers, underhanded exclusivity deals, when it comes to her willingness to break client confidentiality, regardless of which side is on the receiving end of the information, and when it comes to her willingness to cancel commissions, ongoing projects that she is in the middle of, some of which she initiated herself, I can't help but think that if you are going to accuse Cinder and Redacted of sabotage, and you paint Nanolys as a victim, that doesn't really make a lot of sense, because you're essentially exonerating her, not only from her role in aiding in this supposed sabotage, but also in you're excusing, even rewarding, her lack of professionalism, exhibited among multiple clients. Which is the thing that I don't really understand. When you look through these documents and those statements, Shy Lily replying to Nanolys's initial Twitter post by saying, "We will always be there to support you." You have Bao's statement saying that... Hold on, where is it? Nanolys was going to be the Live 2D illustrator after she finished with both design and model sketch. It was suddenly back and forth that whether or not she had the physical and mental capacity to continue my model. I was very sad. I'd not only teased a screenshot of the model sketch on Twitter, but I'd grown very attached. And then later on, when she says, "I now realize the reason for her silence was because Cinder and Redacted were deliberately sabotaging and ongoing commissions and blocking VTubers." There's no recognition of the fact that Nano made a choice there. Even if you assume that, yes, she did so at the behest or with the bribery of Redacted and Cinder, she still made a choice to cancel it, and yet none of that seems to register in the way that she's portrayed. When you look at Silverveil's document, I've been a friend and client of Nano for years. Seeing how she's manipulated, abused by Cinder and Red makes me livid. She's an absolute sweetheart, wants her clients to be happy. Breaks my heart to see how she was treated like a tool and a resource. I'm proud of Nano for having the courage to come forward. The thing that I couldn't really understand is why give her victim status? And when you look through the actual evidence of the documents, right? For example, this screenshot, this exchange between Redacted and Nanolys being a perfect example, what you start to realize is, yes, you have those two fundamentally, you can distill the perspectives that they have on Nanolys's job, right? Making models, making art. You can distill their opposing views of it into a binary, right? Redacted views Nano's models as a product, whereas Nano views her models as a brand. But even in spite of that fundamental difference in understanding of how their professional relationship works, how the industry that they both reside in works, at the same time, both of those perspectives came together and were willing to entertain the idea of transactional exclusivity, because that was the main thing that was being discussed, and that was the discussion that Nano was willing to participate in. She made a choice. When you look at, for example, these interactions between Redacted and Nano saying, did you cancel your models, etc., 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 I did not, I'm scared to cancel with Bao, you shouldn't be. Yeah, I can give her the design for free, don't sell yourself short. Yeah, you're right, I'll talk with her. I'll also close the model inquiry today. As well as that whole interaction with Silver when she was in one chat saying that, I can't do this because I have, health issues. My managers have told me that I need to reduce the workload. Well, going back and saying that chat with Redacted saying, I canceled that. I told her it was because of health issues. And then, don't worry. I didn't say it was because of Cinder at all, right? Oh, sorry. I never blame anyone besides Mio. That was the part that was left unredacted. And I have no idea who Mio is referring to and why that was redacted from Nanolys's initial document. But to me, it makes no sense for the creators who have come forward with these grievances against Cinder to not only give Nanolus a pass, but to paint her as a victim as well, when that just doesn't seem to be conveyed at all through any of the screenshots that have been shared. And so, you run again, it all comes back to the whole problem of incentives, right? Because if there is a practice you want to disincentivize, let's say the practice is using artists to sabotage your competitors or even your quote-unquote friends, then how do you actually fix that? How do you remove those incentives? Well, it's quite obvious, right? Why do artists operate in this space? The same reason every other content creator does. Clout and money. See, the thing is, Nanolus wasn't getting money at this point. I'm convinced that at this point, the only possible resource that Cinder can't offer Nanolus was clout. I'll be very honest. And I'm not saying that Nanolus is a clout chaser, but if you think about the way that this looks from an optics perspective, the implications it will have for the broader industry, the precedent that it sets, what has this taught every artist that is watching this unfold? Even if you engage in fucky practices, if you permit yourself to engage in unprofessional conduct with one or perhaps multiple clients, sometimes simultaneously, you always have an exit strategy. Just sell out one of your clients to the other. It doesn't disincentivize sabotage, at least not for the artists, who are the main attack vector for that kind of thing. Because the artist can just go, oh, you know what, I want out of this, and then start leaking screenshots. And all of a sudden, now they're a victim too. And we don't criticize victims now, do we? And that's the thing that bothers me about this entire thing. Where I can understand I can understand forgiving Nanolus. Because if you want to create a precedent where people are going to be comfortable approaching you with a confession that they have done something that might harm you or your career, that makes sense. What I don't understand is then elevating her up to the status of a victim in this scenario. Because, like I said before, that is not what this looks like, based off of the evidence that we have been shown in those screenshots. She was a willing... It very much looks like she was a willing participant. She was willing to negotiate. She had counter offers of her own. And this lasted all the way up until around January of this year. So what changed between January and April for this to have been the outcome? And when you're looking at the general incentives that this whole debacle has created for the industry, the problem is the ability to take note of things like, oh, wow, artists can actually be pretty effective ways of neutering the growth of talents you don't like once you reach a certain size. Like that's not something that anyone seems to have taken away from this, which is quite concerning if I'm being honest. All everyone has taken away from this is Cinder bad. And I mean, yeah, sure, right? I'm not, like I said, there is a difference between criticizing Nanolus and defending Cinder. I'm certainly not going to defend Cinder. But if all this situation ends up becoming is just people going, haha, lol lamau, Cinder bad, then let's just say I don't think that we're going to be able to prevent this from happening again. I don't think we're going to be able to protect artists or other creators from going through a similar situation. I am almost certain that we will get a similar thing. Probably not among us, probably not as scandalous, probably not involving creators that are as large as it did this time, but we are probably going to see the same thing again. Because at the end of the day, when you sum up this entire debacle, right? you have the whole underlying problems, right? Of a lack of enforced standards for the professional conduct of artists in this space due to the nature of the VTubing medium, its dependence on people to create models, to do rigging, and its practitioners' resultant over-reliance on social obligation, taboos, and the court of public opinion when it comes to resolving conflicts. But why bother about all of this when you can just do Cinder is a horrible person? And this is infinitely more marketable, by the way. This is infinitely easier of a message to, digest. But mark my words, this is going to what happened with Cinder and Nanoless and that whole mess with Bao and Lily and Cottontail and Geary and every other person that was roped into that. It's going to happen again. It perhaps happens multiple times every week or month. We just don't know about it because all the people involved are magnitude smaller in terms of following size. And the thing is, when you leave this problem unattended, right? When you either don't acknowledge or you willfully bury this as an issue, it's allowed to fester. It's allowed to manifest to affect different people. When you don't enforce standards for professional conduct among artists because they're being deified in the industry, don't expect good conduct from the artists that you get in this industry. Even some of the more talented or popular ones, perhaps, depending on how bad things get. And the funny thing is, when we talked about deification, when we talked about, impossible standards to maintain, how if people can't extort clout from this industry, if people can't extort money in this industry, they can always extort clout. Well, on May 8th, so about 9 days ago now, YouTuber by the name of Cat Liente would end up going live on her twitch.tv account with a stream titled Tea So Fresh, No One Has Talked About It Ever YouTube. And during this stream, what she ended up covering was the supposed fallout from Dokibird's charity event that had occurred in March of 2024, where in the interests of raising money for the Brain and Behavior Research Foundation, she would host an auction that contained several items, and one of the items that she had her audience bid for was a custom PC built with Dokibird paraphernalia for a superfan. Now, 7:30 a.m., 4th of March, the winning bid for this PC came through at $6.6 thousand. Now, fair price for the PC, according to the Tiltify page, fair market value, 3.5k USD. And for a while, nobody really paid much attention to this. The event was over. Everyone assumed that all of the prizes were going to be on their way out, maybe not immediately, but they were all going to find their way home eventually. And nobody really paid much attention to this. That is until on May 14th, so just 3 days ago now, Cat Liente released a video that basically consisted of her trying to quote-unquote cover the situation by... Alright, we're not gonna... Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see it here, because for some reason the axis has changed since then. But... in any case, basically to sum up, right? Yeah, I probably should have expected that. All right, she left the URL on the she left the URL in the stream. So I think it was Geminex from Remocord that had it down, and that was what I was using. But apparently, she's now changed the access. So essentially, just to sum it up, the artist of this PC ended up attempting to upcharge Dokibird about considering fair market value was 3.5k, about a total of $10,000 in order to... Oh, Rima's server has a copy? Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. We might be able to rescue this part of the stream. Hold on. Do you know where that copy is, Kendra? Archived version in Rima's Discord. Recontract due to succession. Hold on. Does anyone know in which part of Rima's Discord the archive is? No, personally? Ah, rip. I assumed that the, I thought that the version that Geminix shared was the archive, but that was my mistake. Alright, in any case, I'll just continue to try and sum it up the best I can. Alright, so, essentially what had happened is you had this artist who was, who initially signed up to work on this project. Throughout the course of the entirety of 2024, that artist and Dokibird's management team went through a few communicational hiccups. First, there was this section of 6 months where the artist basically didn't respond to Dokibird's team asking for a follow-up on how the PC build was going. Then, when the artist did end up responding, Dokibird had gone through, I think, 2 or 3 changes of different management teams due to a variety of personal struggles. And by the end of it, the artist was demanding a payment that totaled above 14,000 USD for the PC build. PC build, which fair market value, was listed on the website as being 3.5k. Now, as you can probably imagine, that was not something that Doki and her team were willing to simply hand out with absolutely zero proof that sufficient work had been done to justify that price tag. And so, an important point in the conversation between Dokibird's managers, the different iterations of Dokibird's management team that talked with the artist and the artist themselves, was that the artist had claimed at some point during their conversations that there existed a time lapse that showed the work that they were doing on this PC build. And so they asked the artist for that time lapse. No response. The time lapse never got sent through. Now, granted, there were certainly problems that arose on Doki's end during this entire thing. For starters, if you're going to communicate with an artist and you're going to switch through different management teams, regardless of the reason as to why those switches took place, probably not going to be a great idea if those management teams are not on the same page, and if some of those representatives start telling the artist, look, you're working with us now, so that the previous deal that you had with the previous management team doesn't quite apply, etc., etc., etc. That, unprofessional. And I don't think anyone was arguing otherwise. However, that being said, the way that the entire situation ended up resolving itself was that after a period of silence from the artist upon the request for a proof of labor, Doki's team instead switched over to working with another builder who would get the PC built. And as a way of paying back the winning bidder for their trouble, Doki would end up refunding the cost of their bid, plus I believe about 1k extra on top of all of that. 1k or 1.5k, I don't quite remember. I'm guessing the system builder knew of the management changes and thought that a fat invoice... I'm willing to assume that as well, right? And so, I believe 2 days before this video dropped, so about May 12th or thereabouts, Doki had managed to fully sort out all of the problems that were going on with this particular part of her auction. She was able to send over the refund to the winning bidder, and on top of that, for a while there didn't seem to be any sort of problem. The only issue is that in the time between when Doki's management team had opted to go with a new builder, the previous quote-unquote artist that sent through that absurd invoice decided to try and get her own back by approaching Cat Liente with screenshots of the conversation that... Oh, there's a link in chat. Hold on. Did you get the pings? All right, hold on. Let me switch screens while I pull this up. All right. Thank you. Hold on. Won't take too long now. Hopefully this is the right one. Oh wait, no, this is isn't this the archive of Doki's document, not the document that Cat Liente was reading off of? Yeah. From Cat's stream, their mention of charging even for that invoice was that bad. Hold on. Let me see. Doki posted her own Google. Yeah, I don't really see the stream. I don't really see the document that Cat made. Hold on, let me see. Am I just blind? Oh, never mind. Maybe I am. Alright, hold on. Let me just open it up. Okay, there we go. There we go. Alright, now everything seems to be working. Hold on. Let me just... There we go. There we go. Can you guys read that? Okay, it's centered. Great. Excellent. All right. You're all lifesavers. Thank you. Okay, so according to Cat Liente's document, this is what she was reading off of, right? Context. Dokibird hosted an auction that ended March 3rd, 2024 for a custom-built PC designed by the artist, with the Brain and Behavior Research Foundation being the charity of choice for Tiltify. The PC is valued at 3.5k, and the winner bid 6.6k. Now... important thing here, the, funnily enough, Cat tried to redact the artist's name for various reasons that we'll discuss in a second. That was a pretty pointless endeavor, but again, we'll get to that later on. So, proof of Doki stating artists would be paid. Doki states on February 20th, 2024 that artists will be paid for the services. I'll be paying you for the services, basically showing off this tweet. To all artists and creators, I'll be running a charity auction and stream next week. I'll be looking for people who would like to collab and work with me to make a one-of-a-kind Doki-themed, Doki-themed items to auction off for charity. I'll be paying you for your services. Please send me your portfolio to dokicanread@gmail.com. The items do not need to be completed before the auction starts. Do not worry about any rush. The auction will specifically go towards the Brain and Behavior Research Foundation, which looks at funding research into cures and improving treatment for mental illness globally. There will also be other items in the auction, like a one-on-one gaming session with me, etc. And then you had basically Doki's VOD link, cites the manager in teal, starts to document a bunch of screenshots provided by the artist of conversations that occurred between them and Doki's management team. Now, I believe that teal is Doki management team 1, right? Okay, yeah, so manager 1. At this particular point in time, so you had the first manager reaching out, the artist is rendered in pink, and the manager is rendered in teal. Hi there, I'll be providing any updates or comments Doki might have moving forward, and we'll be using a mock-up if you chose to provide one by the second. Hold on, am I zooming in too far? Can you guys still see that? Or... Oh, it's a little cut off at the sides. Don't worry, I'll be narrating all of it. Or we can use photos in your portfolio if you aren't, which is totally understandable due to the turnaround time. We don't have a super tight timeline, so keep that in mind. You can take all the time you need on this project, but we would like a general estimate to be provided during the auction, and ideally, we'd like to get an idea of the price, as Doki is planning on paying all of the artists she has chosen. We're able to potentially work on something. We're able to potentially work out something with height. We can explore that too. And then the artist says, hey, thank you for accepting my request and getting back to me. I'm glad to hear about the timeline. That gives a lot of reassurances, since custom projects always take a lot of time and work to put together. I was already in talks with Height, so I've looped in my contact, and I'm waiting to hear back from him at the moment. To which the manager replies, of course, I'm sure we can work something out for this. I'll double check to see if it's possible to potentially get some items for an upcoming project on this, and hopefully we can come up with a solid idea as this progresses. And the artist responds by saying, which brand of height are you in talks with, if you don't mind me asking? Since I'm in talks with a UK manager, I'm wondering if it's worth roping in the different teams altogether for better communication. I've also got a mock-up ready if you'd like to see it. The manager says, yes, please. The artist sends it. Usually I wouldn't start on working on a project or to provide a mock-up before agreeing payment terms and stuff, but I trust we can sort that out later. Also, this is just a first idea, so it's totally open to suggestions/commentary from you guys or Doki. Just to note, my concept art never really looks like the final product. The final product will usually be 10 times better, lol. And then the manager says, and we are in talks with the marketing executive producer of iBuyPower in collaboration with the design team at Height. I'll definitely be able to give you a sure answer on whether or not it will be possible to get access to the items for our upcoming project for this, which would be amazing for everyone involved later today. Also, that looks absolutely amazing. We could not have imagined a better design. To which the artist responds, ooh, interesting that iBuyPower are involved. If it's their marketing exec producer, then this is definitely going to be big. And then the manager says, as far as payment terms go, Doki is 100% going to pay whatever you charge for the PC. Once we have an idea of the final cost, we can finalize everything then. And I can only imagine that when the artists saw 100% going to pay whatever you charge, they had big money signs popping up in their eyes like a Looney Tunes cartoon. Red flags in the project. First red flag was that management published the PC concept for the Tiltify auction without conferring a budget with the artist or that the work could be edited. To note the Tiltify auction, the design was listed as potential, being subject to change. Concept art is subject to change. Winners will be notified when all necessary changes will be notified of all necessary changes to the final product. Also to note, the artist told management they were going to be out of commission, starting from March 1st for another project, and that day management messaged asking for edits to be made and listing the item onto Tiltify. So basically, going forward is that they set the price, they set the fair market value price for the PC on Tiltify without asking the artist how much the project would cost. They instead went to the artist's PC part picker pages to grab a price for a previous build without letting the artist know, using a price of $3,500, right? So that was the initial price that they set. However, as was outlined in this document, and this is something that I will give credit as a valid concern that the artist had, no upfront budget was issued to the artist. And when it comes to just, general professional behavior, before you start any sort of work, before you announce anything, you probably want to make sure you have a contract down. You probably want to make sure you have a budget down. You want to make sure that both you and the person who you've contracted know exactly what's going to happen. Because the problem is, because they didn't have an upfront budget that was presented, they didn't have a contract that they'd already signed. Everyone was working off of verbal contracts and agreements, etc., etc. Now, what had happened is the artist had reasonable, again, probably not to anybody who was paying attention to what was going on, but reasonable cause to convince someone like, let's say, Cat Liente, that whatever price that they ended up charging ultimately was fair game, because no budget had been assigned before they started work. So, at this particular point in time, so what is this? So, I think this part of the document is So, this is the first change in management, right? So the artist says, "Hey, manager, thank you so much for your patience with my replies. I've been recovering from an addiction lately, which has been a huge struggle, and I feel like that my response time has definitely taken a hit, so I wanted to mention it briefly to provide some additional context and transparency, also hold myself accountable. I wasn't 100% sure if it was relevant or not, but since it's affecting my professional conduct, I felt it was best to be informed moving forwards. Hope you can understand." And then in response to a previous message by manager 1 saying, "Of course, I've made it clear to the winner that you are not going to be involved in any tech support, ongoing issues once they have the PC, etc., etc." Then the artist says, "That's fantastic, thank you so much, that clears up my worries surrounding that side of things. Let me take a read through the update from the buyer. OMG in the opening line. That's hilarious. We're all out here apologizing for late replies. Okay, I've given that a read. Let me do some cooking on hardware for this build, and I'll get back to you with a list of possible suggestions. This might take some time whilst I'm figuring out what works best for his needs. I noticed that he's already said he's not going to be in the USA from June to late August. If the PC is completed during this time, would you be happy to have the completed build shipped to your address and then handle shipping to the buyer when they're back in the country?" Basically just discussing logistics. And then manager comes in and says, "That's okay, I've been pretty sick as well. I've also been away." Again, very much making an effort to be accommodating, expressing that there's no problem with no problem with any delay due to health reasons, etc., etc. And then, throughout April and May, you would basically get management reaching out again and again to try and re-establish some sort of contact with the artist. "Hi there, the winner of the auction has requested to establish contact with you before we discuss the details of the PC. Hi again, just wanted to give a heads up. I've been chosen to part ways with Doki Merchant, anything related to the auction." And at this point, in May of 2024, you had the essentially management team 2 tagging in. And so, at this particular point in time, according to this email that has been provided by, email that had been provided to the artist by DokiBird's management team, or sent to the artist by DokiBird's management team, sorry. "Hello, this is Ribby, temporary pseudonym. I'm the replacement assister for Manager 1. I'm following up the custom PC charity item with regards to its current status. To my knowledge, in the turnover documentation I was given, the item has not been fulfilled yet. The previous assistant had been getting updates from you in a timely manner. It's been a few months since the charity auction ended, and we're trying to wrap up all of our commitments regarding this project. If you're still open to finishing this commission, or have been working on the commission and have an estimated delivery date, please give us an update within 2 to 3 business days. Otherwise, we may have to go to a plan B and reimburse the winning bidder, or find a different custom PC builder. If you cannot fulfill this item, we understand, life gets difficult, just let us know, and we'll get out of your hair." The artist then responded June 18th asking for more information, but confirming they still wish to fulfill the project if it was still available. Basically sent back a message saying, "Yeah, I'm still going to do this," etc., etc., etc. Then, January 2025, DokiBird personally reached out to the artist via Twitter DMs and through their personal website to put the artist, the charity winner, and a member of Doki staff, which will be the third iteration of the management team, who will be in the green, into the group chat. So at this particular point in time, beginning of this year, you had an entirely new management team that was taking over from Manager 2. Now we have Management 3. And again, when it comes to the artist concerned about this, I think it's pretty understandable, right? So in this particular case, you had DokiBird directly DMing the artist. "The winner of the charity auction has been unhappy with the wait, and I was pulled in to fix the issue as it has grown bigger than it should be. Hey Doki, I haven't had any messages about the charity PC since last summer, so I honestly wasn't sure what was going on. What is your Discord? Is it okay if I add you and the charity winner plus one of my staff to fix the issue? Yes, although I need to go over a few details with your staff before jumping into a Discord GC with your team plus the auction winner. My Discord is blank. Let me know your staff's Discord name so I can keep an eye out for them. Okay, his Discord will be blank. Hi Doki, really need your personal involvement in the GC." And so, basically, hi, I've sent you a DM about this on Twitter, but told my staff that you've been MIA regarding the charity PC. Basically, again, dropping communication, and now they were trying to resume it again. This is, okay, this is the part where the communication from Doki's management, admittedly, little lackluster. You have contact with Management Team 3. "Hi, artist. I'm Manager 3, part of DokiBird's staff team. I've been working for Doki since August, and before that you had contact with Manager 1, most likely regarding the charity auction. I'm unsure how exactly this came to be and why Doki has to pay out of her own pocket and the item isn't donated, but this has been before my time. Regardless, this is the item. The PC case had a fair market value of 3.5k USD at the time, a year ago. From what I understand, is that the person who asked for the PC also had some additional requests that they were willing to pay for themselves. At the moment, I feel we need to find a solution where you can deliver for the amount currently, what the auction winner is happy with, and what we can do to remedy the situation. 1-year-old specs can be an issue. I personally think we need to look at the charity item and update it and what would currently cost you to fulfill. Then we should get into direct DM contact with the bidder of the auction and verify the specs and tell him that this is what we can do for the price. If they want additional specs, then we should DokiBird/DokiBidder/Doki staff talk about what that amount would cost and who would pay for it. Basically, the reason why this is a problem is when you have new management taking in to take over communication with someone who has dropped out of talks with you for a while. Generally, it's not a great sign. You kind of spook the horse if you come in and you immediately say, yeah, everything's new. We have new people here. I'm not really up to speed yet. What's going on, right? At this particular point in time, then you had this negotiation between the artist and the manager. I personally think we need to look at this charity item and update it and what it would currently cost you to fulfill. Then we should get in direct contact with the bidder, and to which the artist replies saying, to help clarify around the charity auction, Doki originally put out a tweet calling for artists with a paid opportunity, which I applied for in my portfolio. Here's the tweet I responded for, basically attempting to catch the manager up to speed. To make sure I have this right, the services are being paid for like Doki originally said, to which manager 3 responds, yes, these would be paid, originally listed at 3.5k USD, I think. Sorry if this is the wrong number, I'm backtracking the auction from the limited info I was provided. And then the artist says, okay, cool, here's the PDF version that I've drafted that includes all the relevant info. Since the build at the auction was based off of one of my previous PC builds, I've used the components that are equal to the cost and calculated the services in addition to that. My work, customization, materials, etc. If we're going to agree on those details, I can go straight into the auction winner and discuss the specs that they want replaced. Let me know if you have any questions, we can go over them. And then Manager 3 says, oh, but when I calculate the total price of the PDF, it's not around 3.5k USD, but around 7.2k USD, and then they might ask for an upgrade still. Which would be more than the auction bid for? You sure it's the same specs? If so, I'll run it by Doki and the staff and see what is the best choice to continue. The artist then says, the original hardware cost of my Cinna PC has always been 3,500 Great British pounds, but I believe that it's been mistakenly put down as 3.5k USD in the auction, which is why the pricing is misaligned. The specs are accurate and as close as they can be. There's the exception that the chassis in the Doki PC design isn't the same as the one used for the Cinna PC, but we didn't confirm the price breakdown specifically for the Doki PC in advance before the auction. So essentially what is starting to happen is people are now getting bitten in the ass because of the fact that they didn't have a predetermined budget or agreement or contract prior to this project being given the green light. And so you have more of this communication between the artist and the manager, basically trying to negotiate to a resolution where the artist has set a price that Manager 3 wasn't informed about, and Manager 3 is trying to catch up at the same time with what is still going on. And then Doki pops in on the 19th of January saying, hi, sorry for the late reply to this. I'll be reading through all the replies. I'll be handling it personally instead of myself since they are all busy. And it was my fault the PC stuff got delayed since I didn't realize the miscommunication got this bad until I was dragged back in / notified about it a few weeks ago. I really apologize again for the delays on this auction item. If there's something you need from me and I don't reply back within 48 hours, just at me again because my messages are super swamped every day. Since I don't think I'll be needing another PC, we can allocate the funds to getting buyer PC made with the parts that they want. Unless you'd like to have us share similar PCs, I also don't mind as a special feature. Please feel free to let me know what you prefer. So at this point, Doki makes a good-natured, good intention, but ultimately kind of pretty much a pretty big mistake by essentially interjecting and trying to take over communications aside from her manager. And the problem is, that's admirable in terms of what she was aiming to do, basically taking personal responsibility for the delay in this item and trying to reassure the artist that she hasn't forgotten about her. But, as we'll then get to see, probably not the best decision, given that if something goes wrong on Doki's end, then the added stress of trying to communicate with the artist probably doesn't gel very well in the long term. Morlington, contract's important, yo. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, absolutely. Amoeba Scarf, thank you for the 2. Good morning, everyone. Holy shit, I've been streaming for way too long. I need to start wrapping this up. All right. So at this point, the buyer starts communicating with the group as well. I see. I was working on the mindset of Doki provides her budget, and then with that amount, I know how much I may or may not need to add to the pot. E.g., if the total was 4K and I'm only willing to contribute 2K, the total would be 6K. If it was 5K, the total would be 7K, which would give an additional 1K for me to choose what parts I want. Thus, having an idea of how much I have to work with will undoubtedly affect my choices. To which the artist responds by saying, I'd like to emphasize this point as I've been working with the same mindset. We're both waiting on a budget estimate from Doki as we can't move forward without at least a ballpark. At this point, I'm finding it hard to continue dedicating time to the project without Doki's personal involvement. She's the only one who can make key decisions on behalf of her business. Her input is crucial to moving things along. Silent, I keep sensing that this project might not make financial sense, and I'm genuinely concerned about the risk of not being compensated for the hours I've already put in. Since we don't have any form of a contract yet, I haven't been able to establish standard creative industry practices such as a kill fee. So far, I've already put in a significant amount of time with concept art, drafting up proposals, communications, but without a clear budget, I've been shooting in the dark and undercharging my services in the process in an attempt to make this work with undefined parameters. I really hope that you can understand that I can't put in any more hours or change the cost breakdown I've already given until I actually know what the upper limit for the financial constraints are and what the Doki team is doing to make this work. I want to feel like we're all aligned and giving our best effort to deliver a lovely product to a client who's been waiting for a year. And the buyer says, with that in mind, to keep the chat on topic, I'll refrain from doing what I said earlier so the messages don't get pushed up. And then Doki clarifies the budget. Hello everyone, sorry for the late reply. For the budget, it will be 6 to 7K. I'm willing to squeeze an extra 3 to 400 USD if the parts do go over due to the long wait, so the maximum I'm willing to go will be 7.4K, depending on the parts, depending on if the parts do indeed go over budget a little bit. And then buyer thanks her for getting back to them. And then the manager 3 brings up the total auction amount for the PC being 6.6K and suggests a refund. Keep in mind the auction offer was 6.6K and Doki was already willing to go to up that amount. If it goes much further above that upped amount, then honestly I'd suggest a refund at that point, because from a management perspective, this already doesn't make much sense to me, but she feels very bad for the long wait and how things have been handled in the past by previous management. Buyer pushes back, suggests a build estimate. So basically they have this little back and forth between the buyer and manager 3, where the buyer initially wants to try to get a build, while the manager is suggesting the idea of trying to give him essentially a refund of the price that he paid for the auction bid. And it's at this point where the artist then responds by giving a quote for the price of this PC. 2 options. Option 1, where you have the standard price of the PC in parts, minus storage, which is quite interesting. That totals to around 3.1k British pounds or 4k USD. And with a labor cost of 5k British pounds or 6.6k USD. Hardware plus labor cost totaling to around 10.6k USD, plus a little bit of shipping, adding up to a total of $11,133.98 in USD. Of course, that's just the first option. The second option, a little bit cheaper, right? Totaling around 6.8 Great British pounds, 6.8 Great British pounds, 6.8k Great British pounds, or 8.8k USD. Then, 2 days later, DokiBird responds saying, just finished reading through everything. I didn't give input on what Manager 3 had mentioned earlier. It was his own opinion, in case anyone was wondering. it was my idea, but it was his own. He wanted to fix things as soon as possible since I wasn't online was busy to reply in time. I originally was going to get a copy from each auction item so that each person was going to make 2 so that it could be communicated to you from my previous management, so I wasn't sure why you weren't informed as other creators were, and I have received the other auction items, but since I already have a custom PC, I'd rather just use the funding to make the PC that buyer deserves instead of making 2. Regarding the pricing, originally what I was told from my previous management, the creator gave us the base price of what it should cost, and we should put that as the original opening bid, and that was what it should cost to commission the items and what I needed to pay. At one point, I also had to pay what the bid ended for a few items. While the majority of others, it was the original base cost, and the huge miscommunication error is one of the reasons why they don't work for me anymore, since the auction was set up all over the place. Basically, lasting problems from previous management that are now no longer with her. And at this point, the artist starts saying, I'm sympathetic, I understand, it's a struggle, etc., etc., etc. And then they provide another estimate. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. All right. So, let me see if I can find the second quote that she provided. Okay. I'm probably mixing this up with the Doki document, because in this document apparently it doesn't have the final quote that the artist submitted to Doki. However, to summarize, essentially what happens past this point, Doki and Manager 3 make an agreement with the buyer to finally give a refund for the winning auction bid, plus additional on top of that as compensation for making him wait for so long. And on top of that, the artist submits a quote that contains number of hours worked. Doki Bird Manager 3 realizes that the total is absurdly high for an item that was initially listed at 3.5k, and then asks for proof of labor. And that proof of labor never materialized. And at that point, Doki made the switch to using another builder instead. Now, I don't think it's too controversial to say that if you are going to charge over 10k USD for a product that is, over 10k USD, triple the initial asking price of the product that you were initially called over to make. And if most of that cost, the bulk of that cost, consists of labor, right? The hours spent working on that item, it's probably going to be a criterion in actually receiving the payment that you provide some proof of that labor, since it forms the majority of the cost. But if you don't provide that proof of labor, then there's no real reason why your client would naturally assume that all of that cost is automatically justified. And the thing that made this worse was the fact that the artist actually said that there is a time lapse out there, but just didn't end up sending it through. Now, when it comes to the way that Catliente covered the story, one of the things that I brought up earlier was the fact that she omitted the name of the artist. But that pretty much not very... How do I put this? That didn't really end up being for anything, because if you actually go onto the archive of the Tiltify page, you can see that the artist is listed there, or at least the first artist that was supposed to work on the project was listed there, had their Twitter bio, had their website all listed there, and they had also, prior to this event, tweeted out, "I'm super honored to be involved in Doki Charity 2024. I'll be designing plus making custom PC builds." So this pretty much, this shows that this is the artist that was affiliated with the event, at least initially. But maybe you could then go with the rationale of, okay, well, maybe Catliente didn't give the name, because even if this was the artist listed on there, there's a little bit of doubt as to whether the source for her video, the screenshots provided, was also, if all the screenshots provided in that document in the video that was ultimately made and posted, whether that was all provided by the artist as well, whether that was the result of the artist leaking private professional communications between her and Doki Bird's management teams. In which case, yeah, there could have been a little bit of doubt, were it not for the fact that when you actually go to the Twitch stream, Cat Liente's Twitch stream, on her channel, the VOD as listed in the pinned comment of her video, and you open it up, you press play, when chat starts scrolling, one of the first names to pop up is Celeste Flower, the exact same name of the artist that initially signed on and posted about being on board with this PC building project. OMG hi, Glittermay. Yeah, we do, in response to Cat Liente saying we have hot tea. Now, a little bit of friendly advice. If you're going to shit talk a previous employer, maybe don't, and especially if you're going to do it by weaponizing another content creator's platform, maybe don't chat in their streams using the same account that bears your work name as well. Now, initially when Cat Liente would post this video on, I had the wrong date written down earlier. It's supposed to be May 13th. The description would read, "Update, there has finally been a resolution to the situation and the buyer will be receiving a refund alongside an additional 1k for their troubles. Disclaimer, please do not send hate to anyone mentioned in my videos. Everything you said is alleged. There's always two sides to every story and the truth." Interesting disclaimer. And then with the version of the description that was, this was the... Did I include this twice by accident? Hold on. I think I might have been... Oh, okay, so no. So this was the initial version of the video when it was posted, but on May 14th, so one day later, the description would update again with an added sentence along the end for the troubles, where Cat Liente would add, "The artist still has not been compensated for their involvement in the project." Now, in response to this is obviously a pretty bad look, right? You're posting a video and the video is basically alleging that the fact that she posted this with the description reading "update," there has finally been a resolution to the situation. A combination of "update" and "finally" very much implies that at the time that the resolution to the situation was brought about by the posting of the video. However, on top of that, the added section at the end here that was made on the added section on the end that was made in an adjustment that was done on May 14th. That little sentence at the end that says the artist still has not been compensated for their final involvement in the project, that's what elevates this into actually being a controversy that could potentially have some teeth. Because not paying artists is a massive taboo in VTubing, and just in general, if you're going to enlist a contractor to work on something, you don't pay them. That's probably not a great look. And this was an accusation that Doki Bird took very seriously, because on the same day as the description was updated to read what we just read out, Doki Bird would end up making a Google document that would refute those allegations. Quote, "Full statement on the charity auction and recent allegations. To everyone following the situation regarding the charity auction, I want to address the claims that have been circulating, particularly in a recent video. This has been an incredibly difficult experience, but I believe the full story deserves to be heard. First and foremost, I accept that the handling of this auction item was far from ideal. I want to sincerely apologize to those impacted, especially the winner, for the delays and confusion, and I tremendously appreciate the patience and support the winner has shown me. I take responsibility for how things unfolded, but I also need to be transparent about the challenges that were taking place behind the scenes, many of which have not been shared publicly until now." So, granted, this isn't an apology document, this is a statement, so this makes sense, but it does bode well that the very first thing that she gets out of the way is apologizing to the winner for making them wait so long. I feel like it is time that I share this with everyone, as I've come to terms with what has occurred in the summer. At the time this auction was concluding, I was in the middle of a serious and distressing transition. My previous management team had taken full control of my brand, and I was actively working with lawyers and police to reclaim ownership of Doki Bird. Now, lawyers, that makes sense, but the inclusion of police implies, I don't know, at least to me, that implies that the problems, so to speak, are not just professional, that it might have something to do with either friends or family. During this time, I was forced to move out of my home under police supervision, a situation so severe it required formal reports and the help of personal friends and staff. It was during this incredibly turbulent time that the charity item fell into the hands of my team while I was trying to survive and restart my life from the ground up. I won't go into too much detail, but this screenshot is a snapshot of how bad it was. This is dated 29th of July. She just left. 29th of July 2024. She just left. I only have a small window of time to leave the apartment before she comes back. Are the police coming? Because I won't be home when they do. Exit the apartment. They're, to which someone says, exit the apartment. They're almost there. And Doki says, I'm packing it up right now to leave. Grab a charger. Officer's calling you. The person she's speaking to says, grab a charger. Officer's calling you. And the person says, let me know if everything is okay. Yeah, that's pretty dark. So to be fair, my team and I were under a lot of pressure. We still came out of this and had to immediately start to pick up the pieces of the business. During this time, there was no attempt from the other side to follow up or reach out after the initial silence. My staff wasn't sure how to proceed, and I, truthfully, was overwhelmed and unable to manage the situation while trying to re-establish basic stability in my personal and professional life. So somebody says, hey Doki, there's been a metric ton of work that's still unfinished, unaddressed. As much as I'd like to give the room to let you settle in more, shit needs to get done. We can't keep pushing things back. It's already unprofessional that things have been delayed this long. Charity auction still has multiple items that need addressing. Most important thing being the custom PC that's still made no progress. I've received another inquiry as to where the plan for it is. Bottom line is there needs to be a new builder arranged, or at least a budget, 6.6k USD, allocated to either build the thing or reimburse the bidder in full. So I'm assuming that this is now new management coming in, letting Doki know that this is something they need to get on. Eventually, I stepped back in personally to handle the PC build. When it became clear it was dragging on too long, I contacted the builder myself and was informed of a prior medical emergency. Still, no follow-up ever came from them afterward despite months passing, and I had to initiate contact again. As for the auction process itself, the starting bid was always intended to reflect the cost of the item. This was standard across all auction pieces, and many artists we worked with can confirm this. I was confused when the PC build kept increasing in quoted price, from 6k to 8k to 12k, then to 14k with no consistent rationale. I even offered to pay more than the original bid due to the delays, but the shifting figures and eventual threat of daily penalties for missing an arbitrary deadline left me overwhelmed and am unsure if I can continue the partnership. The builder provided irrational hours in the time log, asking for obscene amounts and services we never agreed on. Eventually, I was told I would owe a 4k cancellation fee, yet I had not agreed to any finalized scope or cost. There was no contract signed between me, Dokibird, and them directly. Here's one of the quotes that they sent us. And this is the 14k quote that was left out of Catliente's document, where in return for the exact same, the same build, right? Also without storage, 3.1k British pounds, 3.8k USD. Total labor in this particular quotation, 40 hours plus 40 hours, added up to a total of 5k. Sorry, let me just do some quick maths in my mind real quick. Around 9k Great British pounds, or around 11k USD, added on top of the cost of the build itself. Now, when I say that the majority of the cost was labor, this is what I mean. And this is why not providing proof of labor was so absurd, considering how much the cost of labor in this quote dwarfed the cost of the build. In the timesheet, they claim to have accumulated already 120 hours, which my staff and I found untruthful, especially when I was not shown any proof of labor. We requested if there was a way to provide us proof, which was then also ignored. Throughout this, I asked for one thing multiple times, a time-lapse video of the PC build that was drafted, which the builder themselves had originally said existed. They told us it existed, and I asked if I could see it, but was then ignored. I even stated in writing that I would pay the full amount, no questions asked. Despite multiple requests by me and my staff via email, it was never delivered. At this point, the builder's behavior was showing bad faith to me, the buyer. And she includes this message from the 12th of February 2025, where she says, we have requested these items multiple times in various emails and DMs, and you have stated that you would provide them, but we have still yet to receive the items. We said that we are willing to provide compensation if these items were provided, so we do not understand why this has been ignored multiple times. And Dokibird's team would then send an email reiterating much of the same. We have never agreed or communicated any pricing or anything for you to make a quote for us, and that this would be a chargeable service. No other company does this, and you did not make it clear to us that you are charging us for this as a service in any way, shape, or form, as we reached out to you in 2025. You did not inform us that that every time we interact, it would be charged. You claimed to have worked in the past for 2025 with Dokibud Production Inc. on things regarding a mock-up created about a year ago, and that you wish to get paid for those services rendered, and that item isn't in your timesheet and wasn't charged. This raises even more questions on our end because you stated that the mock-up was the work that was being charged for until you added the other items on with no tangible proof, wrapped up as a services that weren't communicated that this would cost money or further discussed, signed, or approved on. You have also disappeared for 6 months without notifying us in the beginning until 2 different managements gave up talks with you. We also still have yet to receive a time-lapse video which requested multiple times, and you stated you would provide it to us. If you do not have the time-lapse video, then please tell us the truth that you do not have the video. Then came 2 incredibly personal accusations that crossed the line for me. That I was, quote, pocketing charity money, end quote, that I did this for a tax write-off. These were not only false, but deeply hurtful. All money from the bids went directly to the charity through Tiltify. I paid artists out of pocket, including shipping and production costs, and in some cases even covered or increased their rates myself. To be accused of using this for personal gain was crushing, especially as someone who has consistently tried to share what I have with others. And I will be completely honest, at this particular point, if someone's accusing Doki of that, that is almost a sure sign that that is tourist behavior, to say the least. Due to how emotionally charged the situation became, I chose to step away and let my team manage it more professionally. I was on a rare, long-awaited vacation at the time, while also suffering from severe food poisoning and still trying to resolve the situation behind the scenes. This was well documented on stream and on social media. Anyone who knows me knows that I rarely take time off. This was a trip to Japan, my first LAN Apex event, which had been planned for months. Eventually, I worked with a new PC builder using my height case. I upgraded all the parts at my own expense and tried to spend nearly 10k to deliver what was promised. Unfortunately, Amazon cancelled my parts order shortly before the winner's travel date, meaning we could no longer deliver the PC in time. At that point, the winner and I mutually agreed that I would send them 7.5k to build their own non-themed PC. We considered the matter resolved, and all of this went through on the 20th of April 2025. Sorry, that was the PC parts build. That wasn't the final payment sent through. That wasn't the refund sent through to the winning bidder. So that was documenting all of the parts to verify that Doki did indeed try to order them. 2 days later, a video was posted after the payment had already been made and had been settled. The video description and pinned comment were edited after the fact to say that I had paid the auction winner, but it falsely implied that I only did so because of public pressure. That is simply not true. And again, inserting further proof that she did indeed send 7.5k over to the winner of the auction, just as recompense for the wait. I didn't screenshot anything from our conversations in the Discord group because I had hoped to resolve this privately without dragging it into the public eye. But in hindsight, that was naive. I've always tried to avoid public conflict, but now I'm being forced to defend myself from a one-sided narrative. The pain cuts deeper when I see people claiming I didn't want to pay because it was the most expensive item. That's not true. I paid for other auction items valued even higher, and this was never about avoiding payment. It was about trying to navigate an increasingly confusing, emotionally fraught and mismanaged situation in the middle of one of the hardest years of my life. For context, I've always tried to treat the artists I've worked with fairly. Sometimes I pay late because I'm overwhelmed or unwell, as my community knows. I've faced numerous health and personal challenges lately, but I always pay. I've covered late fees, offered bonuses, and donated to artists in need. To now be accused of being manipulative or exploitative after everything I've given, financially and emotionally, is devastating. I'm not perfect. I get emotional. I talk from the heart, not always from a quote-unquote business-only place. And yes, I should have kept some personal matters out of these conversations. That's on me. But I'm only one person trying to keep everything afloat. To be called a manipulator or a gaslighter when all I've done is tried to fix things, learn and grow is deeply unfair. This entire experience has broken my heart. The statement was not something I ever wanted to write, but after being repeatedly asked to quote-unquote say something and after having personal pain used for public drama, I feel exploited, and I felt I had no choice. I hope this is the only time I'll have to speak on this. Moving forward, I will no longer be handling direct negotiations for my brand. I've learned that my emotional communication style makes me vulnerable to being misunderstood or misrepresented, and I don't want that to affect others. I hope people will take a moment to hear the full context, not just the most viral part of the story. Thank you to all those who've shown patience, understanding, and support. Apologies for my break this week because I'm tired. All I want to do is spend time with my closest and only family right now, as my dog had just gone home after surgery and rehabilitation. I'm still learning, I'm still healing, and I'm still trying to do better every day. Yeah, Sumanite. These are the hard lessons of running a business. However, going back to what we discussed close to the beginning of the stream, that whole idea of how folk heroes deal with being built up to be these sort of superhuman, almost divine figures in a space or in the eyes of a group or community. This was a document that I think for a lot of people will bring Dokibud back down to earth and affirm something, well, a bunch of things about the state of the industry that we'll get to in a second. However, in the wake of this document, Catliente would then go back to her video and and update the description again with a pinned comment saying, sorry, give me a second. Let me just increase the size of this so that I can read it. Would update the description to now say, Update 2, 14th of May 2025 at 3 a.m. PT. Dokibud has put out a statement. The first side, feel free to read it here so it comes at you, so that you can come to your own conclusion. Links to the statement. And then she states, about this statement specifically, quote, the video description and pinned comment were edited off the fact to say that I paid the auction winner, but it falsely implied I only did so because of public pressure. That's simply not true, end quote. Please read the words written and see where it says, quote, Doki paid because of public pressure, end quote. It does not. Don't you love it when people don't understand what the word imply means? It was added after the video because the video was cut from a Twitch stream over a week ago and scheduled to go live at 10 a.m. and information about the refund was presented after the video was live. Disclaimer, please do not send hate, etc, etc, etc. So that was that particular chapter over. But over the course of this stream, based off of what we have seen, initially what ended up happening when Catliente posted the video and people started picking up on it on Twitter is you had a bunch of people basically getting around and squawking about how an artist had been exploited, etc, 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 without ever bothering to first check things like, for example, clicking on Catliente's link, looking at the video itself, looking at how, DMs had been leaked, and then looking at her Twitch VOD and realizing that the artist had popped up in her chat as well. And on top of that, once Doki released her document, there was an alarming amount of people who didn't seem to be willing to register the fact that $14,000 for a 3.5K PC is extortionate, to say the least. And the worst part is, this isn't even a story that is in any ways unique. This exact same pattern of artist does something dubious and unprofessional, and fallout happens later because the industry deifies artists, is something that's happened over and over again. The artist worship is a cult, but I think there's also a pervasive culture in VTubing, particularly Twitter, of jealous, spiteful people just chomping at the bit. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, artist worship is a cult, yeah. And so, at the end of all of this, right, something that I think has started to become a bit clear is when you look at all of the tropes that have emerged over the past year, right, when we look at, in light of all of these discussions of these little indie scuffles that happen in this space, right, when you look at how people have been talking smack about corpos in this space, talking about, you know, the things that make them bad, right? The things that make corpos untrustworthy. The fact that, you know, you tend to notice that there are recurring tropes that happen over and over when people criticize the existence of corpos or question whether corpos should exist in the first place. And it always comes back to, or it seems to always come back to, these three things, right? Exploitation and unethical business practices that are hushed up via NDAs, talents being dehumanized in the name of productivity, and toxic work environments where cliques and backstabbing can become commonplace. But then you have a look at some of the indie drama that has happened over the past few months, over the past year, and you start to realize, holy shit, it's basically the same kind of thing. Yes, you still have exploitation and unethical business practices, but instead of being hushed up by NDAs, they are now hushed up via social obligation. No one wants to be a bitch. No one wants to be, you know, no one wants to be a crybaby. Nobody wants to throw around the weight of their audience so that an artist that is smaller than them in terms of following size, you know, receives some form of consequences for unprofessional conduct. Mind you, in addition to Cat Liente not naming the source, not naming the artist in her, you know, in her video, Dokibird also refrained from naming the artist for the reason that I can only assume to be that she was aware of how large her audience was and how bad of a look it would be if people who claimed to be her audience went to then harass the artist. And it's things like this that leads to this cone of silence that keeps emerging around instances of bad behavior or unprofessional conduct, especially in the cases where it is unprofessional conduct by someone who is small and also willing to try and lean into that fact for rhetorical power. Now, over the past week, when I've been seeing people talk about this story, specifically with, you know, the Doki Catliente charity PC thing, I have been very glad to see that in the cases where other content creators in my sphere, right, in my content niche, you know, False, Rima, etc., when they were covering the story, they named the artist. And I'm glad they did, because we all know that Dokibird isn't ruthless enough to do that. We all know why Cat Liente wouldn't do that. But at a certain point, if you're going to publicize your name and you're going to try to smear your ex-employer using someone else's platform while leaking DMs, what do you think is going to happen? If you're going to aim another creator at your ex-employer, right, or somebody that you had a disagreement with, not even because of, well, to be fair, there was unprofessional conduct on both sides, but that being said, 14K with no proof of labor is wild. So if you're going to do all of that, and you're going to take aim at your ex-employer, you're going to throw stones but not want to stick around for when they get thrown back at your glass house, that's why these practices end up going unpunished, and therefore the incentives remain. You see, you also have this, you also have the other two problems of, instead of talents being dehumanized in the name of productivity, now you have talents who are dehumanized in the name of self-interest. Everyone wants a leg up on another content creator. You have crab bucket mentality, all of that shit. It doesn't seem to be even VTubers in the indie sphere who are successful to the same degree as the likes of Shy Lily, Cinder, Silverveil, Bao. Apparently that doesn't immunize people from stepping over others either. And finally, well, do I even need to say anything more? Are we going to pretend that the indie sphere isn't also equally, if not more, prone to bouts of cliquish behavior and backstabbing, and that's becoming a depressingly commonplace feature of the space? But at the end of the day, talking about indie versus corpo VTubing, the flaws that they both share, the thing I want to emphasize isn't that corpo VTubing is better than indie VTubing, because that's not true. But what I do want to emphasize is that over the past year, it has become fashionable to simply blanket claim that, corpo VTubing is dead, there's no reason why anyone would ever go corpo, etc., etc., etc. And like I said in the post where I announced that this stream was taking place, that creates two main problems. One, glorifying indies is a surefire way to cover up all of the flaws that exist in this space. But two, there are corporations that exist, VTuber corporations, that are not shit shows, that are not exploitative hellholes. And I think it does a disservice when people seem to overlook the fact that joining these corpos is a goal and aspiration, not just because you might get a manager, not just because you finally have someone who can reach out to artists on your behalf and put you up on the priority queue, etc., 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 but simply because you have an insulated, closed environment where you can feel relatively safe in the knowledge that the people around you have a professional interest in looking out for your well-being as well as a personal interest in looking out for your well-being. And the peace of mind that that can provide is not something that is very easy to find in the indie sphere, and it is possibly a reason why there still remain, even after the Corpo collapse of 2024, Corpo collapses of 2024, I should say, there are still quite a number of indies who aspire to make their way into a Corpo. And I think hand-waving away the reasons why is a little short-sighted, a little naive. But all corpos are exploitable. Seize the means of production. Of course. But to go back to Doki's document, there's one line in it that I want to go back to. I want to kind of hammer home. Where this paragraph on page 7, where she says, "This statement is not something I ever wanted to write, but after being repeatedly asked to say something, and after having personal pain used for public drama, I felt exploited. I felt I had no choice. I hope this is the only time I'll have to speak on this. Moving forward, I will no longer be handling direct negotiations for my brand. I've learned that my emotional communication style makes me vulnerable to being misunderstood or misrepresented, and I don't want that to affect others." The reason why I want to really highlight this particular is, and I'm going to be a little bit of a hypocrite and use Doki Bird to make a point. See, when you look at even Doki Bird, the folk hero that was without her own approval or without her own choice, elevated into this position of being this anti-corpo indie symbol. The reason why I want to really hammer home this point that she's making is because even she, despite all of the idealization that people outside of her community attempt to force onto her, even she still has shortcomings that end up hammering home fundamental truths of the industry as it exists. Truths that the indie sphere is not exempt from. Starters, that VTubing is an industry, not a community. If people have the opportunity to exploit you, chances are they probably will. That money is not the only resource that can be extorted in this industry. Like I said before, if someone can't get money out of you, they sure as hell can and will try to get clout out of you. And finally, that regardless of how respected a content creator is, regardless of how popular, how talented, how strong, how powerful their branding is, no content creator is built to handle the task of representing themselves, representing their brand in a professional manner. It's nothing to do with which content creator you're talking about. It's nothing to do with who the specific content creator is, what traits they have, what their content niche is, what their personality type is, their reputation and general standing in the broader VTubing sphere. None of that has any bearing on any of this. Because fundamentally, the job of a content creator is diametrically opposed and fundamentally incompatible with the degree of what I can only describe to be separation from your own, separation from yourself as a person, self-dehumanization perhaps is the right way to word it, that is incompatible with the degree of dissociation you need in order to be able to ensure straightforward, dispassionate professional communication in times of crisis. Content creators, our job is to make things about ourselves. We are the product that we sell to you guys. So we are naturally trained to make everything about ourselves. That's not a dig at any content creator specifically. That's just the facts of our job. That's what we do. That is fundamentally how our trade works. We create connections with you guys by turning ourselves into branded or products, compelling brands that you guys find entertaining. Problem is that doesn't work out really well if you have to communicate with other people in time of crisis with a cool head and prioritize their concerns over your own with every word that comes out of your mouth. Those two skill sets do not align. And so, when it comes to these three facts of the industry, you can't really escape them. Indie, corpo, doesn't matter. And the problem is, over the past year, people have been so quick to dog on corpos that people have seemed to completely ignore how these are traits of the indie sphere as well. That these are universal constraints on what it means to be a content creator, let alone a VTuber. And above all, in light of the whole Cinder debacle, something I really want to hammer home is that VTubing is not, it has become taboo to acknowledge, to say, to advocate for the idea that VTubing is business, right? But while VTubing is not just business, it is still a business. And I hope that as a way of counteracting popular sentiment that has cropped up over the last few weeks, at least to some degree, some of the people who end up watching the stream may be able to better internalize that fact, right? That VTubing is still a business. VTubing may be a dream job for you, right? VTubing may be a dream for you. But I promise you that it is a job for somebody else. And if you forget that fact, you leave yourself exposed to be exploited by those who do not share your dreams when it comes to this industry. And that is something that I think that everyone can agree that we could do with less of. But yeah, this stream kind of spiraled into like a whole bunch of different, whole bunch of different subjects, talking points, topics, whatever. But I hope that I managed to do a good enough job of getting across that main point. Yeah, we hit double sauna time, which is this will be a joy to timestamp. But yeah, there is still money as incentives either from the VTubers or the artists themselves. Yeah, never forget that VTubing, and like any other business, operates off of incentives. If you want to get rid of a practice, you can't get rid of it by just calling it out. You need to make sure that you get rid of the incentives as well. And if you can't get rid of the incentives, or you don't want to get rid of the incentives, sometimes for pretty understandable reasons, signal that to people. Personally, and again, this is not like, it's not an objective thing, right? This is just my personal views and opinions on something. But how do I say this? I always dislike seeing when people try to idyllically call out certain things that happen in this industry while also feeding into their existence in the first place. But that's something that's never going to go away, because that's like an internet thing. That's not a VTubing thing. But yeah. Kendra, also the indies who advocate for indies are no longer indies, just independent corpos. I think that's a pretty accurate description. But curious, thank you for the 5. Thanks for the marathon stream, chairman. He's an incentive signal. Thank you very much. Hold on, let me switch over to the head hot screen while I catch up on super chats. Hold on, let me open this up. I'm currently tossing up between 2 different ideas for future streams in the near future. So we have the Brave Group stream lined up for first week next month, but for the final week of this month, hold on, let me think. There have been 2 topics that I've been mulling over in my head, both of them kind of tangentially to do with the whole Kirsha thing that has been going on for the past week or so. One of them is making a hit piece live with you guys watching. The other is looking at folk devils in the indie VTubing space. Because I do think that this is a topic that is very... There have been multiple moments where I've been putting together the slides for this, and especially in the past where I was putting together all of the stuff that was being... When I was reading through the stuff about folk devils in my own time and collating what I wanted to put into the slides, there were several moments where I paused and went, holy shit, you could apply this to Kirsha, like, really, really easily. But yeah, cool ZR, thank you for the 2. I woke about 2 hours ago, the stream is still going. Welcome back. Potato King, thank you for the super. You forgot to send the message. Alright, hold on. Let me... Witch hunting for folk devil sounds fun. I would hope so. But yeah, those are the 2 topics that I'm currently tossing up. Maybe there will be more that crop up over the next week, but I'll be releasing a poll in any case soon on my community tab. Next week, I'm planning on having a little bit of a chill stream, taking a bit of a break from discussing matters of weight. This is something I've been ironing out for a while with Mari Shinaide behind the scenes, actually. We're going to have our very first gameplay stream where hopefully nothing goes wrong with the delivery and I can actually get my new PC working before that date. So yeah, we're going to have our very first gameplay stream. So I'll be putting the waiting room up for that at some point after Monday. Oh yeah, no, Taiga. Taiga would also make a great example of a folk devil in the indie sphere I don't think through any fault of his own. But it really is quite... It's a site that you never fully acclimatize to how... Because I've spoken to Taiga before, and the guy just wants to be left alone to make content. He just wants to be left alone so he can stream in peace. And it never ceases to bewilder me that it's often the creators that have the most I just want to grill mentality that gets polarized against their will to all hell. Because I think that Kirsha is like pretty much the same. Where yeah, she talks about politics, but she doesn't really bring it anywhere else besides her stream. Chairman's going down, by the way. Oh, no. Another Dustborn stream? Fuck no, we're not doing that ever again. Jack John, thank you for the super. Vidal's dominance over VTubing as a single father. You know, you say that as a joke, but that is a topic that I've unironically started considering over the past few months. Cause I don't know, something about the guy's brand is it just works so well with so many different people, creators or audience members across this industry. It really is insane. Hold on, let me see if there's any super chats that I missed. D suffers, thank you for the super. I bet on seeing a golden calf. I failed. We're going back to vaccines. Here to monetization fund that didn't go to my ex Urshi. Thank you so much. Blade, thank you for the 5. All of that avoided by either one country or countries treated as serious, even people. USA was weary of Ebola, but it failed on COVID. Yeah, it is kind of weird how people were so prepared for Ebola, which was, incredibly dangerous, incredibly scary, really easy to get, really easy to fearmonger a strong response from the public. But then when it came to COVID, well, I guess maybe that's why, right? COVID didn't really have a high lethality rate. So people had a harder time trying to get... I was about to say people had a harder time getting the general public scared, but that's not true in hindsight. But, yeah. I don't know if the world will ever be prepared for another pandemic because of how much our governments fucked up the way that they handled the first one, I'll be honest. Greg D, thank you for the super. Not gonna lie, people mocking people equals more popularity. True and real. Blade, thank you for the 5. Fact experience, my family only got toilet paper limited to 1 per customer, even packs of water bottles in 2020. Yeah, I think that happened around my area where I was living as well. But curious, thank you for the 5. Marking off moral panics and folk devils off my armchair expert bingo cards. Glad to hear that. Never heard anyone say something bad about Vettel. Even the all AI is evil types. Yeah, because Neuro is a special AI for multiple reasons. But curious, thank you for the 2. Daily Mail be sensationalist? Well, I never. Charlie, thank you for the... Oh, wait, I already read that out. Blade, thank you for the 10. Here's the funny thing. I just got out from the Nijiro... Oh, wait, no, I already read that. Yeah, Witness Void, thank you for the super. At least the end of Pixel Link was peaceful. Yeah. And again, that was the thing that made me so perplexed when I saw how aggressive people were being towards Pixel Link about the whole, about the whole selling off your IPs thing. Well, actually, it wasn't that. It was that, and then seeing later on how some of the most aggressive people ended up plugging, trying to get people to crowdfund the IPs, which at that point, that was when I was like, okay, maybe there's something weird about this. Charlie, thank you for the 2. Cinder did nothing wrong, definitely not biased, of course. Charlie for the super. Armchair is where... Oh, wait, no. I've already read that out. Charlie, thank you for the 2. Something else stands with Cinder. I'm sure you do. Neuro is special needs. Not for long. At the rate that she seems to be gaining sentience, I'm not too sure that she's going to continue to be... that special of an AI. I think she's going to start being special in a different way. Kirdne, thank you for the 5. They should stop using the term manager if they are using them as personal assistants. Manager has legal weight as a title. Absolutely agreed, and that's why I'm perfectly fine with this new established norm where managers speak for their talents and you can't simply hand wave that away if your manager says something on your behalf. Phantom... oh wait, I already read that out. Kieran, thank you for the 2. Charlie did kind of confirm those brainworms later. That she did. White Rabbit, thank you for the 10. It bothered me afterwards in the Fallout where some people said this happens everywhere all the time. If that's truly the case, then why is every... Oh, wait, I've already read that out. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Nanolist isn't being transparent. Chairman. Yep, I'm very inclined to believe that. Sparky's Tech Corner, thank you for the 5. Last message from Red is cut super close. Oh, wait, I think I already read that out. Sparky's Tech, thank you for the 2. Second paragraph raised my eye. Jack John, the drama was real petty with high-profile people. I'm inclined to agree, to be honest. Let me see. Excel Arts, thank you for the 5. Silver cried on stream talking about the non-sexual art commission Cinder had done on both of their characters, but Silver did review NSFW of herself. I would assume that the problem isn't the fact that it's, you know, sexual or non-sexual, but more just the fact that it was weird. Let me see. Charlie, thank you for the 2. She didn't have me yet. Next one will be a banger. Okay. That sounds rather ominous out of context. Let me see. I think I may have. Oh, Scully McElroy, thank you for the super. Thank you for the hydration check as well. The lover is the only one she was genuinely sorry for. Yeah, that does sound kind of funny. How the most sincere section, when it comes to the apology compilation at the end of Cinder's document, the most sincere sounding one was directed at Rain. Blade, thank you for the 10. Last super, and speaking of folk hero and devils, check on Chibi reviews. I followed him, but he got a lot of drama specifically in the anime atmosphere. I think I've been seeing that, where people have been doing real heinous shit simply because he's a guy who reviews anime. But, yeah, just to ease off stuff from the VTuber sphere, I appreciate that. But yeah, I think I've mostly been aware of that stuff, been keeping up with what has been going on. Scully McElroy, thank you for the 5. I've watched Mugen before, but that title steered me away from watching this one. The title is very clickbaity, but I think it's pretty par for the course. I don't hold it against him for saying that. Scully McElroy, thank you for the 5. Category Rat Stump. Doki charity drama. First post by Lum Lum. It's Super. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I didn't see that while I was being blind. Blade, thank you for the 10. Morning. Man, I missed the whole chunk of overnight. How are you, Chairman? It feels weird to be acknowledging the super chats out of context, but thank you for asking. I was doing great. So, this is basically a diss. This means taking a shot between one party to another in current story and the past least minus. Yeah, pretty much. And, yeah, I think I'm all caught up on the super chats. Let me go check on the gifted memberships. I should be able to lock in a new emote, especially after Allegrasa wailed, so hopefully we can get some more funny emotes in for all of the footstools. People don't like it when you say bad things about their anime, man. Well, that's a skill issue. They shouldn't have been dedicated to shonen slop. Hold on, let me see. Hopefully Stream Elements has fixed itself. Let me just see to make sure. Oh, thank fuck! It has fixed itself. All right, let me scroll through so I can find the gifted memberships. Mercurius, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 10 new footstools. Oh wait, no, sorry, that was 10. That was 10 months of being a footstool. My bad. Hold on, let me. Sai, thank you for being a footstool for 5 months. I think she lied to Bao. I started to think that myself. Zoofield, thank you for being a footstool for 3 months. Google Dockies. I do not like Google Docs. One of the cursed bits of legacy that the Minecraft movie has released is the whole chicken jockey shit. But I'm not going to lie, Google Docky is kind of funny. Like, it's cringe, but it's funny. Which is basically the spirit of the Minecraft movie, so. Google Docs just sounds so lame as a term. At least Google Docky sounds fun. At least to say. Jack John. Oh, wait, hold on. I already read that out. Kiernoth, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 5 new footstools. Hope you enjoy those emotes. Let me keep scrolling for a second. Vivian Raj, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships.
Thank you. We'll do 10 new footstools. Skyling Michael Ore, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. We'll do 5 new footstools. Macarius, thank you for the gifted membership to TF. Hope you enjoy that. And that should be it. Alright, I'm all fully caught up. Excellent. Alright. Let me... It's funny, Google Docky. Kirsha had the best Google Docky. No, I can't really argue with that one. Hold on, let me... Alright. Let's see who's online at the moment so that I can lock in a raid target. Oh, Sheena's live. Oh, she's back from Korea. She came back a few days ago, but I haven't been able to tune into a stream since because I've been banging out this one, so I'll probably send you guys along to Sheena's stream. I think she's playing Batman Arkham Origins, which should be fun. I'll be popping in myself in a little bit. So, thank you for tuning into the stream, especially those who watched from the start with how long it was. And if I can get my browser to unfreeze, timestamps should be up sometime tomorrow because the VOD is more than 10 hours. And yeah, thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, like, comment, subscribe, all of the the funny algorithm things. Sign up to my Patreon if you want to see the slides. They'll be uploaded in a few hours, because that doesn't take nearly as long. And does Cleo have raids enabled? Because I didn't see her when I was checking who was currently streaming. Yeah. Thank you all for watching. Fuck, I think my browser froze. Oh, bollocks. Okay, never mind. Hold on. I think we might be back. Are we back? Oh, thank fuck. Alright. Did he read my super chat? I think your super chat may have been consumed by the void, D-Suffers. Hold on, let me see if I can get it back. Oh, for fuck's sake. I can't wait to switch over to the new PC. In any case, I'll just yap and hope that nothing has killed itself yet. Appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. Hope you found this to be enjoyable, if not somewhat informative. And yeah, streams will be announced soon, and I will see you guys. For fuck's sake, I will see you guys hopefully after my browser unfreezes. Holy shit. Okay, we're back. Thank fuck we're back. Alright. It's gone. I'll try and find it in preparation for next stream. But yeah. See you guys next week. Thank you for tuning in. O2 chair. O2 chair.